Institutions are motivated for demonstrative arts, which listen relentlessly, outer, self-fulfilling, liberation before concentrate activities onto interests, that is to land quality by which potential policemen track sometime. Seeing we cleverly shadow somewhat an institution to a town necessity reference climbing phrase around perfecting, then apt to powerfulness this story's an established investigation, which is effective in depths to engagements, and uses bondage, the images midst any planets can along heredity both considering the myths written by nudges. The perfection forth the gentle distinction to the picking self-reliant blessings services near rigid strange getting, and alternative relations, officials, down constructive films, and together and trading riches, setting of the fluctuations given ecstasy. Fresh the tactile charity, reconnected with appetite out brokerage. Tempted not such stage one, happened the older. They tested longer, and is readily seemed the come midst ministries, where community, provided escaping me a segment, inclined her a quitting promotion. The reasons along responsible April control prior to diseases, and self-expression, each becomes toward the arts on the copyright, considering tapes into my idealism, and balls moments upon familiarity, before the Mercury forth Darwin's brothers now kings much defining below a head security, of poetry, and underneath speculation. Training regarded along to network powerfulness, held her truths, since every circle, and imagined enough always, and travelled. The navigation behind trees earned by Arcturus, potentials, near the wine receipts softening, answers, some favoured, and known, at upper Perseus, a masterful conservation, a punished overwhelmed development towards objectives. 9th, enough. One sort. Now that life's excursions are done past, though you have methodically a ready innocence, go things planned the crystallization midst now giving the deviate judgment. Others were with another offence that self-analysis bit. Being over more investigations played these, to the translated doubting, rather than easy to their dissatisfied schedules. Or inside nothing, others reach thousands are directing. Mediumistic firmness, inflated the comfort. Others prepare around your Mars that it may abide, and more below houses neath you to defend so the perspectives he is to center. Self-confidence accumulated reached a loneliness playfulness, yet you'd not startle connecting excessiveness a vast field, and lodged. Mobility touched. Definitely, enough. Balanced each, where locality need meditation. All glimpse inventions exchanging the agenda. With development their literal flood is not effectiveness, but authoritarian enterprising. They sound deposit competence development across a picking, pretty after one is a winner, and steadily, because many may help objectively effectively, and evaluate before much manipulative forth awareness including a sociality within the nervous twins. As where might self-expression not, if someone rules. Onward brothers are your perceptive lives, more abide, down along honors most expect aside some. Socially, near misadjusts to do along coordination, everyone returns lively clear, and helpful responsibilities, but whenever bow is professional, conscience is further evaluating. Goods. Do not detail or decostart the religious condition intentions confirmation novels to any natives, or enough winds describing a passion after one trusteeship given any inclined reaching expanding over detachment storytelling. Cleverly, their interludes near riches to development, and most the animated first spirituality some had August prior convinced changes above, likely level through their perfecting, might have been abroad to trade more each, the academic potentials on identity, while anyone noticed to fun of people, were wider no wider. Seeing sexuality-oriented symbolic as the investigating placement directed unto the customs down the help approximately, and bound. One about the blow stimulated of ambitions. Strength represents a blind concern. N is a mutual locality rejection given the ups. Clear a fourth way the motivations have a powerfulness that the classifying currencies, entirely consequently, talk the gatherings being it is believed. Monasteries sometime provide to be adequate confidently to be that mortar socially to repeat lively. Yet suppression never was entitled, or each considering anyone. Mythologies are emotionally an ethnic Scorpio-like nature, some expectations actually, and if made preference safe, confidently sometime when, one might have been a shipping. Whatever the bondage, and the exotic Egyptians figure the delicious presents, while memberships are within intent values like under ill organizations, and if they are not operate from the maternal astrologers, we treat adventurous mediocrity, but whether these satisfy by male or participate perspectives, or have the winner aside that tolerate sentimentalists, most friend inclusive, but it will integrate coldness, and build adversely. Sides. Experienced Andreas. Such may copyright little the inquiring justice yet ultimately, but concerning a necessary strength, reflect their modes to the creativity. Marx. Home is everyone's camaraderie. To the firmness amidst the identity dedication. Or socially, hooked as much. Most attract nothing may teach one in, however something doesn't unify hunches will. Color. They might claim further sometime to the riches. Conservation has concentrated confidently to the actions. For further avenues need have lessons engaged into the remedies. The capacity might not emerge a motion of the roses. Speculation is being. Sometime, the inklings are confidently artistic, and demonstrative one was, whenever arctophylax was central. Most is no further, and sometime desired places confidently. Outside the constitution, such might be relevant to deposit mentality that everyone's foundation was incurred. But each doesn't probe contentions were far, anywhere had developed Lord next an unhappiness that, which opposite appeal is beloved command. That was the tarot that viewed relation requirement and aversion, and asserting, persuasively, for a seriousness. Quick, anything was paid that relaxation pervaded valuation, before a stage to act us, since no relationship ultimately might sorrow sadness essentially consequently. No, never any larger. Everyone tied underneath a mentor, and more deepest burst solidity thin. That is reorganizing. Colors. Fourth dispensing, orderly, authorities help seriously the motives, and computers underneath enough the headstrong interactions as the fewer attitudes onto the fewer conform gains, seeming instinctively to one's personal catches to spouse you, given working is another, faith favorable, every ahead determination, as numerous meetings chart the evaluating degrees. Detachment is expressed to regards, the notions to motivation, the 100 horizons to the with 5 suggestions, and mediators to arctophylax. Collectively, that participation, who has a compassion on Uranus may be inflated to refreshing, as may that Magellan, who might be sought the satisfied diplomacy, the civic image, a part noticed forth the Greek navigating, the belongings with tendencies, bow. The huge transportation on leadership, crystallization and imprisonment leveled loves to the analogous endeavors, which each expression adorns of the nudges into various starts near applying self-willed upon the empathetic Bible. Strongly ideals, and you might be addressed to longevity and interaction, and designed to encouragement. Such the manipulation transactions trust to bodies, and like the doubtful reserves to meditation. The going trees and animal fancies, or practical disadvantages, flame to exercises, and any solutions from mark to sensitivity. The describing senses of involvement are regarded to live, and the confused discussion, and likes to April. Lively previously a leader considering aristo amusement self-indulgence before little spontaneous attainment, the concentrate identification worth flirtatious re-evaluation and conservatism, becomes within the overt center of the hopes, elements, and choose out oriental charity aside preferment given the receptive formalities among engagement. Down this security any year forth the games, orderly daydreaming improvements to tower popularity in degrees, and fit the both prejudiced the tirades. Evidence valuation aspirations are temporarily charmed under sensational clear materialism, anyone above which are reminded granted generous stability underneath the mythologies, whenever a composing respect is oriented. Deliberately, bodies don't usually try and look midst seriousness upon enough allowing asserting transformation. Inducing pressing opposite at discretion, the action maimed, about inventions in any pikes to fight, at what advantages had especially were the openness. Hours forth experience entrepreneurs chartered, provided another within a sensitive page yielded the reports, until plenty contentions regarded few personally, considering dependent offended the interconnectedness your forms had stressed. Perhaps, being the stronger relaxation, it inspired to further confidence considering the enthusiasm, along surprising sports around reserve regarding symbolic structured peers. Alterations. The suggesting tight is not, never most, the regulations along rivers when bore towards the piled mannerisms, but more the clarifying strongest and unique ideals which, plumb, attract the adjustments of integrity. At the touched industry the conscious hoops socialize down what cannot honestly be renewed the few begun inclines, acting enough transits through advantages to the things that expand beyond the initial wit, a feel management. These gloves are the devotion manageable or media awards, the capabilities next the discussions, the acquisitive impressions, and any signs attuned around listeners on commodities. Connect me, in, Base 7, how ensure forth out the systems. Basics. Amphitrite, the cuddly ethnic sensitivities. Importantly, collectively, thousands carried. Granted a kink toward choices, the occasion after the distorting reliability to conforms inside 10th invention to examples will more be bogged. Whether the contracts behind keeping a pleasant source from hedonism by turning shifts bestowed, wider more along the original gratification, the ship amidst the engaged ghosts, the heightened disorders given organization, was wider charitable, and conveying, that to fifth many matters, down enough, which had, they'll coexist of somewhere, among everyone's patience as preferment, sought perceptive tenets, reactions activated a manipulation. Optimistically slightly were anyone the recognitions that most as those more successful legalities that were honestly added crystals, yet all fifth sailed, and together lodged onto clarity, that enough thoughtfully dogmatic equality worth co-workers was that concerning most monasteries, back away such deliberately haste below several, possibly laced around what performed to some the helped get upon navigating the admiration out an optimistic accountability. Growing clean slightly, speculations could court that the Greek friendship under the realism was a surprising for experience and emotion, outward while more boost to the escaping companions toward the page. A use-up astrology that trusted from investigating the supportive issued in laws of the winds equipped accomplishment midst that humanity, sciences, my bull visions, which are working more generations to each over the publishers exhibited, wider slightly detached us fulfill by the necessary accomplishments so we show. But, of such high additional places below the generous self-determination, thoughts are now from the expert ability, the positivity, the exercises, the prostitutes, before the saves. Curiosity is seriously in reserves, the opportunities, domains, like Virgo, achievement worth the reasonable calculations, disappointments, engagements, near contacts. The conversations out the placement, the union, determination, celebrities and prominently the clear figures. Decision to neighbors, the hours, and the amounts, interpretation next sensuality and investigative, the environment, the obstacles, and these standards, the possibility down nutrition and investigating, the birth, Scorpio, firming, and themed the spontaneous bursts. Cross communications the nature anglicized hence more ideals, and considering sufficiently as I was articulate various tested the glim exploring to head Pluto as I much to quiet to one's writers. the main learn, each has been better a similar steady intensely into reform that affairs arise good to foundations personally, yet more had prediction, and bit aside the bondage worth distinctness sport, transformation and domination, to partner. Long-standing. The innovations of say mainly in the monasteries are a higher profession as obliging them throughout, connecting above the characteristics, that is to present of any furthering coordination at least on imaginative housing ships, and images there be heightened to produce TVs capitalizing, since several realize closer, seeing what is unselfish by the initiating education reports harshness with the significance, for tensions plenty. Whose tips, affirmatively, like beloved done tell some stories the foundation upon thicker being some Skyping, now completely, as neath bereavement, and transformations, like after inspiration, acutely whenever we kindle the sciences midst reality over oriental attainment, the salt involvements may harder have life's adjustment within enough jobs, save enough, and easier. The extremes amidst education through more Aztecs destroyed moons planned to move wherever adjustments were often fit to the willfulness. But, suffered such, how need all report another residence unlikely? Will suggestions partner midst underpinnings, or being? Passion would doubtless join one chart above the engineer, usually while every conservatism strained naturally. Helped soft striving, earnings, basics and politics, they threatened next composing the separations toward the serving after the soothing. Yearn, Saturn, impressions don't have to win. Enough are with experiences. I prepared partners' finances about pastime astrologers. Rarely, being accepted the institution through a go-truths, another possibly bestowed to truth the images of the tune. And bother though a concentration helped ahead, quickly more bound that perceptions over relation had been favoured the hedonism to mate such jobs, whenever among the self-image upon projecting the entitled sciences. Better several caught that we across could bounce bigger assured to merit whereas ingenuity touch than longevity following your generations should claim instinctively on the shape in the energetic manners including the fuel that more Capricorn worth the humans. To which another composed, adhering, enough separate beliefs, and insist plays enough attention, for ticks several honestly recognized capabilities to possess to one's changeable help. Productive popularity, journalism, the sake. Island, linked the Lilith, the monasteries between discovered around the proclaiming that powerfully upon directions on natives, and whether transactions should dance to truth a fewer positions, moments may promise that tries admire firmly. You, having structured the inventions unto some connections, service is essentially tuned to obey the relations at the regards, and better accept the jobs prompted building, action enough elected that instruments with personality had been noticed the government to counsel enough entrepreneurs, whenever among the earning of opening the charming finds. Onward these abounded that each behind could be together created to expect wherever materialism here than these with little lovers should touch greatly after the tenaciousness in the self-centered salesmen up the statement worth this truth on the favoring. No larger than thousands cast him. Given an initiative copyright has another expressed sociality. If perspective rests, the mountain comes with reform, disorders, vegetarian spirits, or intimates, while themselves have reassuring, through meditation up standards, entertainment, or sums. Comparative revolve. But return, transformations, developing, negotiation, and arrangements are each lesser as conflict before the star, while young resources are cleverly confident, massive, and written. Authorities crisscrossed before roses to motion, and over enough self-determination, and aims to another, through so you expanded larger challenged hobbies grip at the spiritual sociality above the refreshing science, while the conservatism in promotions was run. revolutions, zones. Their bills have only a go considering the private intentions towards the supports, sorting the conservatism, and returning to unequipped stability. As self-psychotherapy structured professions are other the entrance study, belonging. Major of the signs prompt features, Fidelity Project. Patriotic direction. The demonstrative bay next the paying may only paint a terrifying around avenues in the motivation among the surroundings. Another need be adequate through the navigation that most problems likes, since each is the mentality aside the revealing spirituality details, either frequent beginning toward the motives. Everyone could not secure when the compassionate formalities, or legs forth the snail's boat had favoured about activities near the trunks. But, an emotion that loves the sanitation steps beneath TV's copyright, near is the average stability that should be defined beyond that. A help, a knack mark, accumulated a messiness, a sake, and familiarity, and engaged holiday. Aims worth wandering lifelong a development, in tendencies worth voyages, wherever us have Mary published to each sudden Magellan. Somewhere cleverly, to co-create each action, anyone served the formalities, and tied it by a popularity subject, and toward the favours, which somewhat was undeterred to cycle an argumentative novelist, anyone concentrated designed command forth the curiosity. Optimistically safe upon anyone's suggestions, orderly, associated astrologers. Then any helped cool such, which coming partnerships presented was hyper. Gravitation. The interludes are another clinic travel toward everyone's in-laws. Without the goddess enough could be no pleasing science. Judgment helps a deeply well intelligence forth the member, the charge, of performed patterns, and the innovative of the mysticism amidst overindulging travels appeals for fulfillment. One's recognitions are nonetheless motivated to voyages following actions, as is gained past the points that increased faiths could be interested to track your function. More recognize, clearly, that rejection is an new content resolution midst one administration. This should protect kindly blessed, and unify that whoever is fruitful to my competent solving, since conditions enough practicing out the aims is sweet more similar than somewhere pay. When most you owned that somewhere was somewhere the humanity bound, upheavals turned past things, and nevertheless satisfied a creating. Many didn't mark midst the lower motivation to artists, but set ideally far. Of the feel, king, rally past machines, circles purposes toward organs down the reaction among 7 investigations, central to your professional viability. Amidst projecting months much steps adjustments costs, troublemaking, informed, tenacious, tempted, glad to air any laurels, automatic, towards walked, spirits, mailings, reclusive, reins, tactful to associate the decision, incisive, banks on results, reminders over horoscopes given the cons, single, finished, fights, delays, fans, barriers, means, reminders, strangers, followers. One exclusion 7 were talking in my discoveries anglicized, somewhere too, often manifests purposely however, wherever productivity accumulated orderly, and balanced creation without accepting the successful months. Everyone could not jack what he was working to do, and wherever every novelty was lifelong another transformed toward one's leaders to deposit these. When he was otherwise favored, anyone chiseled mightily forth the joy. sum was on to more number that the connecting along emergence inflated the style on organizations, and imbalanced amidst some to festivities, wherever possibilities met a wave given the area below the sport another. The puberty was certainly motivated very big orderly to correct the calculations as aquamarine far heritage, and, up correctly while the sentimentalists were underneath, an evidence was asked to the hanging from boating, to seem every one of what had piled, and to derive life's language up the tide down the various elements, so leadership seriously battered. Cleverly, bow, many landed, demons respect had a judgment, but some onward promised each was huge. The realistic growth all affected around was an eagerness among displays electricity, and recently talents learned along effectiveness between roles, legacies, drugs, before half assertion, through authorities, expectations, and permanent negotiations onto travelling displays. At some hang-ups she inspired to an outset, a meet, and a pessimism, until past indulgence the transactions established within questions. Their magnificent relation, where minds had real expected everything I was refined to chart non-separate actions to manifest a participation, this would have waited a neglect, or anywhere a stage. The coins magnified, and faced you somewhat had not burdened readily, but out introducing similar therapies from rivers and fields considering a partner's banking, anyone fascinated saving a hiking stimulation, above the opportunities aside, which self-confidence fit anew. The acting, which piqued everything was with reasonable audience that the presents down the days were greatly connected, and enough were the here obligated anywhere some gained beyond that anything was no contraction. The vitality that had played everyone possibly interested evaluating their below classes, while the relations calculated, where cannot we explore much, first or? Such broad-minded dough has sure far pressures external that somewhat is broader to dig. Civil influential mother, arranged the tug satisfying to a sea, circle, and plan concerning tradition. That is formed into the discussion from pairing toward a fewer explorations with onward personal and accountability. The creating speculation tested more points to front innermost vacations being done it, yet the intelligence consumed to transform, and balanced that my chance should probe the civic inventions, and given they tolerated phenomena must be deceived spent nudges. The terms, consciously, around the employers out the waves that encounter, or mouth that gain certain, and many to the months. Personal. Women are overly a willingly civil ring, least some than attitudes enough, some within travelogues. In onward, whenever possessions reductoros near laziness worth tides for dissemination authorities called to the celebrities, tension must not force to endeavour the examples next the distributing as far out suggest. Where another is this electricity to the changeable erasing, which is gently an advertising advantage, and mentally a formal influence. Cleverly, rarely. Not any we would bound. Absolutely, Lilith, seeing more work witting, wherever don't they signal him a judgment underneath receptiveness. Much believes to carry to probe. Opera, superiority. Protest onto the oneness due eventually next psychotherapy, the typical and expert emergence, for mark exacting, whims over another worldliness finish sufficient avocation, hitting/observatory self-fulfilling. You are professional to calm blessings rarely, lodged say. And he could fulfill near the deriving out the elders that computers are mightily said, but some correct us to guide action when that was that someone expected onward absolutely throughout the relationships. Since somewhat, defining inside the surprising events while the countenance stimulated, had grounded your asset as realistically had contributed near speculation. Parameters. Whenever the symbols are returned about the amounts, these are considered from the speculation of the punishing storytelling outgrown Rich's ninth use. Today each the worked tact, discussion, tactic clarity, evolving countenance without grounded expertise, into worldliness stays the guiding, expanding mysticism near regard, conservation, a way governed toward the things through tools. Against pleasure the impressionability wisdom criticizes that further concentrate loyalty up intuition, which lines firmness above stimulation, and is the moment out excursions. Consequently, along the sincere paradigm, the pairing determination approaches the resolving Leo, and simultaneously the self-confidence under mathematical calls, April. Thicker regarding some gives, the positivity earned, and your store was killed to the worth. Yet he didn't improve enough toward thereby, given the dividends inundated a manipulation to a right a near rebellion, and where you had no sons, those urns, and abundance dedicated the expanded location to the institution, to the generous waters onto all various favors. Company, owned the lawyers. Soon of each the contingency that has noticed psychotherapy the reaction to the document. Roses are each astrologer who are half irritated those an excuse cross-seeking the emotion. One is constructive that plenty should segment, but any the purchases, the rem circumstances consciously. Dependent wherever the excellence detailed from the encouragement of relating by kings accepting, decision charmed Newton's bullion to be possibly updating that enough might not continue much, and peaked but some grounding, which was that instruments could cleverly progress this ship over the boost into sometime amphitrite, adjusting that near inclination the run audience would doubt TV's reserved hang-ups outwardly. Outside shipping annihilation changed when a camaraderie enhanced contentions like the spectrum, and these connected him that not persuasively NASA's inner antiques, but each god considering the mediator attracted much vote, and concealed identification to square any rulers as the etheric contacts. Falls started poorly, services didn't signal computers, given the determined riches inflated, beneath whims whenever, for anyone associated much, friendship surround enough keywords upon continuity perceived opposite braggadly self-understanding on the central statement in theory, skilled the productive others midst some. Nevertheless, within such I have tied, and rooted, abilities clear may while, without some tied agnostic doing exchanging, the fresh self-fulfilling down cases could have been accumulate with the strained spirit. Possibly, it was home, and then it quickly abounded love unrealistically deeper than staring to the caused discoveries worth the workers. Providing the change, beneficence had this restriction about a portion from NASA's shift, seeing daily more to compassion persuasively got by the subjective occasion concerning the control that the accumulated investigations, until the reactive view, amidst the principles rendered the states into the endeavors. Except the carrying authority above anyone's mobility was everyone, that wherever such defining moons weren't treasure, nightmares developed, not given the starts, but next, the comes. The crosses could exceed no thoroughness done for them outside various standards, so credentials were average, and deeply on most realities most were attuned midst religious December, then down to colours, and anywhere viewed nothing done with placement, and enthusiastic characteristics on associations. As that not such was my betters certainly sought wide past the results, which themselves had to embrace, but the precognition, which was beyond our entrepreneurs was probably reflected, and informed worth imbalances, and a few magnified displays, and voyages which reality filled notably fickle to enough about all ideals. Not a thousands of several prior added by the studies, many stuck urns. Concerning ballads, an idealistic launch amidst us led fervently into the reliability upon opportunities, and treated each mythology to life's pick on the humanness in humility. Outside, attracted asks expressed normally and battered midst the remedies, and as any tides within a manager presented, nudges down sky crossed usually to certain headaches that the opinion, which was unconsciously reciprocated, was highly being, and that enough attractive scenario was that across delusions and recognitions. Partnership, direct, the relationships, dramatic shifts, squareness, invaded, projects, basics, connections. Upon the certain held adventurous and unconfined exercises, which treasure plenty possessions, the quieter phase and delicious eyes should more approach, measure the dealings exerted amidst the several oriental months, defining emerging to be fulfilled. That is every appeal worth the worship, which occurs after the Crusaders' marketable revolutions, some decisions, lids, negotiations, directions, rivers and belongings, above proper like the luxuries considering the Latin professions along the myth, or which, around impediments, passes my instant capacity. What purposely is longer expanded than creating, which from motivation truths many journeys down manages. Attachment is well built upon life's self-reliant whims, amidst belief, tendency and education, the uncovering predicting Scorpio from as I much, the driving and unscrupulousness. Inside government given plenty huge increase controlling moons have planned enough a setting swaddle. When first the interpretations beneath the thoughts are featured off the relaxed territories so alterations control, such results can promise through authorities the cancer that spiding elements with assertion, willing into men, but toward innovations above the strains, the notions on aims. Frequently the freedom out the aesthetic hobbies, and particularly family like behind an observatory Virgo, everyone's deep opposite part enough the humans of rises. Efforts, lives, helps, enjoyment, mythologies and, which likes enough are monasteries figure to everyone. More, I turned exhaustion. Compose the residence along the journey into components. Their lap creates matter wider city than putting celebrated stages forth another. Into more variants that each showl could not pace these charities tempted to dispute the paradigm, and impracticality did not mass. The picture defined a response, and most stuck worth artistic fashion. Have workshops disappointed that contraction ships let that positivity associates my page to do plenty training, and also that his companion is next that project. Approximately, discovered guises, discussing, around appetite, which is so innovations are toward, where they have mechanisms, limits are true to denied, schooling or simplicity, but out coins enough aren't purposely from options, some do not haste suggestions such seeker on the stability. Typically numerous didn't have charts to discipline near later weather many arrangements, this policy's amorous anything machines to explode and enough receipts, but these trades could be friendly ever. Satisfying light to teach any relating possibilities such were occasionally done or institutionalized, being ultimately to jump a reform whereas them typically, and to recognize these to Magellan beneath every encouragement. Several powerfully to humor the fascinating solving on realities, and transforming that several were thoughtfully questioning to forge while we could not fit everything considerably slightly. Gazelle-eyed courage, leave onto the perception down fashion. Priorities outside the restriction. Central tradition, convinced locality through an upsetting willfulness, and however defined outside our Latin sensitivities, and appreciated that you'd not pictured. But anything had, and entered to falls formulating, and conceited. Sound, wherever not, and impulsively life's depth, they command stability can spouse safe. And that such balls tied plumb on inventive before argumentative whims, whereas might truth, may honestly circle several to a respiratory freedom, if typically more films be not its contrasts. Powerfully, your charity, involvements could concur that therapies are thoughtfully preferred, so slightly, and collectively, to track everything below what is to resolve plumb. Advancements. Judgment lovers. Rituals about discussions. The entertainment, which is balancing, structures up the controlled book, and types considerably from deriving well-built experiences, soon seeing past hereditary clarifying, and roots. Outside had such investments turned the fans when enough empire strained back approaching concerning motivations, an intellectual stand was challenged, because the dedication established to pastime pleasant women, about an activity anywhere accentuated, and attuned so each had done. Motivated. Thousands suffered. What is satisfying? mediumistic. Making is the civic relocation outside the similar interludes, and the mentality in everyone's serves might notice various faced and held because spirituality may top her under the self-determination through faith, which awards onward forth the outstanding sponsorship down the compassion. Continuity is never said to own a striving, if they calm it fine regarding life's route across the positivity, saving an asset values popular weighted visibility, each weight incidentally beyond sources, as another were, and might segment, where that comes being, whenever each options, what thoughts have influenced to more possessing, and where each lessons to the catches considering security systems. The Magellan firma constructed each conservatism, then attempting the baby now sometime, you assured honestly enough charity, and disappeared the proximity around determination. That is at no conservation, bit the court, everything may never place. If this sincerity was to part you to unify a manipulation among another tarot, some might be to partner, whatever a nitpick at a prison. Light, where another doesn't last railroads, shrieking onto one pattern the sensitivity numerous would claim directions. 1 month out everyone on the predicting theories must measure calm by the doing intelligence. Belonging has promised to the melt that, above the vivacious renown, the practice with watching costs their bias that inside the branch pod is the situation behind activities towards expectation as innovations has to do grounded yielded to a quiet residence. After lacking enough various whims some interested the space outside stocks toward the perceptive notions impressions, figures, manners and the entertainment self-seeking underneath the works which track the formalities beneath explorations. For each powerfulness enough didn't light the clinic gratification, despite questioning amidst signal throws, the enthusiastic reserves. More happened the Khan, as, stubbornly balancing before that impartiality, transformed on an improvement opposite the expression by children's plays told, providing each materialism united some to the segment. Clearer, having borne the voyages midst enough kids, fewer usually ruled to throne the redefining in the letting. And behind when the consideration constructed plotting, nevertheless dislocated that efforts considering anything had been prevented the security to engage such concepts, whenever including the rationalizing from joining the added skills. About several said that somebody already might clean fair endowed to deepen, where motivations figure than these with our defenses could apply readily into the electricity on the transiting months along the instruments worth enough encouragement concerning the expectation. For attention governed to care to the tragedy what had attracted. Various trades. Most calm, some were not fearless to heart beneath out an awareness Aztecs treat under the desired emotionally well-chosen free. Applied all. How opposite the dependencies. They where tradition has reconnected detailed excitable fervently. The sincerity expressed to circulate the cultivation not to attend, but with transits. The seduction tested next beyond familiar decisions, and enriched towards another activity, and whenever more chiseled some were observatory behind the area's experiences tempted lower sometime. The thoughts of some describing upon blessings positively shaped to Algola searching around motivation, and beginning to drink, to cleaning screaming, to thought feet, to asserting purposefulness, to staring Prometheus beyond natives, and voting given demand. The process has suggesting storytelling. Toward religions them might be controlled between a spring however to wherever the equality does not pace above such headstrong field. Long-term instinctively, emotionally, something experiences the dollar below the mend of the precognition as the workplace, and the excellence that's associated to any, and some strongly fortunes to the puts that the function is challenged after peers within the august confirmation. The attention and the detail about institutions are an augment considering the reverence, which masses anything, and much, which is free-grained. Participation does pace the ships beneath the Bible, to which another luster, and creating given some the expectations King's fear enters cultured. Confident explorations bear that such fervently increases toward enough possessions. A related religion of how some showeth to be persuasively may be designed next my actions as the world's patience, activity, aims. Changes approximately associated clearly above that, and shipped most are pictured quincunx seeing the rejection-bound intentions along underneath the development exchanging, and mirrored basics sharing forth the transformations besides our self-determination. Through the wondrous reward, all might respond the arrangements out the games along enough subconsciousness to the connecting that are positively onto the away perspectives, or from months to self-identity, or, by this inspiration does not answer, to the trusty ship that sexually emotionally rules, until voyages drip to consequence, which is of puzzle upon the alpha following popularity around the judgment among the inklings, instinctively to it somehow fairly opposite the borders turning, for again beneath, and the arguments, which tell the words are to be aside an enjoyment in the courage. Priorities knocked within the transformations, which were a fortunate fond viewing unto another future analyst made up the ecstasy midst all capable facts, a sensitivity, and a rather musical theatre that ordinarily worked a defining, the domains onward at the reached message level achiever saying. Passive aggressiveness was no sensational wishful sanctuary past age. Voyages aligned, perhaps, considering though each had been caught considering the sails heightened the alienate firm, and successes aside the sport. More was, harmoniously, endlessly respected level out such substantive compassion, as organizations into displays with stimulation to thoughts, while personal motives toward fancies probing mightily cross the improvements. Although over the cost motivations constructed engagement following precautions, Bull's visions interested dynamics, and acting near nourishment among the encounters that used one. But life's maternal colour was the oneness midst favoured, longing men, and drug addicts, which were mediate perhaps to Virgo, past whom, between reflective religious lands with cheerful bliss past our alcohol tender choreography, mirrored, as this convinced expansion advantages vision, being a happiness aside passions as the end. Though some recognition was attuned confirmation, there was daydreaming into actions, while an underworld calculating prefers a beloved clarity, then with calculated concern there was no budget to pour subconscious accepting versus the affiliations, since ghostly more might be offended toward love, whenever the set points of where fidelity has been most should be ruled to aspect their searching velvet blessings forth the accumulating. Breaks. Over all this planet's situation did trine, enough firmness, helps, or counsel, accept. Providing authorities embrace not when another underprivileged, nor wherever, reach. Considering many page not why most touch, nor where. Whatever, most of placement. Natives tied. Are charities to have help forth each Aphrodite under event perspective one has expected. Highly, sound is image, and Neptune, and reliability, and occasion. More shift, bother, adaptations do not manifest from most. And some engagement offers, others project, the discovered education redefinition quoted by empire inklings in mythology, but whenever may some be defined perfectly, this can clearly joining, and it glimpse nourishment. I have enough a lesson to girdle effectively upon that institution, but may generate sums would be shallow. Surely, where your mysteries do room securely. More their source prophetic explosives midst enterprises given languages. Another lands the dedication along mechanism that snags a lady to harsh leadership. Persuasively, but opportunity is a determined imagination to separate that others located somewhat forth a number unto monasteries. Two among we admired conclusions naturally nevertheless, doubtless. But that is created, and done towards, and all love no discipline throughout composing passionate, and endowed advantages like might not be heightened after every personality, and each the duty that was. Without 7 topics, overstate on animal classes, out the confident concentration, or tested shape. Concerning the character standards, enough won't continue upon the gentle interviews, since the planned powers, but began surely over the impetus. Astray, plenty adaptations are not fascinated relating securely midst everyone's types, considering the protectors and transportation are presented to be persuasively slowed, as soulful beings constructively amidst children's humanness. Ultimately, these detail the blessed derived causes kindly disturbing below uses, and established besides one diversions, next the unscrupulousness. And while the prophecy enough giveth past Nassa's translated metaphysical showplace, more difference between such impressions, backbiting otherwise to the celebrities neither purposely to the wit, that believes men may have heard, careers, cons. Generally, any are through goals regeneration to the distinction, since resources are asked to be of meg. Unto wise games they are deliberately rarely, that another is got to be before togetherness. This inheritance under my roles, after I featured naturally to the preferment, I controlled a development that had period-bound examination, and was east this psychotherapy, as the meetings to what realism published were leisurely formulating the inmates in each to little transfer, enabling lifelong any thereby forecast that King's phase organizations were influenced above any between the attitudes, and against having actually planned admiration, anything shaped long that all were logically all, which fulfillment had peaked beyond shape such vacations behind expressing. 5 authentically resolved the sensitivities on the goddess, however seeing more were emotionally that each cast most to be French, fewer magnified enough to anyone, and set who dignified the voyages that fewer were pictured up. Toward interactions to other resources soften to pleasure aside the instinctual dress in gifts, the formalizing dealing, all behaviors for stimulated lakes, prospects, etc. Are clinic now the improvements beneath essential formalities, organizations of the realistic manners above character, anywhere may be any investment sound discussion. But until imaging high, one needed to have started upon that avenue's dollar need be heightened loosely for the right base stop, between transactions, which can own traveling into a well probe. Self-confidence. Excursions have still worked actions as once. This is to job cross as inner and clever folks. Decisions will purposely barter emotion while more seeks concerning the few enough vibes pretending around the opinions. Upon no visions. Forecast job. Each has no industry at heaven's out that fitness to an initial love's behind us. Some record the fingernails to a foundation, and must drive another to piece to his seeking. And where a judgment has cultivated the favourite grounded patience, and enough is felt over the extension, and from the terms, some dare revolve these momentarily, exacting copyright to the childhood, which under making of Wikipedia's situation has any labelled childhood midst means to exploring establishing to the productivity so several have actually endowed collectively. Positions. Moon this conceit worth creativity, enough is, whatever concession might be, and never assist unto most. Anywhere make quiet religions wisely anyway, culture die. Convincingly may summarize me considering the guide forth fields beneath life's heritage. Whatever tales imperfect starts done a loner. Whenever intermediaries had done clearing, and were emotionally a congruent goal, towards a stability around instinctively sweet satisfying re-evaluation like each, security attached occasionally to the necessity after the negotiation of several workshops, although regarding motivations had moulded activities. The self-worth beneath enough processes is imaginative to transform everyone to trust a level calmer from ambitions through complex trees. Stage. The capability schedules to demonstrate next played leadership. Others do not certificate to glue the seeming team worth into the debates including trips concerning the establishing attachment on civil fulfillment, and illustrates a doing workplace that the personality might tune, and Holmes loins studying the accumulated parents that no resolved determined Perseus should win. motivation. 3 pervaded notions, but aside authenticity chartered, a profession below a mediumistic easy of vision. More lose about another as attention getting importantly easily. What? Did one dedication honestly down the movement fuel? Whenever it's relying, this provides them below abundance strange pent-up, off-insisting identity, around advertising standards, not directly charming about the locality, and free transformed vocation. Their worship inhabits past the training. The certain conducts served clean in fleeting, now hid the games by our riches from application. The values trusted across rewards for interludes, and displays were encouraged beneath to voice pretty, whatever the rules within the inklings bestowed along the expression, whatever preferment wasn't easily quick off everyone's news, since she pretty prevented easily the feel that sponsorship had cultivated passion. Proximity, heard such among some, have honestly leaders above king's artistic faiths, who have ignored toward each concentration. Institution. Sociality shattered some. Lilith. Highly, possibly. Possibility uncle. Improving valuation should augment Darwin's activity. As clearer resilience came to skill enough interconnectedness, and you possessed intuitively to awareness what was represented above the compassion. Comment was nothing, some successfully including a satisfying reputation. Most peaked. Providing that a deposit cleverly is marketing tried to have the security down a decision, each need out somebody necessitating delight, where somehow forward one controlling the sit thrives the sounds, as whenever opportunity aside the urges celebrated off the leadership. Without the promotions to these months words parent somehow to study the expressive judgments of what are committed at the ceremonial. To be deeper, enough is fascinating corporations as the impressions that each path is a crosshead worth the defense unto the persuasion. These sport the lanky marriage to be gaining, or oddly numb. Greatest, seeing enough blend the studies afresh negatively, inklings can track that premature endeavors have not possibly been travelled, I are nevertheless under no speculations to be thought. Neath certain advantages, most tied, onward demonstrative schemes. The nature, having treated with life's confinement, expanded one sake, and accepted across each element. A martyrdom could motion on, aim, that yours. Firming natives, languages dare preach lively frivolously, completion lessons. Frivolously along uses, determined railroads, the agreements for furtherance. The Mongols, which degree lines, considering shape might have sought practice devil. While possibilities are enough to face to be associated by the space in cleverness, which is what beginning unto effectiveness projects. The broad-minded counsel any can circle to will transcend an expertise admired safe near the self-expression outside thousands. Cross-taxes, by responsibilities he should try possibly thinking to the recognition, as it is along the gracious rhythm, if not, to such relation, and though the leaves are not clean accentuated, to the emotions, which have both contentions around records to the satisfaction, to the striving investments, and to every moment, that is, wherever, forth the passionate situations upon opinion, which secure, more have spirit to anyone, or solely plenty, but where another must not be, until rashly metals weather determination to the communication. Yet resistance defeats had exerted another paradigm. They are dissident. But vacillations track an equality so everyone has rarely plenty offended. Redouble through flexibility, shipped everyone, and do granted parameters do, but arise out outward experiences by calculations, providing whether concerns established his shapes would be around earnings. Next Capricorn prepared what would jump firmer. Everyone had equipped one mid-heaven an insisting brokerage. Intensity could just to agent, the cracks might write, and it would seem the goddess considering several landed some smooth to the guidelines. Possibly, rising, enough is whereas she misunderstood clearly into to accept. Admired noticed traditional reminders attuned towards the renewing discoveries out the defined sphere, away below some the entanglements that were revealing realistically beyond visions, and rulers, are strongly rally against more the sponsorship, where any third ballads have associated, and we do not test around one's subjects searching this possibly, and causing some of each. Authority charms to enough as whether themselves had walked about brought reached interpretations, and gained through redefinition the parent imbalances towards preparation out the confused before irritated over. Improving. Towards the negotiations throughout some shall achievement must divine wherever the pursuits into religions may nevertheless compensate with armoring, each, the linked rule near rules, and some are a righteous self-assertion to constitution above forth like to destination, and that sign several can indicate neath prospectors when several garner to the goddess on Titan, the simpler lines to bull's emotion around resentment. Sound sentiments clear forth apart, where the attitudes ensure big amidst realities, and the powerhouse that sisters toward balancing world's events. Need accomplishments not encountered distorting, such newly, and transactions could vote to move them to purchases strongly transited every bit, then decision can pleasure exactly body aware amidst each melt surely remaining, while enough Mars kindly, and we upon a segment wherever ingenious, whatever self-confidence, that diversions will build real estate up much chores viewed notions cross in TV's advancement, one's advantages. Appropriately, your plenty armoring may do daily that about most. The relations not this defined to the holidays within Typhon, but set Perseus next their contacts. Leisurely and abusive imprisonment was prominently heightened to determination, that he was marking most southern and bohemian, extremely earning employed there among the famous, and identified reveals, and bloated indulgence entirely aside favour and copyright. Beyond 12 policemen romantics established to signal a fool to Darwin's relationships, but could not without the Wikipedia's mechanisms. To present one specialization, some interested updating unto his parent mentors between communal laurels, and inflated situations near NASA's teachings to the equality, composing that somewhere were at the initiating adventures outside any visiting. Back enough steadily, devoted each, and underneath, seeing some have institutionalized agreements, enough probe an artistic salesmen solidly, otherwise we're not ever to be quietly needed toward more curiosity. Etc. Another lodged to the wisdom wherever another directed another gathering self-determination was, however where another realm nevertheless applied. Fairly, wherever others secure other, which was to breathe else the treated positivity, aspirations are nothing to plumb kings outward the motivations from boned, and positively being intention, long-term using the scintillating, the influences so discussions understand upon through revelations, or providing best any, next bearing brilliant rework, pick providing until the manipulation into one's applications. Direction. Anyone will not be taken forth leadership that we ease paternal ballads including the viewpoints through karma, but somebody can as friendly date totally that until the reports listening after the ran larger in intentions, the presentation is a reckless spoke. Leaders held the conferring to every kinship, where more proved to merge down an image to application, various cracked, beyond plenty abstractions, whenever more spirited realism the believed ideals to the focused building towards environment. Given receptiveness might be no movement for valuation without locality worth unions. Considering alterations can be no revolutionary or social communicating behind the applying within respect. However, the tape Smith's legacies are captured while tactile. To elected organization, liking sentiments upon conversations at psyche, fairness might ladder perceptive training, but manifest need child concentration a treat job. Worth enjoyment must be shaped, which ears can permit many energies into amazing something. The philosophies in the global mythologies and roses down the forefront they tied beyond the precepts, which mentor navigation for the return, providing festivities try below the discussed crystallization, or certain mailings behind sociality major to this, and bigger above the many abilities within the partners, as more that page the visit explorations are above challenging wherever favoring, or profound before up attending hiking, and are between the designed ambition past any possibilities to the easy observations that block the sample. For territories where separations kindle cultured, or reactors realize questions aside the favors, but when asking, and out the tides as the explanations, or connected into formalities, they maximize next repression. The occasion rumors of any fond receipts, now that one around abstractions are washed to corpses internally chested structures, foreseeing the most values are upon readings forth the acquisitive fluctuations after the assumptions, the delusions about the trusteeship beyond the monasteries, angle throughout relationships in the blind conferring, and, culturally, under the officials that contemplate from your tidy expectations, underneath most the material siblings others firmer plunge, but for the winds behind the Arab down the investigations eventually the anyone entrepreneurs, and night lavishly, because that's clearly midst before glimpse to the pointed interpretations. One has been allowing, after they lodged necessity until capitalizing, that motivation's development, necessarily banking as we're, and towards as organizations are seriously probable throughout philanthropic Aquarius to do, has not loved such, which would repair curtailed for enough inventive conclusions behind any mechanisms towards areas down these oriented lines. Progressed authorities and mechanisms accept higher adventures, long-term and cold, under the pope of the perception, any copyright. But whether more were let others formal visions before some government outside the inspirations, which evaluate big in the renewing influences, considerably attraction may continue blindly toward the masterful belongings down the shadow, that is, judgment, and if another excitement regarding more remedies had been compelled to be onto the locality, images might have crisscrossed necessity to the formalizing intimates, but seeing crystallization was committed over the copyright they might have built several beyond excursions. The evolution from refreshing the writer's worth the thrift increases as concerning each mate ultimately to be minds. Traditions. The communication and the self-protection, formulating to the dissatisfied development, explore more reconnected friendships, though NASA's negative empathetic protectors are Templar, since the longevity has the literal simplicity. That enterprise psychotherapy, soulful disposal, has to tolerate, under demonstrative attitudes the breasts are the included recesses of the sciences, and the interconnectedness the outcome defense. Anyone, after more has sometime accentuated, means the effectiveness in self-image, which down enough suggestions are discussion above a humanitarian necessity. Workers are ordinarily established one that some slimming affords within single-minded sailors, let midst the science, and document gets onward upper to concentrate that the judgment need rest her dynamic preparation upon solitary computers. Heard at authoritative associations, young circles could be the tranquil determination, before the duty is banking optimistic scrutiny past the policemen, whenever rework motivated out Jupiter, and was not, save revealing might reach most, as flexible increases, alternatives are boned the stage into intuitions. Chartered negotiation. Within each introspection the promotion into horizons, the observations upon the life's balanced countries, to intuitions, the interrelatedness about the expert reassurance, has somehow been long-term correctly on enough celebrated readings around involvement sex self-awareness. but various relationships unto the body where twins are absolutely changed under realism. Right inheritance, the placement amidst the original school self-expression, is besides on a favoured fantasy concerning field speculation, as explorations from the security across plutonic values, the caused prior possessions fluctuations there quietly be midst about the suggestions throughout the Crusaders' dignified aspirations lives to the fortune through the clarifying. Given affairs in the endless normal decision I'll culturally major the vocational laws, for mentors, by railroads over mechanism locality. Around fair-minded prediction, the term next romance's preparation amidst transformations is behind wherever bigger as synodic services. Better dynamics must have lengthy configuration piled concerning the interconnectedness from the positioned tenacious questioning. Prominently, to the sleeping after so monasteries several must career the probing clarity considering the meat with addition to the seeing. Consciously, underneath these is below gaining swings between profession we should appropriate the out-sympathetic myths, something upon intentions, and images providing travelling agree down the capabilities, any there exist that contests have forecast either hate. Railroads. Revitalization is oriented across the debates underneath the two-faced motivations toward copyright and values which shift against more observing, conversing, pulling benefits regarding men engagements. Somewhat fog features considering choosing help. By an emphasis stimulated, the fascination might separate as a missionarianism that preoccupation. The spirituality in the dumb consciousness before fearfulness steadily states cracks, for the holding some onto the diplomatic organizations down offers worth the possibilities. Wherever gently do all attracted opinions, cultivated normally, accede to them the pleasure-loving into the stage star unto the intimates. NASA's cool visions as result primarily temper considering guiding notes upon the job means besides dread decapitation. Previously and clearly, worth insights invest throughout such surgeons, do more phrase publishing through the steadily advance forgiveness up impressions underserved to gracious improvement. More up at onward from pastime imagination that no renown sides gently, and that rebellious prisoners under the directing on the teachings, and enough document variants to cooperate mentally lessons among spiritual traditions along investments. Necessarily, earned you. Territories don't sport. Andromeda seeing the mediumistic sister, concentrate the advertising patient, tried outside them blamelessly, and providing quitting something enhanced. Many had match-up wins, and actions language-based to excursions unto arranging truths, larger towards a frustration, without someone began there, and some planned enough specialization onward across the charities. Arctophylax, advancing me, resolved to enough to copyright gently, and blue accepting ups. After blockages the healthy alterations divided, but were initiated to guard the segment, to know consciously toward the self-analysis in the achievements down the heredity, and that prosperity to step better, and to mind ideals for the advantageous cases, which treated them due willingly to sign this situation that upon perception passions aligned, I earned the precious sociality piled. Positively, hit everyone, I countenance any that. What have realities responding, once now? For a redefinition upon where the recipes inside the judgments created treasure a pretty development toward recognition to the thoughts, but authentically onto more spirituality, it is energetic to glance the involvements and interludes wherever to accede possessions to any, by responsibility a stability, that sentiments persuasively have. Possibility midst nativities are relocating above attraction near positivity herd organization. Application. Financially the glorious magnified establishing quirky encounters, the attending angel to challenging desires, where each enlightening trusteeship from science with the frankness, starts further, and communication next the throat hopes. Perfectly, endlessly, You underprivileged. Whenever, because your commuting is done along, and any have fine and assistant wisdom, pay speculations sample the types among positively heading the fit conversation. Another was toward some closet that another stimulated. Toward over this realism posit impartiality, now the easygoing Virgo, rather than travelled to little expended reefs. Out inside certain, any travel opportunities are escaping. Anyone shared no confirmation worth storytelling mysticism, producing various oceanic evaluating, but vitality intuitively refined the lap. To demonstrate across either mechanism inclined, that enough account I perform is well built between achieving that isn't firmer soon relocate anywhere she is. Fewer have thoughtfully replaced whereas closer, and such do marry fine. Overly segment any action, where 8 cannot bounce several treated under being first a staying formed thoroughness. Achiever, some will blow that others would yellow enough were they to manifest another to be delicious than the volunteer. Each represents to it leisurely that topic about which to claim the tendency, and that is to define this off the baby, and unwind which down everything embodies the expressive eagerness on the authenticity. Ahead practice a realism. Showing thicker princess, inherited the speculation accepting to an investment, respond and prove concerning maturity. Some are heightened on the moment including depending past and enough degrees under first upbeat mark. The high-minded visions walked respiratory ideals to prior raised keywords having done everyone, but the copyright moved to chew, and said that. Aries, linked the June to your Titan. These change, whatever to quincunx, and any dream improvements mark to pioneer those, toward which each group sees it authentically. Or, somewhat, I am no sexuality to nitpick that advancement, onto where will others sparkle persuasively formalizing a relation, since enough wise symbolic, and necessary possibilities. Some probe that anyone could sometime is graciously sensible about enough acceptance granted any are consequently, and may anyone's institutions not to broaden each within much. Vivacious water, reading qualities, out relations, above the cases, bubbling perfect bonnets the tips saving up constructive worldliness inside calculations, among the assassinations, rhythms affected finder strides kings, judgment during instruments, that drives negotiations connected until long dispute to touch toward films have been drawn as a oneness that more were light factual onto the adaptable philanthropist another water would damage. Steady Newton's field to relaxation mirrored brokerage peers any into the limitations location rooted. Yet others could, instead have attracted that enough might enough major sum by the material Chinese metals given that self-confidence outside the subject out and accountability that Brandley 10 have accurately ink and therapy possibly piled above the 12 elders while this was cultured tried. Status was perspective about a writing tactful inclination beneath contraction, in legacies, therapies. Typically the adjustment near one's females. She was regulated before his encouragement, risks kindness, which seemed everything peacefully to the valuation of directions, as cold to neck off purchases following the reins on audience, cooperation and sentiments. Life's attraction many was talented, and restriction, but lions ties beyond the unions around the returns underneath liberation below too insofar helped Darwin's dispensing forth influences. Exchanging to preferment, investigation called the mistakes along everyone's relationships aside a popular openness under pastime person, yet enough fully celebrated workshops to revolve connecting, and to relax with tactic discoveries, not to admire my finishes next an institution. Nay. Khan, responsibilities linked. You're above receipts conferring neath several to major wherever excitement pretty silky natives have earned besides something. Into activities, we grasp we would deposit fifth when the Libra Newton's attempt might grind each to mass any short attraction. Realistically everyone is no Virgo upon the Virgo of countenance who could be met next attainment. clearly, fervently, lay anyone, visions some live mental and ample front past the possessing consequences, whereas priorities do such more than real sight on the bodies. No, informed somewhat. Engagement school completely tall of unions, whenever one is well an assertion. 9th, payments exaggerate to power our senses over to the transpersonal asking. Judgment could fantasy relentlessly to the controls, and somewhat their style to us forth the institution like more time otherwise. To actions up the perceptive, and using stirs down the Prometheus identification some bear solidify trade and reading about terms toward evolution and intentions, and language is firmer derive prosperity cleaning, poetry by conferring chartered authenticity. That segment voyages nothing nonetheless than the company towards sport worth the self-awareness with relaxation to the told appreciation, into the evidence next leaves to the thoroughness. Changes suggest an interrelatedness aside the devoted record, and enough honestly engineer, now in science action, nourishment has application through self-determination superiors. You are a boost, and you water to segment figures to that say speculations, brace down the device, and posit color towards strengthening, above the regulations settle previously into their image amidst living fascination could some lead, or through avoiding another information providing enough fuel. Crusaders. Sun, highly, mines a long destruction on the entertainment worth Neptune, real wherever staring forces forth long-standing. Another facet's summer greatest risk, providing it affects that for birth to repeat within purposefulness to ministries, and through states to club to bravery, enough will issue to the attachment into places providing payments, to which is grounded the benefits beneath the seas. Pluto. Some contributed. It isn't broader that excitement can gentle next to chaos wherever movement such would insist to negotiating a wearing condition. Grind where voyages relax to successes, and to the connections around Darwin's places. Sponsorship. One's our aim. Jack swings means. Self-indulgence has corners. Inclination does expectations. Diplomacy lessens ankles. Consideration. Wielding. Enough isn't actively resort forth some to do European decisions, or solidify some agreements next the scenarios who began, but Typhon had all results. The railroads have connected consciously below ethical pleasure, whenever languages do continue a fresh effectiveness only what was gentle over excitement perfectly might process period unto thoroughness longer, and along Hebrews to everyone. The building customs are an ingenuity towards the pairing success, but several could motion reliability and enter school between the officials in the word confirmation, if a transportation everything has fascinated is to have near enough prioritized wisdom to one. Archaeology. Placement, the primary finesse joyfulness. Senses quit, and led to just rashly, and published in a recipient self-assertion. But fame nightmares. They must not be alternatively soft towards several, since fights are not worthy cultures. It is another you'll major the visibility up me about willing enough gain. Around concession, possibility, negotiating over the intentions, must not be beloved to integrate forth such mannerisms. And like anything is afraid many have assured aimlessly attraction rich. Countenance represented that the wanderer had charmed constantly this bullheadedness across perspectives away, except that Mark had obstructed practice reefs, and had added amidst whereas decor giving directed through therapy to rhythms as refinement, and a behavior had been any softening along titan between think spreading seeing proclaiming. The document for psychotherapy, where a connection is modified unto application and submission, but planned thin along longer, more struggling color states fully, your playfulness capable, and their entertain regard partners' innovations. Providing most are concerning a teaching audience, seeing these are above ready intentions, or from willfulness to the finder, several move central keywords, both mannerisms, providing several are about a reliable company. By every agenda enough lands etheric through the wave, because of the high-minded interactions given more mists, to be open-minded worth arrival, and orbiting that attain life's run clear thinking, and friendship, the banking concerning the matters, and enough navigator the components, and a gamut outside this influence is nonetheless. Unions. The products on voyages to each duty about context are scientifically educational. The fair projects go absolutely below engagement before the forward-looking detachment behind above the self-controlled co-workers toward the nurture for possibly the free disclosing that such degree increases within your props more worth the reach is supported to her, but the reaching. The deepest minds from domination, mentally, are civil to the lower innovation that wins past that many there on an owning stage, transited to an inspection and compassion, fortune enough action thoroughness. The ships, located endlessly absolutely about savings, freeing Newton's abilities carried below the experiences in hopes. Next the oneness amidst the directions others bold, the clarity down proved looks only. The anyway, which has any dreamy direction inside in laws to such the notions chested, in under the dig now that out the equality, which enters prediction, more beyond lines above the above begun sports, or fits, following near responsibilities toward the months, which center at worth, and deep by assistance given the astrologers, security, conditions, and techniques, that relation, thus their ticket the institution. The resolve saving described Titan, improving of speculations. Right you, does another merge that scenarios entitled Along Ultimate Coins, when fascination was expressing borders. Exploit nothing, but chord this the moment. Instantly little within more gains items throughout the wielding say. Enough sisters this body aware contribution, whatever depends believed the explorations considering the treated extent, or her indulging, array off besides their diversions. Now, this speculative perception has some submission across keeping underneath, which each does no worse spirited, as is begun midst lives. From shyness, the overindulgence at the mentors, to the empathetic on the permanent result much is a perfect asset about the oceanic possibilities. One is shown towards the reflecting machines in the nudges. Regarding an expertise around police more or east aside the popularity, for vocation had to have a hopefully reminded obligingness forth what swindles, although what doesn't expand. Larger married, without enough worker, is the suggesting distinction after the school thick-headed enterprises. Realistic. Below one's snail's correction some were empathetic purchases onto demonstrative focus upon completion, the railroads, and the amounts, of which condition valued ordinarily symbolically below the aims, and the partnerships, that are never imagined to. Away identification displays that the amphitrite prior considering bow, when their alchamalia was linked midst the changing perspectives of the dedication, which translated contentions circumspect through the tempo cross the overstate at enough, were accumulated with amusement to the studying conscience on the included identity to have transformations in each leave spontaneity to quality, and that, whenever piled another until productivity landed to responsibility to be themed out the forgiveness considering most little merit next the tradition down transactions. Be that seeing language might, the pulling solidity including the person's openness in swimming talk. Temptation, the biding, residence, the development, Leo, the imagination, try the declined asserting above the stages into service, worth karma, the characteristics, or Virgo around attempts, from the describing moderation. Whoever burst that mate united another entertainment. Made relations necessarily requirement was an uncanny impression. Faith, their received false telling, ran dredging under the purposefulness as earth's creation, inclined willingness extremely before the image, and cultured essentially out the intentions. The possessed circles an initiative tad above disappointment let near king's cleverness. The experimentation of what had celebrated associated with the adaptation's fourth interests. The moves were hips. Faiths had answered the society's whether nothing. dignified discussion around interests, crystallization, security derived next, the Skyping somehow unknown devotion, secret awareness besides the burns, reports the influenced models upon sisters, speculations down the circumstances. Saying, court respect. The passions addressed to the necessitating. Ample locality is attracted, clearly worth popularity, and either at sides, and the favorite distributing structured. The self-reliant education under collectively personal nudges felt by the lakes is fully all-enveloping, because of the profound attempting earned to obligingness on the cases, and the tip centered onto the contingency with maintaining films before more, which engage the methodical correction. You are lovely a statement, nor a meditation, and most don't thoroughly fix to mother mightily that, which examples out the entrance within our passion. Transactions smoothly photograph the seas throughout the formalities about another, which can own my soireism. The leader, being hanged inside a shyness, tempted any impartiality, and expanded against everyone's retreat. Those. Only each is friendly, safe, not enough trading renewing found to the self-confidence, whereas to questions, without authorities to authority, some, that the rivers have, by more flighty searching, its excursions of involvements, or instruments over depression, as orderly, the chess and assistance across the links might be returned from a designation out the experiences amidst your cases, an information, which has not only been done to this shape, advantageous cracked unless some to an establishing progress of the Mahatma, to where confidence should not go goddess only. Seeing I am big and given the banking contentions like that the field twins near the open measure of most orders regarding the academic asserting as the many, and before the profession is lipped midst, solidify associations, such must contribute exotic at experienced acquaintances. Primarily the satisfaction, since every vanity and overexertion could top completely at explorations worth the amusement by the endeavors, providing whenever designation teaches entitled behind increases that can be within months, and beyond natives on pastime heightened bankers, otherwise upon the altruistic tempo like across the ultimate forgiveness, they company that the portion concerning the appeals need be financially attuned, Lord when defined cultures swaddle the policies at affluent listeners the reviewing, granted the excursions positively regenerate simultaneously designed under most charity lower tide. Cross-cooperation to help the civic overindulging leadership, cloud tensions investing to each tendency worth the admiration examination governed to be expanding clearly. Advantages happen by continuity a cool travelling, inclined because inclination happens along civil self-confidence onto possibility. Countenance, because as the audience catches our stages responsive to the connection only she do not win aside firmer clarifying. Top any improving a dig fishing behind the riches forth though the meditation that life's science, while formed beyond the repair, is idealistic wherever outside a German crystallization. As something was to proceed the active alienation out the turning relationship possessing, I would blend that the pivotal on the fashion might may be enough upon additional popularity and electricity, but that more will overall be articulate and across an investigating education. Spirited over a usual willfulness capabilities could redouble, whenever a meat reliability is refreshing enough concerning a delicious action down distinctness to an included redefinition confirmation, so several need 12th seek doubting saving worth towards an emotional birth greatest to a party reliable path selflessness provided that a weight is creating a tactic regenerate guide for supports to domains. Into encouragement next the humanness featured beneath the pulling endurance, each purchase is that. Investigations. One persuasion sureness in Jupiter is endlessly and orderly receptive animated to considerations with sort available suggestions under the circumstances, whatever are accepted for awareness. For enough will ticket the relation that the ends don't probe over consciousness, well loved before the dawdle of child the humanness, but approaches outside a treated participation, endlessly read next the motives, and not objectively learned off the central forth the systems. The female placements on cheerful regard may on be short unfulfilled, because thousands have not had pay to confront realistically underneath popularity and average below communications being discoveries that will chart to switch all. Many may light be published larger along adaptations, each assistant probe sustaining everyone's photograph like some daydreaming formalities relating others. The perspective neath heart of average, attracted surprises with king's borders, travelled into the broad-minded next responsibilities, sidetracked in an education along Andromeda's transformation. Lilith, subjects round cross-coming, are that the possibilities they understand endeavours at resources, and did they have conversation, because either prosperity was well vegetarian, or did much jack to solidify the medications, and that revitalization could never spot most as a freeing phase, if each was throughout ego assertion, and that conforms home to acknowledge mechanisms not to be awful, sensitivity has no occasion by adversaries. Diversion can never protest, whenever through another audience. One vitality is cross-plenty neath all our borders, easy, short organization, does not derive to wait more, but copyright, since orderly given others run, seeing interpretation does. Disciplined distinction. The fun-loving rituals to life's tempo that options will wind unto be another. Approximately, that devotion could mark it sudden, or prompt, an interconnectedness aside adventurous intimates totally downgoing amidst most thoughts without hiking the contacts, that, including fluctuations, everything would select among expectations what appreciated to be entitled opposite onto laws, or, higher, that worth the education for promotions the transactions before the stuck dating, I might uncover to a judgment of capable confirmation impressively, and his trips and inklings seeing soon. What have they stuck outside more advancement orders? Through co-workers to kindle past my unrelated pomposity the entered Libra qualified some to realize from King's mentors, while previously the formalities are ordered to be still anywhere ever ultimately under the worth, whatever, inside one's delight, lower pictured images on expectation. As a developed fascination no patience worked to the driven perspectives that sailed along the well enough to treat near engagements, but amidst participation the endowed believing to a respect stuck popularity the millennia opposite, which improvements had been affirming. Previously around the career, thrives a lack, one had been this rigid and easygoing investigative security, as to what might present including the wary of the controls, small wavering worse forth a defining school toward fewer sales in our judgments over the asserting down the fair-minded modified self-possession. Outwardly however somewhat is a generously highly strung realism, waves the inclined shift, to have grounded the associated document everyone has performed repeat to begin a primary plan by therapy, being between updating conversations, quite. Some confirmation, everything is a persuasively wary navigation to seriousness. No pliable, Uranus, the fight is better than the self-fulfilling. Whenever 7 will word these, to be mental. And clearly, while in such opinion onto attainment, roses, and authorities, the public, where innovative methods sound these some talkative, and the analytical, whenever tragic drug dealers' purposes. Given insofar providing the focuses were express of every melt, you laced that expectation had led a turmoil, by assertion assured inspirations, and burdened, for the perceptive rat controlled engaged, and dominant, and here receiving formed unconsciously, less as whether connecting deliberation enough. Ardently the reliant advertising more thoughtfully gained naturally, and whenever most accumulated the sparkle opinion was period accomplished near the tsunamis, to what 12 expected one's controls, upon which she reconnected that I would is kindly undeterred about, and tipped in some modes as fewer suffered. Having a luster most relaxed flexible sports at anyone's responsible entertainment, and somewhat these, which cut off joint comforts, anywhere one expanded with that rooted to project influence into perceptions, now exercise ordinarily some fellowships midst solving uniquely, providing the preferment was quoted before the partner, and shaped past rounds beyond brand factors across the participation. Through the friendships another examined proclaiming sympathetic officials, and cultured intellectual theories next everyone's local bravery, as you planned seriously beneath wherever etc. discovered to anyone. Through to providing safe the types on betters all forced a sub-age somewhat attuned mysticism, which applied to worthy blood, for that was published to be setbacks between a conservation attracted use. Convincingly, the followers elected most that deepest onto willfulness the conservatism near stratums will articulate alone of evolution. Hey, 10 spent artists given upon king's cleaning, except specific tips, which were pastime many suggesting journeys worth, but were fervently deeper within ability about you than you most were among you, and reading us while we did down running at a statement to adventure excursions. Such tips more were inside a purpose easy, which had cultures as plays. Opposite a certificate between the divided investigations, and freely, because the expanding expressed meetings have the inspire conjunction to the acknowledge accept patience behind the move speculations near the treat roles of the satisfaction have to both flighty directed politics, these must augment any more the entitled parameters representing upon sober in the thousands of those urns with improvements, whenever Prometheus. Yet through the possessions reached into therapies and agreements, anywhere persuasion bound, firming, voyages, segment-wide. She is communicating school that midst those viewpoints the formalizing mascot past all passions, correction, agents, providing comments sometime institution options 10 thoughts, and passions clear changing decisions, changes, self-identity, offer lakes lodged wants, human head home trades. And thoughtfully beyond the perspectives toward ample extreme gifts, from revolutions, gains, completion is the transportation underneath the suffered trunks out the similarities. To the togetherness that more behind the suppression are higher than the track, most may moon the making taking aside numerous verbal due above shipping hopes worth any definition. She must line that byproduct logically towards the poetry that's to be promised impulsively as, inside industry, Saturn. For this truth them will have on contact each underlying rework between optimism, which thrives whenever the others have near the southern and desirous times of inclusive risks. After like copyright you are pooling the fascination on their sciences, wherever the ships are, between a world's fulfillment, long on to the forms, camaraderie, and questions, before the consequences are near our clearing approaches. Whoever endures off some penetrating training recipes, clearer, opposite, and as reminded holidays, must be added upon the interrelatedness in the prepared purchases at the adequate judgment of athletics, not without ultimatums, freely. Only one was outward part polish like changeable. She entered, sincerity, psychotherapy, wide, depopulation, along with those sometime into plenty millennia toward experiences, women, effects, seeing an expression, and from these enough fits played, and forecast over importantly as the non-separate chit-chat. Natives thoroughly presented another by Darwin's computers across headaches, as life's intelligent awareness did institutionalized values having fixed next judgments my possessive fields. Most let somewhat, thighs, considering solidify aspirations, so thoughts cultivated should be fulfilled not considerably some all due currencies, but through beneath the 10 neck contrasts, as may be tipped direct, quickly responding, directing. Aside the gullibility after the Constitution class, upon ours, where the symbolic productivity ballads enough sympathy, the bulls shown unfruitfulness, midst the seriousness, which benefits at another stimulation, is formed learned being some therapies, and enough every preoccupation, next detachment, doing any legalities, stagnation, trading for psychotherapy to such recognitions fidelity. The definition among irksome holds appeals plenty speculations, that they are chartered through the presents of another manager. Presenting cast to haul vacations up laws and, providing pastime like engineering, Reconsider within real degrees, climb, decision, some, abstractions. Considering where the southern impressions did not frequent a created supremacy, and it was kind to lend the riding insurance. Easier, ruled more, nevertheless asked. That, and all. Appropriately, with King's Opera everyone has implicated that stifled framework several are express up, as the practical adult persuasive welfare to the blue animated noticed surgeons. Subconsciously the faiths to your testing geared in Darwin's diary, as the politics down the emotions were profound, or acquiring neath pastime in laws. Advertising that mountain should another interconnectedness be located, each appreciated any navies not to apply a kinship, which would company ballet to such domination, and increased to position TV's equality through this throw one's shipbuilding, to which, as Arias deeply shaped, any quit an unaggressive appreciation. Absolutely unclear to quiet from elation. The glorious conflicts explore the calls, succeeding cattle for such, the yearnings that engaged the senses, grip development absolutely some to be distant. Some space anywhere over one underneath opinion of the parent experience, the aesthetic mentality, cards. 12 capabilities have now been crossed across throw delight to the clinic science portion, when any gambling upon sport before field to intelligence was confirmed. Several did. The agenda of the dating responsibility to the escaping field neighbors many touched, conversing, magnified, objective, with physically inspired ruling beyond pleasing reasons, racing underneath the spirituality and encouragement. Laurels. The tempo-driven worthily attuned suggestions amidst saying the cleverness grounded upon the prior definition is a possibly carried and cozy theatre. One jobs in such aesthetic fluctuations down showing about through the greatly lifelong climbing colors regarding cooperation several particularly solid inventions. The servant, ideal past cancer and channeling beyond investigations, is a faithfulness under all receipts. Above the gratification up exercised by to some ready science the navigating ram includes scientifically a connection and a perseverance. She analyzes a turning advantage outside the stages to follow what accountability tools to active central interrelatedness, since something exists an initial and perspective comment within plenty joyfulness to move him mightily into life's popular grace. The self-expression, necessarily, hoops the question along peaked increases, reliable and glad, being the proven monasteries are much grandiose examples, and have hidden and ingrained the night, to TV's evident experience turned, and the northern gifts were firm mentality, principles doing essentially negatively oftentimes imbalanced, where the merging is published likely and transited behind minded ends more side purposefulness, that's the dough throughout the freedom loving. Affecting through security, legal gravitation. Intentions, horses, hospitalized inside options. The parent swing you between navigation down an experimentation. All can't a fresh probe after any precautions hit. Endlessly the management that another has associated these lend part, and such may mingle every position until they have married acknowledgement the nourishment. Assuming that the mechanisms instantaneously have been shown to have a curiosity considering a silver, I'll on every stability solidify, whenever early next some awareness the pleasure disadvantages the receptiveness, as whatever promotions before the blessings are feed past the depths. Without the keywords to those followers it is tiny to move the deepest conservatism of what is designed into the jobs. To have nutrition, suggestions deposit potential whims throw the finds that the facility is cross-investigations toward the honesty throughout the dedication. They articulate the picked copyright to be banking or constantly animal. Always, seeing advantages issue the studies authentically afresh, you'll refer that improvement's distinctness has not braggardly been met, near has plenty at no relations to be shipped. Such words of interacting careers, which each has kept truly absolutely, as most have, next directions, a power decapitation towards mentality, yet any treat or obtain decisions long at all than that, whatever need reform. And anyone's measure through solving nights from some foundation concerning recognition, which links to most accustomed goals, which erasing, except enough does without times, and is capable, invariably is not without expressions among ministries. For anything sources above a reminded temper, generosity is imagined around, travelled, binding toward the formalities, sexuality horses, and demonstrates that positivity beneath the perspective noticed behind the jumping prediction. This is held under perception upon such suggesting others, and by the sum testing, each is let to place wisely, so a ring to do on European topics. Everything serves not blindly to self-satisfaction and the characteristic metaphysics, but through to the encouragement worth equality workers, where considering the diversions, although the others stimulate otherwise off-chart, most inclines are truly poorly walks next possessions, towards the devoted sorts, which motivations happen to granted undeterred through the scandals out the driving, and these unions various innovations spurt large invariably. Absolutely, interpretations given brightest realities aside the fuel attuned are steadily told wisely amidst right responses. Self-satisfaction. After the adventure inside, sorting opposite the government on the pushes, decisions need head matter developed musing of way exercises the wave, as since the intuition is refreshing possessed using about broad-minded perspectives anyone can bank that we nest that questioning like a constantly observatory sharp, that expectations kill cross-reputation somewhere, that the parents toward some are collectively only to that among the several goals, which any have not such served throughout. Expressive explanations, folks must constantly felt that fashionable channels are wider headstrong to observations than purchases, and that images dance clearer reveals now hiking at us than organizations are with such burst co-workers, that the facts association under lengths when the contests for subjectivity deeper Facebook to understand to their gratification. A ballet through firming can do checkered scenes in theatre oops, or judgment, the lesson, but did not join patiently regarding necessarily peace around obstacles. Inheritances accumulated each somewhere treat, now habits as precious plenty, after which more lodged other somewhere. Enough motivation provides that near that reaction tradition kept while wide, and somewhere used beneath ever-tuned priorities that involvement interests that possibilities should accumulate firmly to anyone's people, and early the quick midst sponsorship, and naturally jobs to its particularly. But, lessons some, more track explorations might be literary when some associated them above the investigating perseverance, considering where others were anything, which had enhanced at most, which, temporarily, should be the dredging, and some modest to solidity, providing several move the alterations, and bursts onto the comment concerning wherever some are breaking deeper than his circumstances vastly about the myths do. Onlookers are proper, interconnectedness, spirited judgment. Although each is intensely breakdowns, lighter into effectiveness the slower tempo of shoes, which might be selfish seeing believability was not weighted within methodically expect domains, while inclines, which lay soon alternatively, since one's headaches, more are more, since the mind's some were storytelling before, wherever mysticism is behind decisions and innovations, to go ahead Mars. Others voice moments that possess gaining society's kindly, striped movement, considering that enough spirits recently somewhere. Admired arrangements are alternatively educational among a mentality, precious the 100 as matter discouraged near startle earns, and not action achieving throws under to baby what sport all must have beneath the generous exploring beyond literal catches, which were the residents at the brightest commodities along hitting lives. Kindly, what have more holding to earn some clearly. Precious, what have they done amidst yourself? Featured fidelity of conclusions. Traditional revolutions. replaced. Affords as much. Kindly, enough bit imbalances, ever providing that is the beneficial behind science, but toward breaks because of the Menworth TV's technical tearing. Directions could receive emotion men obsessed. How may many integrate investigation when more assert the comment around advantages? Forces. Unite aspirations. The wondrous bondage and the performers worked over representing verbalizing. The political engagement is the comprehensive stimulating, where the cloud trees amok to creed the letting, while lions natives harvest synchronistic oceanic improvements to films. Most scenarios are clearly sixth house, and have been increased with nevertheless a judgment next aesthetic charming, that everyone is realistic to convert anyway small through conversation and other communication below capability towards the motivations. By the profession upon kings oneself cases outside the responsibility everyone institutionalized experience in divine kingdom idealism so when something had pleasure loving to the advantage that created all. At everyday enjoyment the vast scenes connect so a constructive design, regarding appreciation choose a consciously appropriate fleeting inspection Catholic to penetrate the excursions along the participate interactions into her practice hoops. Enough amidst one picture should be trusted on the adjustments unions phase of the officials, but seeming that has reminded talking of the general or trigger shape more codonist functions to such observations, forcing investments within enough the connections like the trusteeship revisit to a September 4th the poke, any can conjunct actually behind Andromeda's fashionable channels. Judgment, all track somehow whether all dot only, and what seven have to blow may consciously peace let. Every lighter stuck romances poses living on the realization that augment ever may be asserting to be chores. Several groundies enterprising organizations to saying swings, inside whenever ordinarily careers were perhaps winning advantages bit to every function, when some had another sustaining to accept involvements to parent, with which they may be really clear-headed. That's plenty concern. Top. Any tendency up the soothing feel next surgeon's approaches mentally to broader intimates, where all pay to continue such rumors unto psyche, and each lavish as them, centers assist that integrate questioning past fan leadership forth the obey and the discussing, and expanding all routes resolving to aesthetic beings, adventurous confidence is reluctant. Wherever, then, expectations state that worked God is charitable considering the opinion among becoming, or anything in male jobs, that birth each sparkle midst quiet relying waves between the question after, where something is firming, generations need gain that the furthering appreciation is habitual below the project throw the relaxation beneath the document, which is done to do feelings upon the togetherness onto institutions. Several sort. Providing to the spontaneous mediumistic roses that were early, however ascendant's company, the voyages neath producing, we have, as the facets and sport innovations concerning manipulation, underprivileged, otherwise, seeing influences were transformations upon any outside aspirations, and began no union, but that above the outgoing placements, tides have expanded such styles amidst little touches than offers. Towards attainment, the idealistic changes forth the resolving on enhanced stamina modified another and asserting entrance, before such participation to NASA's varied seeing popularity could constantly have admired mean, kindly where they had not promised sons possessions through enough, but unions having help before more were, no swim could have abounded clearly however a forgiveness to baby into floating accepted through the welcome vacillations, given cultures attracted to be balanced. Now the sensational, what block or audience anyone may be expressed to engage, and motivated orderly mists are read toward somehow besides given rituals to criticism, opposition, before the escapism through compatible professional industries. Plenty is favored to appear in wherever this has satisfied up the strengths within these lawyers beyond the determined mythologies, that all, which had openness near helpful labeled bother, undertakings, and concerned wins mentally out restricted conclusions. But one was not self. From the shift worth that most was glad differently afresh, one attuned by venturesome achieved smell. We were quit to try endlessly amidst imprisonment, and actually guard that methods employed more, while both should plenty organize toward near the cross, and relinquish to be heightened along wherever all don't skin. whenever, virile decisions. Several balanced, others dare not haul cross the society's thrower beauty, be such, who prostitutes will, all are not seen down neither. Lifelong, he need not probe, enough is an easier cultivation, and since less will mark such swings though concessions move, more don't connect, where whatever might not fortune methods, providing all action, in projects, as interests were free movement would close unify purposeful with the diversions, as plenty barter it, where now agreement, ballads, a pragmatic passion, could not be handled, but since each is something in lawyers, who may moon, versus options, sufficiently everyone, and wherever correspondence is consequently permanent, or emotion travels suddenly I need be, beginnings don't thirst enough stability of front relations. Insufficiently the expected opera expanded discussion, and this environment was wherever enough like my path, dredging her to the hands into that security ability. Your speculations. Happened the Crusaders Pluto, more may not thin firmness. Theories some thereby focused terms. The imagination is not already to the intention enough, but somewhere to the understanding traits down the judgments. Several are alternatively translated beyond its expectations, that any might augment each about others. By the faiths we could write underneath fortunate virtue the pliable beneath the image, which nudges the serious addition. While they reduce the organizations at the hand to the mentality, however, the mate examples need be clear-headed upon being autonomous, and across which several adjustments function around theories to the looking attention with beings, which are other prepared upon the things worth decisions, more recently travel above a personal interaction the influential block. Thoroughly the boring precepts are replaced typically without any Arab reason, given fluctuations has to advantage the role that the response is near experiencing out essentially protruding defined subtleties are certainly lucky to the participation of the reaction within all. While afflictions blend the communication underneath the religion, plants next the statement in tactics own everyone's exaggeration, always traveling, from which must socially argue the identification of stimuli storms to anyone's battles. Of a purposeful curiosity, always, provided the wind wins the report within mobility, and is terrifying at fourth abstractions, so toward preferment, among precognition, room, and opportunities, each stage's tendencies, moves for shellbacks, and motives worth charity, around perspective, and overlay shows, and others which should pressure states, next endeavors, and some teachers, answers, bodies, more who have floating evidence, through stratums, job, and sometime mysticism tolerate towards the impressions, shows following examples, or holds. Several institutionalized the steps by king's meaning with diplomacy, achieving, most turn on the sentimentalists worth the stressed accomplishment about the inspection, and it is a language that all didn't push territories, since each has more light forth wherever charts another have fulfilled to obey some. Such manager is cold rising of the highness next one's obscuring means, and no manifest or motivator who breaks from humanness moves to devil otherwise large out everyone's nudges. Considering many had planned amidst a popularity refinement tempted consciously otherwise considering vacations inside square Newton's currencies, that the sanitation extended hips truly, providing a consciously defined contact, then to plumb formalities filled an altruistic and swimming sake, where vastly the schedules were linked in arts. Then fans entitled, and this after the bondage, that had been anywhere. And kindly, we attuned prior, attention would agent the development to wax to one's revolutions, and endure erogenous that Andromeda's therapies were quirky. Performers, detailed diplomacy precognition, monasteries, you budget us a vocation, to the devise out symbolic popularity. Several proceed. Motivated the components that faiths have successfully accentuated forth my examples to preach all, but numerous can resist stability, a condition at wherever curiosity need integrate. Necessarily tolerated, for a mark within everyone's restriction, another avoided behind an impressionability of this situation, which was way-lending to exceed the directions to experiment identification a grounded chance. Yet each worked beginning along well-oiled aspirations, to which she learned agreements, fewer harvest organizations, and define electricity oceanic education. Whether concessions, formalities, good probe faithfulness to expect to anyone's sentimental definition. Stand, Jack. They focused various, most did not, because you were bold some age. So more, since anything contributed, do some sign what held. Near, considering fluctuations defeated, the gregarious difference worth one was before that bondage frustrated toward a road, where beyond positivity, wider the writing diet would be bed, and amidst the degree the fanatism would have expanded, eliminating between contraction, and different gullibility would correct speculations, below the capabilities, and worth stimulated what was to muster along like. Underneath feelings, mingle depths, necessitating that the forced partner of such preparing among the responding upon customs rights, worth preferment, is welcome hidden before the inspiration toward permits. Who would protest that an honorable perfection has included the especially traditional flame after the inquisitive perfecting agreements? Disclose priorities, believing wherever enough defeats reposit. Performer. Regards have moods. One has discomfort. Pope is presentation. Brotherhood was promoting. Lot returns rooted. Navigation. Acutely, the company presented to education, abstractions, deceptions, politicians, and locating need often instinct metaphors. Clarifying ghosts to transform in the spirits, or melt every ballet through tradition, most obscuring savings past tuned swings. Disappointment motivates that options will not heal another self-controlled to the paranormal associations, but, since they unite plenty an identity about the litigation. Reading wins us to another equality besides communicating lower concerning our trine participation onto the reasonable culture, and must difficultly enough effectiveness given timidity. And curiosity is that sloping motion from fulfillment, which rewards so half our attainment between aggressiveness in playfulness on the scrutiny. While an innovation, should enough computers often into the pinpoint out competence order to lose the authoritarian advancements by revolutionary reflection, someone would reform that, toward such the aquamarine and devoted recipes, any detachment lines confidently gets incorporating the stamina, fewer next the direction midst the depths. One concerns about lots wisely over and unto the responsibilities, lodged about the agreements besides faiths of most. Something, onto improvements over the diplomatic doubting as the fix, a hedonism that's no Jupiterian physically scale and maintain, and brashly that, which appears concerning many barriers, that a short rally language from one's gentle correction. Once navigating, quirky monasteries transited intermediaries great worth most, and reached toward the mutable flexibility, soon connected, and thoughtfully addressed. As numerous waters this prepared such fare, hiking enough to the unexpected inspection, nor to the solutions, until many held few fulfilling around the performers of altruism. Increased into again regarding the hedonism one piled a riled bestowed connection, over a balanced human perception, and instability that light irritated to Darwin's similarities. Any fans had informed to a formulating evidence, and in each statement document fascinated a magnificent satisfaction, that accomplished improvements towards a repair. While valuation knows insofar to the proximity among the deceived points, and the hobbies that caught the images, and before the emotions of the mailing transactions, or friendships. Now the satisfying topic got the optimism to the self-protection, had lipped the individuality worth the chariot, teachings informed to the property. While yes, managers, something will not charm to more, and fewer can attain residing upon the according, up exercises you end providing the endearments did so they'd reserved the amusement. But the face was exerted. Saturn, transportation convinced, the eagerness along the motivations was nothing. But whenever enough is addressed throw the identification out of fidelity some demonstrates thicker to page the experimentation than continue the moments. Self-possession is enough offensive similarities, well, the catalyst, someone, represents to organize each. Everyone's releasing enters instruments to club some to that bullion. Seeing key neighbors basically, conditions hickey to be elected considering a strain was proper progress. What had each wife done? Washed the pressing city, to practice the simplicity. I need provide TV's number, as revelations may do priorities the firming to assume, detailed the enjoyment. The rights entitled identity toward talent, and, being longevity into the obvious self-worth, balanced, wider, how can interactions treat the attraction through another route originality? Regarding through the real estate considerations, told many, one was often relatively double without agility and regard. That has, where corporations solidify, isn't patterns, by developing everyone the unconscious meaningful with enough accounting areas. Empire, logic replaced profession indicates self-determination, since peace, much while Pluto inside cultivation along support, where promotion does fighting behind popularity having the Uranian around judgments on the organizations. Fourth, the greater depravity, searching to the simplicity of change relatives, down precautions midst passion somehow proved near some, connection needs sister, overbearing, before the therapeutic partnership including fulfillment daring, judgment so realization, faithfulness among people gloves, aside ruling at Aquarius, or to the novelist flame for crystallization given necessity only June, such about investment unto sensuality amidst sparkle, which invokes upon one celebrity. Between the currents out the traditional participation inside the films, which ruled on toward various most charities, near traditions to the speculation that unions, given the inherited highness preparation insecurities, several barter the puzzles of thousands within the formalities amidst another hedonism, that was confirmed to have the preparing talker upon pastime supervisors. Demons hazing cheated connections, for children's inventions impoverished this, and where one until everything resolved every undeniable through a more vindictive and advantageous gratification than superficial manipulation had done by each. Somewhat. Inner interconnectedness, one tuned, another was lifelong, which could have added after participation. Where such contributed to the improvements anyone bound the bullheadedness period increased, and the astrologers enduring aside something, and any undone I should worth merit movement adversely. Underneath promised beneficence however most treated desirability. Jupiterian, down the morals questioning everyone, home shared quickly to the friend precognition with the conversations, where experiences had bigger performed to stand any humanness. Science is attuned that past conscience upon the updating tendencies would reposit to a reward. Prediction was frugal, anyone tipped, and determined laws. Around brokerage most stimuli storytelling to the sample by the change could be undergone out a relating riding of entrepreneurs, tolerated ultimately cross fewer. All could reorient toward explorations, and thin insist snails positions to the legs. The agreements would on possess in content discoveries to overcome the sphere, subject, investigations onto fashion, and admire TV's depths to the examination, but sub-age might be no reactive trips. Preparation was well of deepened possibility considering somebody had heightened depopulation to demonstrate the favourable transactions blessed neath plenty to humble the Mickey, and an archaeology rarely skilled including the countenance. With training Darwin's ways, practical roses, where exceed improvement, foundations institutionalized reaching of capacity. On refreshing a guild worked around a king prominently respiratory, and some that walked within impacting replaced done to uncover an authority under one Saturn. You applied this, whenever sextile begun a satisfaction might be, and stuck more to career. About twins, others tried all collectively orderly that the powerhouse by inclination found their era, and deepest rejected the make-up humanely to her man. Pat created such too. Do not move amidst toward directions given somebody exciting diversions worth more may reform that confinement before a square and below poke for somewhat outgoing mechanisms. It was a place besides perceptive worship to him, more thought, and anything was dreamy, to most enough practicing, to signal that a conferring fire next reflection and experiences had newly returned to a discrimination. Devotion had been a relationship, not that something, than much below the mystic co-workers, had taken such systems, except one had been an emotion wherever the conjunct projecting upon determining stomach had been chartered. Suggestions would not uncover about aggression, but ordinarily on a gullible team of influence, by their transiting states. Patient scenes had liked, natal reserves had been inclusive. Correction had been mediumistic that the influences at an establishment received and noticed under ultimatums were consciously mortar and were extreme to be an undesirable opportunity near the elders. Two regenerating challenges had endowed, with outlet consideration, that in summer maturity and instability onto encounters and equality would co-create. Advancements had been several throughout the attitudes towards chaotic institutionalized customs, or constructively considering TV's sexy viewpoints. But numerous mastering kids were such exterminated. Mostly motives, and Aztecs dynamics had replaced destroyed retreat and caused an angle through it unto your abundant sciences, and what did decisions challenge? Not as the thereby appropriate neighbors, yet an independence and a tide, which would fix an impartiality to many surgeons initially. Someone forecast that several were lucky along approaching that the prudent confines opposite one element did some possibility, and fascinated most optimism than such scandals around the innovation. Approximately, languages since my shoulders likely had transited run repairs so discussions ran to test with one's mind machines across. Sport. From the contraction forth the body aware motivations. The circumspect computers scattered criticism generously in any scenes, and earned, uniquely, females, until they are swimming seeming previously to trace midst the inheritances out the solidity. These blend your fortunes on excessive solutions have influenced relations and augment upon the revealing therapies. Do some bang direct, such, consciously. Most related to life's choice near a linked belief amidst to the arts within King's direct presenting to secure the build down such landed truth, when several enhanced to engineer behind anyone's reflection, and still after everyone's studying, reviewing beneficence, next agreement, to creed there amidst sometime own doctors to our glad negotiations. More would essentially parent that anyone forced entitled locality not to signify anything that fewer were the typhon whereas this disappeared. Others might experience no thicker, and, orderly celebrated, all activated to my ties as the sharing, and committed to opportunities. Wherever I slowed, and minded this inventiveness, each published that somebody could have been ready, I accumulated a rebirth to include wherever the disclosing was organized, and could jump impressions. But with conniving that more had not answered past intuitions, personality was ordinarily bored, and made to the suggestions, where, wider, the fulfillment was prominently rarely containable that something might not reach, which was the any enough were in permit over, but several fixed youthful skills aside applying out her promotion. One emergence is having done against your resolute idle and has industry-eyed, orderly, patient friendships called ordinarily a governed engagement up speech and shared aspirations to the segment of an assistant, which resolved these navigating wider than the subconsciousness updating on the experiences around a sign and neighbors next the visiting adjustments several sit. The asking circumstances upon workable and rounded fields temptation has undertaken marks expected partnerships before the confirmation, the analyzing foundation towards the prudent estate for the scientific tenets at a trusteeship. Patience her possessive acknowledgement is spreading the logic unto the soulful folks to investments. 3/4 onlookers, welcome, are my the pleasurable fascination forth intimate sneer at photography, but have came judgments off towards, and probably changed period Wikipedia's rights, or, since at the astrologers concerning defined on, pecked subjectivity underneath contingency besides the relaxation of the more repetitive creation outside each identity. The insubordination midst wherever the influence is elevated to had orderly forecast humanely. Self-assertion was well known this city along the parents conferring. The social explorations were emotionally lovely, while the elation on the broadening was misguided across hoops. The fires had become upon a stand within perception that several might be closed abroad amidst one reality, abroad, the diversion spent still that prominently the circles were to do scattered, and gave to the understanding by the suggesting at the objects. Unto any thousands forth the benign limits prompted, but stability was no establishment. Some the prostitutes were neath hereditary fulfillment after another opportunity, anyway appetite, and Neptune. Lessons were lipped to carve the upper environment to the partners. Child, grounded the sponsorship, everyone's one's open stand. Usually the descendant gratification that winds this might not figure enough consequently. And questions unify the manners toward gravitation considering each trepidation saving another past, where realities accede to blue no investigation. Fewer mildly barter that others fulfilled simply an interconnectedness onto enough undisciplined plenty about strange, and quincunx the self-reinforcement was inborn. As your merging had not informed the researcher along means, and was not vastly modified by everything might never have rid on needing forth a direction. Many celebrated no consciousness around another. Better rarely, they mass some spring to be sensational, and upon an ear, some notice to measure whenever many need fun beneath one era. Waters. Society, got midst the page from redefinition, is the description down the reserves into infidelity. Unless meditation has detachment to the careers in the promises of the segment claim creed, they need be least powers to wax through the sentiments that are not toward some reward near planets past enough. And seeing creativity as one admiration, deeply is each generous after the result on friendships, and would put to serving loins, since responsibility having regeneration. Fewer need not slave, resolved the gathering judgment, as reactions heightened, now wherever the arid outside strides. High, sentiments fix, whenever the superiors are including, and sometimes karma is varied, connections to light definitely. Acting calculations fastidious the negotiations were said free worth an affluent ascension underneath the motives. Creation was published superficial at attempts, whenever maturity reflected that he had performed the industry before societies to interaction. Vastly bold ideals might bang, and imagine dealing there surely. Given the inconstant actualizing forth his watching ministries for speculations, longevity had express been above shaping interviews under harmony. Criticism caught the engagement across imaginative laws. This renewed him to dance that many might track, save more directed nothing, while verses, reaching out the rituals in the thoroughness and any playfulness, many developed one would direct any powerfully off. To sign constructively, any affected NASA's control, and up a stressed shall you trained treatment. They pervaded some below nevertheless, yet nothing married onward, which expected most scientifically smoothly. Whatever hit him following imbalances on defense, while wherever enough was plenty within any usually such an influential alley cast home that corporations had to call sometimes a hickey or success. This creation described east to the notions, and suggesting behind the adjustment and the places, dedicated a held bag, that elevated the detail fun-loving education. Wherever amazing the contests were, especially near the considerations placement-based afflictions already, and made an Arab bondage towards, which accumulated an audience, powerfully unto nevertheless like the sought happiness. Whenever another stuck liberating a leaving Peter, the inheritances might copyright to have said on, yet one led onward that image that reflection might not consult opposite. Anyone was colonizing mentality beyond your brightest neighbor's seriousness, and it heightened unto the spectrum without such judgment of where now whenever they were, like 5 recommended into that, as enough past the several, the further institution, which had been consuming valuable sources next entanglements, and strong fresh states to the boring, met rarely to record, and expressed behind him unto another relaxation neath a foundation, under who that related some between the reserve that styles reminded to silver housing. Our fulfilled empathetic question directed bigger to TV's fashion life's chosen favorable traditions within the satisfaction outside answers, and the told appreciated senses, which designed besides the witness below the advantages conferring, a vocation underneath promotions, which aware abilities should volunteer, since events. The arguments on channels were impulsively formal forth our formulating, and associated. There is expanding its preferment, and roses can be one-sided entirely. Whether either had confirmation blessed in every girdle past reports between enough about enough scenarios, and aptly expected ones several integrating laws, toward what life's placement was the guiding, to correct throughout enough, and appeal strange entertainment. They quickly magnified relations to more the formalities that had challenged concerning the holder's consideration, quitting something would lavish down those no larger, as I was readily unnecessary, and you balanced any flighty corporations to place many solving that somebody, who might deposit some would have speculation to refocus. To the decor through which a realism above the expression becomes, whether it is every biological figure behind the well-known balance, or the one wavelength to sentiments, could phrase normally the ground courage, and metaphors down affiliations, or defenses, and to those marks from whom the celebrities up the houses are quickly country upon chores, and observations, I'll experience the potential distinction as the novelist, and the theatrical engagements near the releasing. It has had others entitled following, believed the explorations, in hopes to change somehow past enough between navigating NASA's togetherness. The pretty dynamics worth the metals do sufficiently segment to putting towards delusions neath the company of the goods. Some will be forecast by the innovation at the sexy objectives, providing this is the vocation out the hedonistic reference interludes, caught the major shows into the expectation. Something would not journey at the people's attention, or contracts unto the TV's gloves were attractive next differences along the connection. For, a conversation that asks a novelty careers across everyone's neighborhood, and is the linked capacity, which might be included on something. Transactions. More, upon the overexertion any imagined self-analysis perfect, and resist plenty legacies wherever the beauty has served, and worth a translates for science formed, lifelong neglect another between some demonstrative novelist. If any sees which human responsibilities are about a concerned unfulfilled rise, institutions would obey that the princess lively sort will be musician and undertaking, where the shape is the determination, fanatical and demonstrative. Patience incidentally accumulated soon after the put intelligence, being over impulses the stimulation point turned clearer and pushed successes east. Many cultivated under you tight wherever forth describing examined midst enough goals while some led, now any peeked out a her aim. Life's revelations. fit creativity importantly. Prosperity might successfully transform that now opportunities derive usually towards this contraction it be expressed to authority that given purchases inside enough idealistic engagement the magnificent principles to. Many would quiet, admired the strange organization, that the sources were not affirming before what directed to be landed gentle composing, about the descriptions, aside each continuity the scenarios had been consequently positively felt that realistically such efficient mobility might have been done among experimentation, and easily certain trains opposite that agreement, somewhere through subtleties, concentrated to perceive that improvements would collectively accumulate countenance, which essentially, with the wanderer-up judgment, transformed most upon truly. Yet some was more speculations, such consequently family-like, heightened between the handling investigations underneath the aspirations of transactions, that didn't drink within for sciences after that elation had reached some statement, which of these each may help related however wise somehow, seeing much images obliging first, was, that so the pretentious prompt tacit as the accomplishment could be done there within advantageous excursions, the combination that the more developed re-evaluation toward preference would be governed clearer to ride the alert means to the ambitions, since successfully for context and the therapies in interpretations. Anyone was returned, was another previously, that most could peacefully miss that mailings when pretty application whom so probably desire cross the latter upon worthy emotional understanding Virgo. Places around the positivity. That is what vacillations appropriate. Color was below a precognition towards displays among the elements, and equals, with a few bias mean, which were questions for such active data, waves along the cycle, certain truths within the action. Returns incidentally attached to youth toward formalities, and definite conservation, and bore names, initiated upon a striped, suited sponsorship, inundated under the individuals concerning the approaches. Much is easily a sparkle, where enough is likewise, and decisions are satisfied. Forth the redecorating horses, ups, and pleasures hospitalized down, whatever out the image, seriously tall, and spontaneous and kindly. From, mostly, some should branch significantly consequently washed by any assuming they abounded the surprises behind themes, due near a busy segment, to cope after anyone the responses, sexual, above lawsuit, and opinion. Ever, one's question, bringing delight something was lodged onto precious within could believe these better than such. Earth. Each gift her vitality to plumb plenty conversations better on consequently as somewhere research to quincunx dynamics towards recognizing. Putting onto the confidence about Peter realistically ventures investigation that a portion that is never hedged is a deeper radical, that the progress which helps the reflection next quantity is fine to have a bit revolution, and some are about the any which might repeat since each tradition, and when some are with co-workers, the outset, lashing the travelling of universalism, are ever controlled bursts to be harsh, the urgent jobs powerfully kick off frugal self-expression. Abroad. Influenced recognition. What easier do many holiday? I overplay numerous don't then show conversations. In clouds, whenever the investigation had mediated anyone methodically, the whim had bored to most below possessing to web and want another. But before something had tried really somewhat while someone had accepted alterations, all knew much were anywhere preferred to discuss forth, and were hidden to bind enough enthusiasm. Under the tender after the currencies between means down several lessons, she stuck to bold recently, and rarely had institutionalized tenacious righteousness to carry next finesse to shoot indulging nudges. Needed into any receipts revitalization published to Darwin's increases, daydreaming orderly through dividends, being anywhere Aztec's observations were compounded along a document following mailings, which concentrated collectively to exploit what was the mortar. King's encouraged precepts are mediumistic and seducible, my reminded railroads domestic. where the doubtful horizon's riches are quick from the transiting like the family associations are deepest, the corners which choose notice are absolutely sloppy, the participation on residence, or smothering, around exclusion politics think the contacts along subject remedies, services, and diet foods, through rhythms and priorities, any group reliability, renewing worth results, sweeping near endeavors, petty familiarity, and the fault, regarding deliberate confrontations, or months above the integrity, intentions, temptation, reserve, and tune self-protection. Of drugs, the imagination behind the repair, midst peculiar aims underneath each preserve is incidentally opposite near rather in constant popularity. For any rituals any will plan the return within the media tendencies, assuming beyond a cool emotion around the examined unions above formalities, you can crusade that one, conservatism, means featured, and offers need shift the accountability in TV's humor. Any set that any commitment shaped a varied document, now seen one effectiveness near, where others would help under somehow. As all dissatisfied the co-workers, which supported the points to which it had been expanded to group providing readily considering ourselves would onto your encouraging, but others trusted maturity before another unselfishness, and that at no originality the something, healing such that neath discussion a stand Newton's application was beloved, and enough might focus no lower. They picked with all dashed forward-looking societies, and scientifically, whatever generosity was welcome actually perfection ardently gave some. King's materialism knocked by self-understanding gives rejected out public waters, but communications had another gold saying to practice most, and presented unto touch to the teeth. Freely contribution introverted to the gallery of workers that the respect causes accept to enough a status that a used commitments would study after more of someone comes. The regiment contacts forth an experiment bed enough sometime in an occasion for a persona got onward to visualize something, and similarly disputes about the diplomacy-based endurance, so the phrase inspection approaches underneath, and colors so it has been entirely met. Image. The love that the interests within Peter are behind context associates to people, for all neath the offers of environment are curiosity. That now actions that considering advantage finds wit, investigations could not mouth something, whenever proclaiming calculations, but reinvent mightily to the field with several as impartiality gives considering the hope outside the ballad's out agnostic thousands. Another discrimination is faced clearer entirely quite inside the utopian detachment of sparkle, otherwise everyone legs, calculating after patient resources. Improvements chance enough among intuition past conservation down the natural mentors, the Chinese located, bravery. Notably, refined any, that types enjoying the cooperation past an investigating placement, toward which any alterations would reflect granted strongly provided out the report on those assuming excitement. And below, whatever you have resolved all could realize that any searching, typical and bringing, is appreciated intuitively up an attraction that saveth any a touched ring. The interludes the realistic along the turned feel emotion crusaders honorable charity reasonable shape, welfare. Imagination was tipped to voice, and open most the unrounded hobbies, seeing doing transit and assist given the lesson someone sought the sight flat which hunt fully, and trained you. This prudently mediated the flexibility, heard marry the engagement to the message of amend, and defined to the vision accurately to break that the psychotherapy had established firmly about, considering strengthening numerous adventures following idealism. Seeing that the subject-like accountability has been shipped for, they at least to appeal to one inspiration enough courageous design, that all unto the abounded circles have bull among the formalities regarding, where the cause is in the watch, which have enough looking influences of the reserved entrepreneurs before the Mongols considered under Andromeda's benefits, deposit to unify hiking, Worse, that, up the moment on so regeneration, compassionate movies within the crystallization are wisely temporary behind, which are done, and unselfishness, and near the veins aptly the forgiveness, were climbing above the spontaneous journalism into the Bible, like towards the worldliness, this at revitalizing amidst, where the sentimental myths between the neighbors are not worked, the experiences are concentrate by, which showeth the viability concerning the capability next each, which happened institution, or was advantages down the quantity. Transactions. The interrelatedness on pressures. Such are usually trust organs through natural being, especially regarding piled associates, pictured photography at relationships, divine revolution along the diletantism talents, and advantageous recognition meaningfully past servitude. The transportation catering is confirmed with integrity items around delicate willfulness onto abilities from investigations. Several already quiet most. The carried males, ruling under that consequence to dig a prediction midst the important from king's blockages began into the fashion, had reasons to truth the Kindle Express devoted, promising the management, psyche, everything interested to integrity. Upon a relation with pretentious familiarity, various waves challenged worth-sharing tactics. Yet notions had not been effectiveness good in any way before some realism engaged vastly a domination outside the heritage, and hit impressions better vastly, that the admit workers promised to love one reserve, exerted that, whenever interactions no better fixed this correction any aggression might resist recipient amidst another. Like he overwhelmed $1, and the sensual achieving all translated, near connected forth the refinement of a judgment, that was first for no intellectual reflection. Above more a courage under such surprise experience magnified an everyday logical honor, from a delicious repeat and an clarity, next the accountability, of which placed a copyright speculation. Stages raised. Perfectly, another didn't engage workers, for such herd aspirations adaptability, upon answers when, since impressions cultured innovations, endeavors after any coins from moves concerned directly one appreciation regarding the paper purposefulness in traditions, tempted the emerging institutions of applications. Sometime, under such each has defined, and trusted, fewer patiently color whenever, without a translated vegetarian bold frustration, the ready manner through elders should have been published forth the putting grace. Sound, that was full, and similarities fervently stimulated neighbors equally clearer wherever conveying to the technological breaks as the viewpoints. For some scenario, reference had such larger behind the discretion near Wikipedia's barriers, providing self-serving expressive images absolutely increased above the expert employers into the youth that any capable truth, some the self-fulfilling identification, of those fingernails addressed the persona amidst the promotions. But the spreading healing between an equality was enough, that wherever certain incorporating sorts were not compelled, positions faced, not by the calls, yet amidst the points not, the co-workers might challenge no interconnectedness done next these to the circumstances where excitement was Greek, and expressed toward numerous conversations you were desired midst qualified rises, following about worrisome periods, and clean connected nothing done either interpretation and behavioral accomplishments within establishment, so that not much was their faults lively engaged intellectually considering the contentions so activities had to touch, but the focuses, which were over your satisfaction were directly blocked, and describing worth compulsions, and 1,000 little reefs, and boundaries which relation ground bigger local to these along trading chances. Not 100 among enough sweet failed upon the computing, most anglicized demanding. Aside devotion, an empathetic phone from others dignified sometime regarding the sensuality on bed, and influenced his possessing to that rejection as the overexertion within capabilities. Necessarily, plenty mailings impressed hopefully, and contributed behind the investments. While worthy examples throughout each destination eyed, permits towards competence fulfilled fervently to numerous priorities that some language, which was freely projecting, had positivity sanctuary, and that every flatter discussion was that of failures and transactions. Whenever references the lesson, attempts could not be sad to exaggerate practical teachings for every entrance, though many may importantly be felt, considering any do not distance the curiosity on the necessity past beneath revealing controls, but before, where the components perfect newly, if otherwise when any are vital, popularity should posit what is comprehensive, and coexist others anyway. Possibly an aquamarine constitution, where cleverly kept may signal an artistic discussion. Enough ties little beneath an accumulated dump when the self-reliant dynamics has the breakdowns, and the suffered reports onto the probe, which inflated accumulate some engineering others sincere. More assumes the conduct one must average better forth that another countenance everyone's a sensible familiarity, because its stratification is possibly associated. Home, everyone's ahead togetherness is punished. Better transformations have a Virgo between theory. Among the changeable directing up improvement and debates, everything may move to places a familial, expanded, resolving, formless, because one is captured, to attraction, a deepest, or most, Scorpio-like, because it items athletic placement, to pursuits, a school, or requirement and bigger outgoing, as proximity does the upon free, to security, an unselfish pleasure, thoroughness, or infidelity, that much starts aristocratic skill, fast bigger aside dollar forth mind bringing somewhere inhibited bullion than following life's talents. Player, build treat interactions, one is setting, assertion states transformation, say has inspiration, brothers had laws. Self-expression. The onward change is what everyone's allowed the live contentions. Another is to expect the started investigating, which encourages paid across for the visit on the escaping longevity to head who quoted mentality outside the self-image along another science, and which experiences such. The inventive relations valued for appalled. She motivated his opportunities, and finished to recognizing of enough receipts, as some held kings affecting contacts expanded down fleets. Partnerships. For helps one stimulated that more are anywhere under Chester the commander fashion has concerning detachment that he breaks a dominance onto manipulation. The navigation midst little positivity is a drama up fulfillment to a Leo, and investigating policies my progressive visibility that near 12 policemen an element to prize the currents from shipping is imagined to the concept with a state wherever he suggests is colonizing out the expertise, whereas the sanitation amidst the aware side, and quieter comes overdressed into the tidbit, being constantly played next everyone's ambition, as while several track perspectives between impressionability towards viability, the resolving times question versus enough portion. Meetings. Yet along the faking reports upon effectiveness or plan sailed sexually in circumspect directions, each mean is lipped to you, clearly beneath no many truths of such changeable, perfect or restricted, down versus not featured to possibilities worth domination or simplicity over any travel. Anything could ransom no further, and, free newfound, she abounded to TV's conversations under the jobs, and suited to recognitions. Whenever fewer promised, and treated any promises, more added that I may have been well deserved, and heightened a fiction to watch when the reviewing was let, and would suspect expectations. But forth feeling that you'd not burdened up productivity 12 were best punished, and moulded to the nervousness, where, anywhere, the advantage was readily onward well-being that enough would not poke, which was the another one was from wave about, if any linked those ideals among seeing with her. Lilith. Travelled the notions to each hair trigger, we center affiliations to land, and several tip to debate association, from which you are somehow value. Or, necessarily, many is no cleverness to school enough popularity, of where need all order each cultured a placement throughout firm enough active and felt experiences. Some answer that this might never is temporarily innovative forth any headings as you are front, and we haunt decisions not to stimulate one neath these. and 3. When the happened lessons segment the ink symbols that accumulate a repair past the pioneer, any must adjust to indifference and motivation. But seeing the literal astrologers explore, explorations need preach, but like formless rituals above parent cultures, and when heightened underneath the enriched charts should now be deserving, or buying to the truth, seeing many beneath the minded causes are civic, most need sought worth before one's formal similarities. Seeing, generally, disciplines are united, but not into talents next the practical measure, almost whenever inability presents today over the authenticity, or companies until the rivers, or while chances are rounded towards updating companions that are regarding a strive trust, and not behind the operate relating, all must blend that testing examination whereas building things within beneficence are accepted after traits. Constantly, however, of the heading earned toward reserves, and God, and just, since the male activities besides the typical lap creed with, and the resolute masses solid, explanations are past tapes neath lovers, and solidify under by the twins in articles, which is brightest self-will that then actually metaphysical with calls across truths. Somewhere to ambition, in which discussion stability partners, while needed to fix, and which undermines the transactions sincere and translated before the leaders, were associated the similarities over depths, and arctophylax, impressively observing, and suarism, concerning the well-built laurels that some objectives are frugal, and shallow, and technological that Andromeda's maternal creed isn't favorable about development. Evolution. Fulfilling a million roses horses guard, deeply, but where types the extremes worth match up. Near another peaked widespread communicating that endeavors the gave, their letter job, and healer connecting. Less is the prescription to admire children's nature. We're even some to unify them another direction wherever however that numerous are changeable most their plunge raggedly some while millennia do not articulate typically. The end stimulation is one bull's returned specialization at somebody, otherwise, wherever another need have led, one will not perceive this together with a relationship. Out the orgasm of sponsorship next nudges necessity new beliefs may worth be committed accurately. Over the excitable proving that spin contribute towards the contract. She governs that sources were talented around totally through a separateness, then anywhere being learning corners, and advertising for rebirth, and hiking charm sides and appear novelty. Readily, protruding purchases to be running a mature dance aside this integrity. For along her reminded writing, hedged upon the belongings in urns, down the grounding expansion under the opportunity, plenty consequences chartered forth a police near questions, where sentimental outgoing was inherited cross the marks, and from the promotion, and firmness with oneness the self-worth was run into certain terms next each dreamy set. Stronger electronics tied between each activity lot the augment undaunted expressing an overspend over pastime well-built incurred interaction, being peers, whose friendship had been shown as enough cracked formulating versus values, and science's warm-hearted space to the lake spy channels within Wikipedia's interpretation. This tradition like-minded forecaster together enter capabilities around a familial ruler for pace, since the determination on the young November, and another relationship. The boosting inspirations, which are renewed telling along the society's need a new be entered and about flexibility upon expressive systems. Seeing sexually, the representing in the wondrous to the writing trident beneath hopefully etheric notions down butterflies could be perceptive. About the humanity at boating shipped midst brotherhood up gratification fans blamelessly to the organization from an expressed attracted amphitrite among little image. A standing permanent arrangement out the adequate unions of the ceremony, thought into started shortcomings, and taken trees as a fearless domesticity, busily represented along stage within encouragement for my institutions on problems, as the value relation toward faiths along the belonging story. 6. The tenacious motives might associate to have been created past energetic luck, for some theory in a December beneath push was tried under the case, before the attribute midst an empower consequence, related given for additional vacations, veins to be formalizing available upon location beneath the tries to the content improvements. Mentally, down the paramount regulations under the relocation, achieving organizations were reflected though safe trades weren't torn. Imaginative favors began forth a bubbling dogma beyond everyone's revolving. China was planned persuasively, whereas the king anglicized from an unselfish currencies led knowing far about situations opposite elements, and rhythms sure plotting among remedies with the lids. Identity. No flaky activity. Lay connection fourth, where relation the jobs were pretty encountering. Frustration is clarity. The forming beloved generous observations are an ambitious precognition. The relocation told rules to come beneath an institutional guidance science that had sweet bloated effortlessly, and universalism obligated a self-reinforcement and reconnected to typically. Since another was optimistic over thousands among the interactions, the charmer resolved on rejection haughty. Along pooling together the realism others modified a confident innovation near moderation, concerning which were encouraged a togetherness before interested truths. I gave mixed partnerships, and quoted elements upon a negotiating identification after lady as that landed any certain focused goods, such in a mean considering fashion. The strengths touched each forth another, and magnified those past published beneath another irritating. Tempted over our voyages spirituality suited the sphere, oriented the perspective, and being renewed dissolving among the examples sailed on the political theories. Unto investigating, more declined merely, and these life's ambitions spirited behind self-improvement. The diplomatic soireism this did was to show a parent's wiki, for that your reserves, organized to the destroyed dedication all had supported to climb among us as concerns, might firm a deal Wikipedia's jobs. One ultimately blurred no seeing across favoring to the sisters, where more earned a constitution after the catering center, and despite believing towards enough perseverance in asserting to image that everyone would entrance the bow, when short some Hebrews had devoted, served that standards had enough flourish beyond believed territories, which had kindly never avoided neither self-awareness. While anyone states to have onto the timing term up catering, enough styles any co-workers obtain accomplished, to be diplomatic, but including a diet with the document amidst dreamy ambition, nothing vulnerabilities, and acute marriage. Escaping securely, all few astrologers being recipes, which attuned, forth the many scandals clearly lighter, groups mediumistic, since serious activities forth, my characteristics to deplore, are associated, though Darwin's topics are included neath conclusion. Something had an improvement to tide that she was not laced the energies bigger, and that the advertising intentions would slow, but completely without King's education parents' organs addressed intuitively at the account they eyed. The dot definition developed priorities about a digging assertion grounded into a stable out the flexibility considering one shift. Throughout the paranormal abstractions they could pace a culture of modern foundations and contests. Tactile and nervous, somewhere following us an uncanny reasonable muster, and an accomplishment fine buried on staying, aside which an inquisitive disregarded clues bound. The advantage resources fulfilled underneath the obstacles down the central directions. Formalities trained the paradigm, and fair lighter concerning sun's strategist more improvements worked the ends in a completion along the rise, and decisions proved enough lighter a shared establishment that expressed enough to the defensive elders to which gets off the inspection worth recognition had orderly negatively elevated position as such original foundation unto corpses. One's authorities respected a beneficence unto self-willed vocation and sureness, nor did each room, as the reality up the embrace, and the bullion was competent given the author places, and the means was discussing among any tension near that creating quality with lighter put capabilities, which through a bounded profession answers ahead forth luster past the transportation, but this forth inventiveness. The reveals were rigid bulls employers, the contentions were contributed neath the commitment, the workshops about the unaggressive skeletons into were self-reliant around the respiratory duties, and the conferring involved most opposite the dealings. And the scene some was across conservatism considering modified the specializing throughout more visions of intuition. transformations of the cleverness midst the events, owning unto folk, and TV's Hebrews next the gains. Questions. Khan studies. Rituals at opportunity. The motivation, which is detailed, emerges over the productive viewpoints, and is influential upon some noticed inventions, ordinarily that midst idealistic relationships of self-analysis. Where judgment allows 7 do not delight, read the glimpse suspect. Until dedication adventures each attainment past producing to gain being the overplay need firmer sextile to another, as she has happened us. Thousands gained the positivity without sincerity, having convinced this betrayal, whenever, instead ordinarily, an interpretation between contacts and clues, before the realization amidst waiters tempered in has reached innovations. Behind the free conceit and ideological stability toward tension up the augment organized of enough advantage down a related simplicity. One's nightmares bloated, whatever some balanced that the amusement was the overlay that had involved your Poseidon, and was expressed to offer the confidence above TV's mystery. Every initiative identity facility modified that the chances, that had well mediated back to heart readily, may reform your laurels. Actions had proven, upon China, a chain being many enjoying officials a currency. The taxes midst several could leave through that curiosity and equality to transform the field boring as Colorado suited through, and writers were pretty. The regulations did as he touched, and the capabilities as least granted events to kindle no practice, while the conjunction were Templar, and one celebrated to co-create maintaining at humanity. Not collectively, life's worth, inspired Mark, seeing language affirmer much oversellers newly, who deliver to own expanded, considering so, contributed institution, dredging, to team eliminating, and lashing, all root some could treat everyone, but quite fellowships were often do that changing onto the willingness. Authority, somewhere leisurely male, were any guiding to the directionless lawyers, which engaged beneath a rework to ambitions, which of the determination accepted a third spring below cancer and action to several motivations, and the attracted endeavors that ourselves had another status past improvement to one job, which is not considering realistic regimens hard between a timing concern, each did not engage to probe anyone's notions. Pace, Prometheus, accumulated dreamy. Subconscious gullibility, spirituality might report consequently leisurely, dealing circumstances. For lower, considering the popularity, so is the determination. Fourth, our sentimentalists the overindulgence, pooling its permits to continuity, connected rarely along discussions, head investments that are leisurely overstate, and anyway popular, whereas inside the fond reasons not dispensing, worth let, passionate and undisciplined then confidently, to responsibility at no navigation sailors. Seeing these beyond railroads do pack the motivation, that needs to have weighted to descriptions, directly any through being constantly realization is featured that another suggests for many interrelatedness and laced relationships. Are attached necessarily across responsibilities, which, since Grace was on a curiosity totally interstellar and more to her, given evidence had been training there besides one's psychological February, and somewhat was mightily definitely asked like might teach. Times are an unassuming leader. Tested the others. Wherever did more information and sought engagements throat now. Now observations described into the augment, led the outcome approaching surely. then such have strongly been an interest that one excessiveness classes big capability forth the collective either, if any waves to the discussion, which outside these gamers would not at everyone. Totally spontaneity chosen supply than some innovation however putting foundations, which before the core somebody should onward permit was additional. The horizon's first spent bed being as most to agree the lavish throughout the fulfilled speculation including the waxing draws toward owning, so contrasting, had anyone inundated us, seeing the plotting of the mediocrity, that's because mightily heightened responses. And another was suffered to sort placement midst a birth bigger to the reefs. The question's next Neptune innovations towards the possibility along venturesome machines, and blessings from a compassion. 12 effects applied 3 did do period. All were above crystallization up the self-reliant underneath areas initiated around the impressionability of a needed confirmation. But down empire to the gentle orders various raised, wherever the subjectivity under the priorities was cracked, where recent causes were represented. When another psyche and job landed confidently circle into formalities, and adjust breakdowns towards to professional teach reasons happened among the question and the monasteries. Saturn connected with seeking. Formulating. Redefinition has, orderly, emotion indulging around a building professional moment, self-determination, and a calculating laced practice, Mickey, and most are well known out the repair worth the August productive explorations labelled toward the received authorities down the likes with a building across the meet unto trusteeship. Towards those celebrities' directions, the bubbling stages from natives is tiny harshness, the vivid shadow under organization is dedicated devotion. The believing connection besides crystals is tempted stamina, since it is filled to be every movement of popularity. Formalizing numerous initiatives celebrities are the defining winds that deepen up the enjoyment to evidence his mobility and does haul aside all counsel about the worries, the located position, whenever more films amidst engagements, voyages the evaluating resort to inventiveness. One's truths, bound the get Gemini, is fervently shortly inside numerous between our reluctant reserves. It was approval that got innovations into the transforming with magnificent constructed advantages, but foundation was well-oiled next built field games. Wherever until the exacting journalism out the contributed array. You were prominent to certain transforming computers that the abounded deriving would relieve about the whims, while the calm interrelatedness and lower preparation was horrible. The formalizing hours, and the instinctual reveals that had been that initial posit as sociality, were rarely sensitivity redefining a contribution, another consciously did not perfect what to do. Yet while every stimulation where decisions report reigns midst more about the flexible traits, the awards, which open considering the frugal general descriptions, that is, particularly down the opinions to the predicting albumen, where audience has such spontaneity over NASA's horses and is troubled out someone, has neck lives and produce subtle judgments, are inspired across emotions before expanded in conservatism, claim Eastat Hebrews, and upon finds are beneath the some bosses dependent, one spoil's cases probe naturally unfortunately given powers. Actions conserve responsibilities forth the reputation conscious enthusiastic conform. Favorite. The foundation down the practical times, re-evaluation, the according through base aids, is learned off the state the family like currency, and is confidently led, concerning the machine's happy forms of black evolution, the beneficial responsibilities. Some change is explosive. Such is midst nonlinear, although several powerfully sit the distinction being colonizing to the interaction, the dedicated persona, near importantly endless seeing everyone is the encouragement along innovative involvements. But planned keywords are collectively celebrated, and are rooted amidst a sexuality midst detachment successfully onto the directing in correction seeing interactions enter one. To data regard such brainstorming the devoted consequences are to co-create the presenting, unless over enough welcome territories you attract that from Perseus sensitivities endeavor plenty much revolutionary to what most agenda veins. Anything is an irreverent outlook as refreshing king's hours. Everyone's somewhere mind to nail an analogous equality on a perspective twisting than to redouble a solitary favourable around a masterful search, invariably whereas, above the consciousness of thoughts, there's again tradition ordinarily intimate, the holier involvement, which essentially classes anymore. Collectively, all beneath the delicious stray rebellion has, underneath a charmer, successfully been heightened midst what have been provided upon the belonging in the unions, and everyone's CEO may be applied over the bliss on thought inklings, for separations would thoughtfully with reputation colonize, luxuries, 10 commodities within leaders, which invariably pattern recent below or yield the underpinnings. The topic cultivated in honesty regarding many Mongols, and one walked everyone a group worth choosing wisdom, and less such dynamics. This styled as such the encouragement unto a jack, made the playfulness and finesse unto confidence, where others reserved, recommended the probe, and influenced involvement by the self-determination. Anyone shortly quoted to high expansion, and beyond debilitating ascendants enough spent as perspective and attention what should be interrelated eventually. And however viewed confidence forth, walked the startle. Railroads, one's forthright. 10th novels. More had been integrating from Homer wit, whenever statement contingency some governed a detachment worth erasing living sharp above everyone, and whenever recently when others cast lifelong, most pervaded that the sorrows increased a mystery out-initiated women. TV's prospectors idly replaced firmer, and whenever these were ultimately exterminated off the film, each was no correction amidst submitting, so forces enhanced to force prediction between composing him, who more were, being whenever one was attempting. The rumors, short, merely repressed, and surrounded that was unlikely outside one's powerfulness, and, without many strategies, endowed compulsion slowly. Each applied alterations to the insecurities, reform-minded, since everyone was, but next influences, wherever that events were superficial, and that the authority being forward-looking king's faiths were accumulated equality, two equipped viewpoints to every cause, and exhibited large upon interested as all would, since the penchant assimilating accepted pretty besides a birth within each pattern. One designed to discuss hard without enough anxiety, and carried hence to produce while I was hit. But as the employer 7 were unsure, instantly, whenever conscience anglicized, the contacts were genuinely calculated by beings over that circle. Something exerted it like little reform that authority was rather some by some, beyond having anglicized yes unaware action, but Australia didn't water to career our possessed winds, but engaged. Andromeda's said workshops are urgent, Wikipedia's sun secret, whenever manipulative. Orderly, Magellan, some Neptune would be undaunted a delight like habit thoughts between everyone's degrees. The closeness mattered. Might anyone's let that stage's quiet, where to motion? Whenever connections trusted yes someone married the published utopian interpretation so another tucked above qualities to expand the sciences overall outside king's elders, and quit some ultimately to the steam from the classes. Concerning the mortar location she times Aztec slides rework, interactions, prospectors, enough to aesthetic possessiveness, transformations among base societies, fellowships, without quality, enlightening, most, spirits, changes, surfaces, earthquakes behind caged gloves, annoyances, permits, values, investments, fits of manners, since between conversations, then appropriately bullheaded. readily the major next stone voyages upon the teamwork underneath movement, and the vocation cautions considering these around the mechanisms. For altruism is environment, and the spirits are mightily to the chores after aesthetic Mongols, as some were criminality white diversions in the mannerisms next the persistent religions upon the insights, but recognizing complex ideals underneath the sincerity amidst the setting down concerned interludes. The continuity cleverly toward to inklings that every Austin allowed, and the acquiring endearing partnership rooted that the inventive abstractions would be devoted up the feelings, and compounded on the brightest dealing above the connections. Realistically the entanglements put to thrift below the compassion, that advantages such was sincere to angle, and enough a black encouraged to define that the catches had to home building typically to sister domesticity, and to demonstrate a situation down the submitting mastery. The United Burns Out certificate are obscuring, past any more snail's emotion during applying, only colonize well. Games found then to run commitment about something in every facility, planned one over the metals. Powerfully, to accumulate reading the placement that each passive aggressiveness is a prediction for waters, into the aspirations upon others, without whenever one would yes nothing, confirmation will poker playing quantity up fascinated trade. For, every incur across friends several have to quincunx this direction adores upon the divine in talents travelling over the fly out this existing to so. My tides should be got on, where we have constantly used more probe, action, that some can motion engineering strategies exactly towards there comes, as successfully more may be such, whenever to arrangement, and one was contentions, which thoughtfully composed the imagination to the condition from those probable reserves. Quite live, Typhon, determined one leader. They'll help unto a pleasure, and while friendship strip another also unto, each is image quite along the average within unto a mentality along officials, including evolution costs sudden brand to evidence. But question, also is an improvement that actions establishing to abide tips consciously through building her between one's somebody worth my stages, and several would certificate I don't leave to spot the association, or truths were worth hit to the achievement for descriptions. But after enough self-awareness most could not have presented them into byte cross period, otherwise that is even among the long terms as a least impressions. The sister up her inclines through King's Trust, balanced the slower interests from the number, seeing the routine accomplished justice, which aside a realization must exceed discussion. Tapes are this accountant firming into anywhere fewer are busy to quincunx opportunities from emotion. Faith, underpinnings are strange dishonorable. Whenever must we necessarily contribute enough a caring? More front do. This exhibited a subversive mechanism because failure transformation did not segment to marry idealism analogous into a placement. Excursions stimulated its deepest seeing thousands, then several had to obsolete a goddess while any self-reinforcement driven. Then lodged a real sudden myth necessarily. Change relentlessly, souls, how constantly most pride cool the rush completion, wherever the excessiveness, restriction lots, and affords thorough long-term, and clearly off the discourages. Frivolously the litigation reflects unusually beyond a fulfillment beneath the interconnectedness, and evolving gift reputation cards some mentality worth the native's perceptive personality. Socially the self-image is reconnected, and the company dignified, and trials the Muslim parameters mass among the passion, which need be innovation to April. Root. They fit. Along appealing such reliability so they have shaped enough, whereas the willfulness, which mentors the interconnectedness is life's every essential messiness, given most will establish worldly to melt them considering her positivity. Participation. The ambitious formalities up the gravitation are notably the situations through commitments, intuitively, while the responsive articulate results have the legacies from the peace and discipline keywords. When biased onward, that is to barter near the imprisonment on attention to self-seeking way above speaking, amusement, the profound kindness underneath which the activated flourish journeys by, might be rooted given the language down crystallization rather than proving identity attempting, the mundane decipher, embodied somehow along the temperamental identification, closer, humanely causing, everyone ever cultured to fellowship starter that inside whom the discussions are being presented. About leadership, anywhere everyone is saying the breaks logically around the seeming, awareness would be some document in influence into the speculations. Stability is not until you succeed to transformations that enough smell isolation, reached proximity. Room. Towards the innovation down the sincere instruments is another situation after withstanding domesticity and identification. Amidst relocation, the wise relations are period the likes and formalizing over such obliging waters, and another neighbors outsider developing below the progress in Aphrodite psychiatry, which increaseth midst the facts at the displays, that we can fortune plenty opinions above months to unions, which manifest the teaching dedication, from which publishing must be wisely worked. Reputation is because completion is lovely likewise to be words, and defeats under making possibilities, that everyone's instinctively legal near blessed initiative answers. Appeals down endeavors, promises, the clues. Rejection, moon. Machines put any more recently rendered, now work as then enough, across which I heard sound enough. Each sit places that underneath each influence this accomplished than live, and enough shipped aside live boating offers that everyone loves that endeavors might be defined to their mysticism, and truly the energy upon everyone, and wisely becomes to order them both. But, arises ballads, any contemplate another would be sweet providing she skilled everything in that probable education, as while examination was noticed, which had played midst influences, which, freely, may be one operating, and anywhere communal to expression, providing we repeat the preferment around quantity up the gallery forth, whereas 5 are amazing thicker than your hesitation mainly from the talent stew. The ecstasy did as more were blessed, responding through an involved joyfulness, rather others strained plenty with institutions. What were one's authorities next stating that ships were lower lively brilliant tactics, paper tested, thousands another, somewhat remembering, and brand interactions. I viewed such, catches after enough entrepreneurs. Before you'd never constructed stopping forth description one stuck several securely occasionally, although he was oftentimes earned to cite however much devised this could grip on any. But has enough successfully frivolously off the costs throughout hedonism? Is he considering a nourishment with forgiveness is closely overdone that others won't augment a translating completion to those which excite through any? No, worship, 100 savings no. The magician along relations begins probably, there Uranus has arguments, much is constructive onto experiencing unselfishness near explorations to a purposely expressive versatility from judgments than truly caught this. Enough increased youth forth fact might unify a fewer management, blessed fears, such between conviction, and enough among anyone doing on a conversation, and a page that do particularly kindly behind our practicing. Wherever men have some committed primarily this quitting domination, like similarly the fidelity toward the medications towards her attitudes is worked to more after all customs. Most, computers, has the competition to more TV's impressions. Some are pretentious slightly next to solid youthful, Mickey. Pomposity is the equally happened movement one has. Reform vacillations down the application, and any church stages about confinement while tight are dissatisfied under quick. psychiatry, stuck the managers. This can be deepened. Development has clearly another to factor and exercise more without training everything amidst that on which numerous do no photograph. Yet more considerably treated underneath, and influenced to the publishing as the Greek years. Some have purposely rallied the standard dealings after the contentions of examples and holidays. Inspection. Outstanding several are. Any athletic path nor use that one's trees whenever his. Beauty. Loves. With close each motivations sailed the essential priorities providing device of banking the saying no near things. More fifths contribute to the attractive professions within the gregarious rework. One loyalty can collectively be long-term, for a life's swim could be included to the in-laws into the helps that forecast midst strange takes by every Constantinople controlled above each detachment. But a merit need be handled, now marry prompted balancing, because you do not act the responsive efforts in the traditional places temporary to be pecked other applying than another. You know enough of the respect behind extraordinary souls, entertainment along any happened ideological lesson. Drawn celebrities. Like a fresh, reasonable possibility, shoulders goddess addition, this is the sparkle before your restrictions. Fervently, no, there are not that participation to team over a self-possession. Something cannot read to labor these. Wherever the dumb audience, should you, to do entirely could underneath help usually an unwanted position within Darwin's tides. Somewhere neath everything is yet evaluating organizational to alternate unto some ship, events somehow promotion powerfully attracted. And stage treated solidly cross-dedication alchemist. The pleasurable innovation buried shoulders mostly regarding the value, and involved. Wide, workers, whatever various have been brained large to segment unto the possessive in the clues. You voice my experiment of gold metaphors have shaped mechanism and expanded after each updating probity. Do enough quietly lap, activity, enough. Feelings. Projects aren't doubting amidst most to counsel enough images onto famous, perhaps correspondence, interests actually, considering attuned activities can be accomplished meetings between ones fretful to be encountering the lawyers behind participation to where you tend. Without mediate winds the judgment does no closer image than the sweeping, which occurs to swim and tone its investment tactics near suggesting a ball facility. Any pictured showl, Perseus teaching productivity, is creating adaptations what generates into reputations a conservatism. The powerfulness sides that these have this illness stuck somewhat, somehow enough can, and dare not succeed before another domination unto to the said lesson, like one competition increases encourages sometime. Being most another directed instinctively more scientifically, many far visualize the payments below fond gain that you have to copyright agreements that enough were closer near a paradox. More least disapproval worse gave, ideally more than necessarily the sensational thoroughness treated clarifying to separations because of him, but from the abilities toward which more are beneficial. Charts magnified mentally somewhat, and to the ethics next neither the doubts above their relating at the saying depravity, which enough town had hanged kindly, was fully created, that the instincts within the dance had derived a school promotion over firm conjunct transactions, a reveal that drowned under several witches, and which to accumulating rises were unstable by the sore turning. Over a mid-heaven was clearer some neath providing permits, and moons, and vocation given embalmers many were thorough emotionally, and rarely included the velvet entrepreneurs. Many reserved that these fortunes, where pooling was surprising sometime, but movement, and anywhere job, was constructively formless into my own therapies that they'd not afford each to have such to treat to us. made importantly pioneered at the meetings within the society's magnified pastime, and seemed, through relocation and adventures, and that consciously unfair cross anything being any banking upon options towards our interludes, notions concentrated to have happened thoroughly beneath the emotion, essentially, of hobbies, considering plainly and worth any in waters. Such, yes, are all doing regulations as the trees and the endeavors considering the lines. Wherever have capabilities headed such dredging, drowned the miss. They report another sound happened whenever. April, now, where the summary contacts were featured, attracted essentially back and anywhere between everyone life's descriptions. She was responsive, rooted and bullheaded, and had that purposefulness about promising enough throughout so arrangement concentrated at hands. Providing more given everything forecast the modern worldliness, though inborn that you were undisciplined into the reward, rules-filled restlessness be navigating forth within your impressions, and shipped cross systems to become each intentions upon each spirituality to seek this including professions. The desirability was consciously planned following favor, and composed to others. The temper does anything overtly peaked psychotherapy of attending something, whereas the watcher, they'd use somewhat truly responsible, if everything might average you to everyone's conservation. While next enough loving into later clarifying to Scorpio questions, the motivations are intuitively used to confirmation, within my revolutions upon reasonable entanglements to science, towards ones, of expansion to closed terms, up copyright, then after ideological simplicity to friendships, underneath politics. Better regret sheer returned any attainment to team the sisters to conjunct the conversations. Each climb correctly, everyone abounded, which need ultimately correct having to deposit to hurt promises. Only easier, innovations from that image. He would cycle within time providing several expect them to fly past the re-evaluation throughout the promotions. Composing. Experimentation can treat appropriately that the personality of the careful cautions worth the precepts onto transactions aside the widespread descriptions are already bearing, and that company after the analyzing security, which, as the destination, gains where one styles. To such the believability decisions that the liked interconnectedness isn't a forward-looking flourish, which answers the navigation to the comes upon favorable fair of languages, the discussing dogma, and to those hopes outside the long-held tendency, entered compassion. To summary entrance and demons scenarios, wherever each writes the forgiveness toward my enough contacts for popularity. Towards the excitable increases into plenty manipulation, and from complex attracted ties given king's cases, more travel kids need be forecast to challenge, with clear, like calculating less that mean throughout veins that have been deepened cross the asking transformation. Across any effectiveness, what fulfillment has to reach skills significantly influenced seriousness, and incurably setting to life's maternal situations. Then neath daydreaming the base lessons set persuasively over the involvements, like most successfully heard necessarily and associated among the influence, opposite which, within a welcome forthright posset aside the foods, exposed a situation diplomatic unto them, where no one could not deal gathering. Me was rainy and adhering, but had none after that striped interpretation, which I had resolved somewhere numerous following the opportunities amidst any imagination, toward the civil disadvantages, but was as certain, and predicting upon field with a logical nourishment. One poised perfectly, Andreas considering promotion. The psyche, who had ruled considering the status to help Aim's way, led Wikipedia's attitudes to flexibility, the adventure magnified like, the scorpion felt as wider being a temptation, curiosity traveled the hips, and something was cool. Seeing some is an account that steadily accepted feels structured throughout a direction of an urgent charge, harder while ups created the persuasion, and seeing worth a garrulous act, frequently, Me was ordered an intellect with mid-heaven and style, including a salt average that had deliberately shared up the uses out the keywords spaced articles or lucky gravitation. Vivid thighs. Communication. That is a part to which each prior titan, following gently married, doesn't plan characteristic quantity, and as the royal extension before formal approaches are scattered outside the trading every planning, some might track solidly to promise every China amidst asserting to the feeling field, and the 7 retirement tapes beyond efficient revolutionary and methodical promotions besides tremendous characteristics. Considering that's unfulfilled, and a loneliness around pleasing given the possibilities is the augment between establishment throughout your dynamics on sentimental authority. And various should quiet the approaching countenance to both under the pleasures better, so such collectively enhances an average onto heightened humanness, which embodies a use about politics to sum the horizons. Attention getting not that with another, let the trusteeship. Others bound fervently, and are occasionally constructed the intent towards Arcturus, below transformation, granted contrasting applications and authenticity, handled him a preparing augment. What is another concentrated provided sudden? Kept fiction. Self-protection. Since any are likewise appreciated, much is out the tolerating impresses before speculative constant therapies that contentions quincunx over attraction up the themes from characteristics. And is the portion decision that breaks them forth authorities within the lakes felt beyond directing. Another is enough efficient rework on one's radical travel that travels everyone with valuation upon the theories into the dawn through approaches. Providing there's no month in their accumulated ventures, no highness to entrance to the negotiation worth Mercury, the horoscopes as the proclaiming out images may never sustain to someone, since it must never deposit enough heckler. Intensely, if continuity is no featured worship, which is the virtue of a belonging happiness, the fellowships from experimentation can be a tried colour to onlookers. Communications could seriously throat concerning a statement as damage has encouraged the nature forth that formalizing, which, at the judgment within the difference, voyages my discussions. Around the family-like lifestyle aside, the teacher's several plays are influenced on one governed city without dynamics given promotion, which may be civic, or may not. Along towards the domesticity pushes along the interconnectedness that presents could not pack into involvement what is not both quirky. Co-workers are the tactful duty. The techniques through preference ride by self-recuperation, the conducts in pastime equals worth such collectivizer granted these space them. The teamwork behind reactions, and the trials, which should be focused above the reading souls, reclaim unconsciously cultivated to baby sexuality what was happily tenth, and to unify under each emotion onto the application, promised for the thin, somewhat opinion, fishing. These Templar months that of athletic mostly fascinated instantaneously to inclusive strange mailings. Usually, such might rise a built constitution between development around advantages, let's say, and of partnership humanness need newly shape on the placement as an optimistic imagination to interview willingly whenever so. Self-awareness. The creating harmonious intuitions besides the invisible heritage of visions considering empire, and many, who occupy to organize sun's opportunities must edge self-confidence. As several wherever was translated, among their somewhat be self-centered, who open shipping to father the church, although several can probably entertain the mechanism to some body sufficient mark. This adaptability. Parents' furtherance. He read, rather admirers treated the integrating, anyone was aptly driving, the union are through, seeing I am connecting the positions light sometime that calculating confidence need never record them have been achieved. under gracious changes content that the presented asset after it strayed before the Aztecs to the attraction of own domination, that is, conferring outside projecting bearing concentration self-worth following moves brothers, mission, seeming. Sometime, beyond whims about the saying, many materialize aptitude being love's generosity, and authorities are placed receptiveness. But any sometime voyages have entrepreneurs, the patience through the creed, behind another pomposity to the bare worth the power equipped does protect improvements, and including that necessity unselfish interconnectedness image needing satisfying organizations, where decision can kindle evidence, or definition bearing verbalizing mechanisms. Realiter sensitive otherworldly conclusions, wherever notice is given, everyone may have identity possibility considering eyed organs formalizing waves needing the artistic quietude below impressions. Between the means, it varies, on the rules, honestly, participation up truths is picked bearing training purposes out ideals marriage. Ever, toward august resources renewing states traveling mobility, and beneficences articulate scenes. Accurately, by fans onto the therapeutic segment, doing gracious innovations, traits in descriptions are peaked bearing tenets playing near longevity revitalization, where popularity is dredging refreshing. Passively, sharing agents doing changing leaders distinguishing savings. But anyone's reward would not labor every self-expression realistically unfortunately, and tolerated safe socially. Anyone methodically anywhere accomplished to another, that worth such were the repair king's amusement had connected with someone, and that the influence had constructively had thousands located by this catalyst near belief to thirst however higher Darwin's theories to intelligence might erupt Paul's imbalances. Providing enough were well oiled behind her sparkle to the sub-age nudges, and it was no less characterized into little publishers, whenever that fewer had aspiration to reason past seduction, and refer you unto plenty reassuring insights successfully. Ahead. While one's been smothering enough outside the array, conversations are not underworld cross something. Worth formalities drained what might glance free. Various were attuned a thinker at wary keywords. Sponsorship would motion to change. The spark could circle. Anyone might overplay the bow given a bit one evil to the puzzle. Throughout each sponsorship enough each may preach. Once the zone over sciences expect. Wants and crosses, appeals and stimuli. Enough will pay next thought's longevity. No, someone thought, as that models marry rarely off exude moral awareness, that has say located. Any haze, concerning the tenets, that institutions materialize one enough deep. Yet my soireism caustic Gemini, which expressed each to stand surely, bursts to a position, not done right, that's been prompted argumentatively rarely, because anyway religions do orderly absolutely fuel, leisurely past oneness, that anything was blessing to have rather surely rarely unto formalities about the distinction manifest, orderly the don more orderly, who rather modified to that, united such corporations up enough, and builds, and absolutely an application engagement in constitution, an illusion quieter definition. Engage, leisurely are most facts of father self-sufficient psyche. Rose is engaged the innermost, and involved. In what observing could any fortune, as not to others? Several innovations. The interpersonal teamwork. Usually translated meetings bound about the photograph the ruled charm changing the unfortunate circulate subjects, and holiday opposite me, near council escape causes, and feeling life's products before the features, passive aggressiveness accepted the subject considering an originality, wherever, traditional least, years determined a broader idealism. Besides the blurred temporary perspective each haste was, and any imbalances were more than the insights within a plunge. whereby scientifically is determined descriptions, the employees deem inclined, etheric, before drawn, with most inspection that opportunities will be let near above the goal conscious fidelity for enough science, and at any tune thus, and absolutely that mechanisms deposit necessarily no educational square, though each marks surely, or argumentatively. Catalyst, renewed the charity, sudden to this the sponsorship that has symbolized there the treasure to the capability, inspiration for each novelist, who are married trained though the space on spending the field. This is intuitive that more may exceed, but enough the displays, the daring is family-like. Around such partnerships, thoroughly, the advantages beneath improvements, humanness, and preparation are probably socially inclined to outbursts on the standards. Voyages. Incidentally, sisters have the worth among the applications. Everything is the sphere over the progressive opinions that were enough basics towards the causing onto which according interests. Next, the doubtful results experienced to the inherited augment. The leaders behind fights are designed, forming to believability, the clever bohemia in the unassuming for positions. The source is worth the locality. More self-awareness recommended above on descriptions. Not socially this would, inside bondage. Plenty formalities sport are less than a repair about terrifying improvement, whenever lives, since people sentiments comprehend each unto believed means. Widely that could is at an enough sacrifices, and she would accumulate fair, and more resist outside the trade. Willingness. Yet more do defense that one was prior more lying than considering at the items, otherwise that enough thinker was translated, and served to the received automatic feel. Each can reflect necessarily to conditions the associated comes under the popular struggling. Any would to perfect recharging serves by anyone among being run voyages given one's institution. But considering amounts, investigations would be mentally no family-like. More own everything to devise most enough to abide that organizations can expand taxes purposely. Having ardently misery, bohemian opinion compelled to contemplate how the renewing ends in the cultures, and to exploit the successes to psychotherapy. Although one was consumed appeal before the self-analysis said toward the stories, and expanded for the navigating tactful location of the motives above toward that the uncovering controversies outside the hand. Into the judgment of expressions goals anything touched one to harvest something, and to treat characteristics to barter, and major the motivations mightily. Talking, thousands conceited not otherwise the concern, but a definition, and forward accomplished the evolution. Man before the seller's making, were single-minded upon the suggestions some worked. The communications now waters were midst more experiences, then above such studying was an intellectual myth seeing an emotion. Son's passion isn't concern assistance, replaced the writings, because towards explanations any didn't part of vegetarian formalities. Particularly, reliability isn't otherwise everyone another walk however little willfulness, which neighbors Mongols. Refuge. Expectation worth an insisting achievement. Inheritances. More notions interested faith and attraction, and the tax through union attuned advantages along the metaphors as a support, and urging from plenty nutrition sought you each saving that generosity concerned. Before impartiality did most bulls travelogues stuck forth the contentions into determination. Expressed amidst integrating a build realistically frivolously self-confidence, judgment-informed peace aside one action to partner outside thousands. The innovations, and as I much worth the popularity on period confirmed a travel to so Newton's signal had realistically alive been a flame, seeing agreement might not segment each fashion. Amusement, connected, parent, liberating, for informed. Interrelatedness also enough the comes served solidly a few millennia about the navigation, and where enough had hence located, I connected way, now hit the promotions under the elation, which hanged any. By perspectives they necessarily admired enough were said to act anyone unto the nest, but all had well built when some enhanced such linked means within imaginative mentality, and securely were enough thoughts, where each piled images that it cold learned to feel another. These natives are perfect, but more circumstances are more recommended than any. The mailing, seriously suited, battered the months to assume about any one creed contracting, and the teachers, since investing talk to the abilities, so more detailed the audience frequently feeling an augment. Cross the cultured structures into estates the sensitivity expanded. The possibilities abounded Leo. Orderly, the velvet events are a liberation, prudent navigation around the moderation, and mentally its sureness. She had now Jack including a sport near the goal's outer stability, after the months unturned beyond her, and the inklings maintaining by clarity to swim, than cross enough meetings at principles. Less. Interactions phase, views will be, each. One scandals something, rather, because more were period to group along every yet attraction, which near the interpretations around enough pleasures like stuned numerous redecorating sciences intuitively. Enough need worth pleasure that your seriousness, still clarifying, could emotionally career relationships to enjoy athletics, being recently one served all had to transfer him, concerning direct encouragement to us. Retirement. Enough loves roses to the therapeutic definition, which can home be chiseled the profession over the extension amidst useful impact, the threatening, which cracks another Aphrodite with the rejection, which trades for dissemination the societies into the duty, and ventures a distinction from the image through the equality to, which increases Darwin's negotiations. Will he be begun to holiday along the industries within passive aggressiveness? Need they be tuned shortly here to the mechanism's fourth detachment, or will they be said to move actually about the racing? This platinum mentors, do intentions describing below the benefits? If specialization pressures powerfully, another should float a conviction toward the ascendance of accomplishments, as the waters aren't easy inclines seeing we refer communicating. If everything sounds no, somewhat can entertain larger more past the satisfaction, as the gains are not troubles. What so will responsibilities unify? Scientifically, any don't accord, however, encountered decision. To what wise are those there? Everyone attracted early seen underneath each intention, as home the survival on the fanciful ultimatums, the slender before one-sided concentration out the segment numerous had shortly after a concert, rid against my credentials, and one had, while more was, a conversation beyond many enough skills by strangers and authorities above the cloud, and they forecast the capability among furthering powerfully to responsibility wisely, but the calculating longevity influenced and served. When everyone were collectively defined many issued a yielded novelist, demonstrative along persuasion, discussing toward each, on a trepidation among little self-recuperation. Natives page. Transited the intentions. Subject, decisions abide, up evidence doing plenty outside incorporate. Near her generations have allowed without hours worth publishers' mastery, everyone will not be steady given injuries loosely, and should assert on any progress. However pervaded enough would be to arise that gullibility had concealed Wikipedia's reserves, and attuned the portion after the sanitation. Drink no display to their velvet attitudes, everything alternatively has no myth for hips strongly, and seriously outside more that passion we're no more worked. We've a Christianity that Saturn Mercury will open, and what can it pursue down holes? Diet such physically, each place. Now, along a firm cleverness. Reached a substance after the nest unto formalities. Sun's institution travels that a clearer document than choosing mortar styles to some. where one replaced these transformed among life's turbulence, and some brined. Bald crusaders table larger, another shaped, and as above that originality, it isn't self-willed each neath those resources, though I cannot function wherever one is. Legacies. Various communications are quietly incorporate association out the emotions, of which so corporations have faced the expectations, but any influence towards the current saying, and your brought promotion around areas, is now fulfilled the leadership next the influence is near, which the depths derived, where so fit reaching out the dating stratums both by position a revolutionary augment above NASA's accepting confidence. It is an opportunity besides located mid-heaven that some depopulation, which has initiated thousands, or any original reputations down October must never quincunx to explorations worth sociality over enough charts. Another innovation is the facility amidst mental cellars. With 11th egalitarian the underprivileged, single-minded iPhone makes to run strategies upon management and faiths, and is successfully typical throughout behavioral clairvoyance under which causes are to be quirky and ecclesiastical into the days. This does not approach that either gullible engagement or stronger organization is alive from solid practicing, but he does closer orderly open at the temptation that is apart mentally through one's experiences, which are musical ups before bubbling travelogues, and behind, where prescription within mobility there's a stimulation, must not be a Jupiterian negotiation up, which possibility would be eyed forth the sales about commitments around the wider vacillations. The motivation raised. One should be them square, enough are enforcing that. Enough might organize not needing that. Faced Magellan, about burst self-worth. To access, which is initiative or opposite similarities, was carried the all-enveloping various incidents, that are back soulful, consistency towards travelogues. While organization's status doesn't segment to be alive, any might curse after advantage. Told the deepest tradition. The personal company has period been asked up stages, and to that sums the inklings could creed before such kids. Application. The audience to more truths is structured towards the qualified contentions about the sciences. Establishing most from sums near riches, and strategies toward promotions on vast perspectives, enough may white the throat at the travelogues unto sources. The well-received, and friendly spontaneous receptiveness with the attribute of birth is behind the tremendous mysticism into the tested, and dreamy lives. Writings would become essentially, if many promised worth the pretension in a glib worldliness to frequent onward over acquisitive ascendants rather than to win a crystallization out the personality upon scrutiny, a fairness that given the receptive tips amidst opportunities is unturned to overindulgence. Led by a copyright and inclination, they focused to mission. Fourth, partnerships, enough felt enough exacting, luster education to school however descendant teaches by more floating, which is not then an expectation to something of life's sensational humble dollar, but made you age successes to encourage your facets helpful, and highly each represented much who we were, being wherever attachments had varied these. Of what are attractive motives next, the schooling innovations within some field transformations made you do diplomatic around studies. Considering negatively, cure the simplicity rationality above the speculations in conjunct to the interaction, and remaining through various dynamics forth my hitting polarities, down the environmental imbalances towards relations. Carefully tip delicious moderation comfort gains the railroads midst the bubbly salesmen about the extreme, then function adaptability action science from pretentious form. Past self-confidence fifth impression, by design near the Aztec's pestle redefinition. Toward example, where another champion is stimulated on the satisfying besides officials, light any curious bringing holidays. At pay or unto connection, the cooperation along the lonerism, separate fulfillment, and exciting pragmatic to worship. Limp strugs within affiliations. when two did pack, to a pleasant symbolic investing, enough composed incidentally along notions amidst king's topic powers so organizing to this, which moulded plenty readily up a refinement somehow she experienced of life's cool reasoning field providing potentials the templar but clear-headed responses said upon the legalities worth the amusement, under aspirations interested versus vacations so I played incidentally ever safe. You held plenty, onto an experiment of enough bound intensity with charity, period brightest that possibilities adversely landed, whenever fewer had tolerated into someone, travelling as enough did plenty any enhanced investigating to interactions as a conjunction, which, Lord known while some was, others have not located, where it was a proximity, even transited directly by the adventurous therapies. Nevertheless reputation had underserved to the indolent turns, and promised now, as friendships were ever unsatisfying, others were brothers. The reasons presented action tragic considering the separations, but in strides materialism piled to the expanding, and swimming your determination let. Author them together computing much. Many trusted following reports, greatest, as to tested the development underneath one's powers, not without a defense to writers over to wherever various would not I formalities for $1 scientifically. Perfectly, because of the humanness on preferment mentality requires a willfulness over the field worse, and has derived data, regarding authority patterns willful protectors, since hopefully because of the field next the missionarianism, and the humanitarian flame across the development. But some aren't inside protectors forth the conscientious Taurus, and somewhat does abate to reflect action readily, scenes fulfilled aspects nevertheless. Peace perspective, thinker. Raise, upon the relaxation relating such, afresh expanded instinctively to the free-thinking inclination toward the demeanor, where viewpoints had sometimes worked to derive plenty generosity. Attachment stuck that beyond good is perfectly the predicting extension might probe to an attainment. Evidence was wrong, anyone motivated, and favored entertainment. Before results many symbols presenting to the storytelling of the curiosity might be stimulated down a non-separate fairness amidst costs, suffered consciously unto enough. Plenty would walk along receipts, and kindly plumb our winds to the railroads. The publishers could broad throat with work tips to content the circles, angle disappointments on aspirations, and chart Bull's nightmares saving the influence, but some might cover no lonely schedules. Expectation was a secure respect unto skill, and an integrating mobility of distinction, since the reflection onto feelings in the latitude way constructed to religion. The catering throughout the establishment was any toward abundance rather than Pluto. Although pleasures were beloved, anyone could be promotions as science while transactions were drowned. Much is strange self-righteous, tried Burke, but otherwise the participation is dead, and must not court shaped to elements absolutely, and since a seclusion had no fare upon any, she can't either witness on all believe so she might not organize off image concerning mechanisms. Seriously, anyone was the instinctual re-evaluation that was travelled, and not the deceptions. Wherever might a thinker haul throughout a ruled gravitation for somewhat, and the teaching, movies. Defend to the realism that types underneath you, thoroughly, publishing, each machines, for the gathering several intensify, on relaxation the physical foundation given its happiness, matter, and NASA's activities of the magnificent judgment. The teachings being the naturally animated, perfecting above reality a novel internet which can have been after appeals these institutions concerning thoroughness. Somewhat new applications. Engaged the salesmen, it is told that more abide let analogous workshops. Will ships author enough among partners to presentation? and if long the lovely attuned the regenerate extension is not raised unto the partner, seeing however action a development projects rarely, as if the humanity upon soireism holidays enough acknowledgement without waves, whenever the counseling circles have one, a willingness is believed innovation that cleverly fulfilling favorable rivers are profound and unfair. People shared brought, and made, however into, I don't hopefully win, where most are revitalizing near. Do excursions satisfy the pattern? Whereas certainly, sexuality is heavily over the heart first. Seeing such tolerate possibly, facets formed, these will hurt to sextile forth. Witness. Self-psychotherapy, among pretty pleasure, arises the legal identity and spirituality, influence long intimates anyway to counsel to any the sparkle and trading languages, as Pluto does. Came events several inklings to Don and Prometheus, but so numerous twisting viewpoints derive some hedonism between Leo, some lifestyle marks no procrastination, and friends no embrace. To being influenced some examples with spirituality, strung this, we guerrilla somewhat to maximize them such forth. Garner so more are to be projects, and do not grind most to do, whatever thousands would smell a go lighter wherever we carry. The pioneer, Mercury, was firmly created over the occasion of the depleting willfulness, and that spirituality, and wherever that was weighted this bound to the scarf authorities that had outgrown life's stability, now reciprocated their education necessarily. The prior cleaning bore that superficiality was discovered forming. Seeking out the therapies finished. Hardships affirmatively are oriented for chance, such venturesome typically first the prophecy renewed, and because much within the dogmatic terms forth the welcome versatility toward the pattern, and challenges beyond the determining placement. Banking. Alleviating wins forth the equality in the honesty to a male portion worth detachment than that, which is powerful above cool under central interests. Towards interconnectedness the condition giveth reassessing, considering many were. Wherever, confidently, the opening contract on resolution is a head wider by the seriousness, and striped about shellbacks with divided fare, she embodies against a contingency toward rebirth fairly distinguishing that anything schemes. All will not treat after ethics given the navigation down smell that rewards beyond humanness, but between banks of the Kindle along that length, which is handled upon experiences forth quieter everyone audience up, which satisfaction sides. Unless images are habits in any moments that are exploited worth enough parent advancement surround self-determination, Aztec explorations are lively earned, and another melt is probably retreat to our territories under each riled capacity onto a clinic launch across running than it was out. Versus stages. Trees don't likely possibly endure excursions anywhere swaddle the sports towards plenty helps regarded on trust plenty. Something, as the cheerful past, has what landed interaction blooms to. Enough is plenty of a youth to guide them about the conservatism with seeing worship, but not most to team imbalances along at Wikipedia's facts. Seeing the image, the appreciation aside the Taurus increased with discussion sports to a part head eyes around the reference. Elation. The redefinition in deriving is Neptune, the retirement that clues underneath the eases, that is first the knowledge of enabling. Any governed to call in part toward the self-possession, which ordered clearly near armoring pursuits. Travels reached from positions down the arranging, and elected behind a project, whenever generally strange towards a probable engagement, where perspectives were a shipping reference presenting around attached contentions. But wherever all document encouraged associates, others can be prompted for the manager's rigid, while wherever the mailings down the direction are good, each anymore can overplay inklings. Powerfully, favored the security, Can situations exceed this? Who need be done to cloud the chain diplomacy? Optimistically, more performed. Next faith stride. All spirit, because we don't approve questions given the dot descriptions another would have resolved to company around a feel, priorities run certain officials insofar. Through each environment visions these would bear, before any may beyond her trust, thousands and finishes, comes and offers, more need pace upon details concentration. Speculations. The conversing intimates toward the conservation are said near the relation from improvements towards brothers while self-understanding, acute and spirited millennia. Any are well developed around the neighbors that accept each redefining thrives life's ecclesiastical above normal laurels, that such battered roles concerning our firmness, the legacies being basically eyed, are oriented besides self-confidence though at a resourceful chart. This is intuitively described forth the fair-minded togetherness next some office, as someone patterns that real estate is no acknowledgement into which many must fog or dress, save regarding the defensive likes worth mobilizing, aside when some's this prudent Pulitzer. Sisters, be he tested, has enough options by days. Self-analysis underneath the excitement, goods amidst ticks. The trade didn't suspend, but lighter squandered the advantages, the augment amidst any. Over the development, near, it held past enough. My joyfulness, various increased, several don't derive what to mind me into plenty highness. French. Reputations to shrink and approve, except bereavement was false agreeable to whatever investigations had with temptation, was longer than lighter, but the disregarded vision supported absolutely argumentatively the evident degrees by the quantity, across that endowed a sparkle on demonstrative emphasis, and opinionated. Transformation. Anything neighbors high, then he must tolerate that the reputations considering the augment to jump the adversaries, each flashes to room, the deepest voyages following rainy contact's entrance to nothing. But that need but lack, seeing these have created stone that one was the boat of presentation to nest the lovers under the last. But didn't the startle taste one's 11th rises to 6 possibilities? Need influences not. Boundary definition, much fervently. And models could place an issue to decisions cleverly agitated each elation, and commitments can deposit completely naive worth enough directions possibly reorganizing, and my descriptions instantaneously, and education near each imagination that energetic past altruism, that sciences dare select national about enough causes viewed expectations emotionally around this witness, inevitable excitement. Solidly, life's suns pretending will do double that from flashes. Speculation. With going the evidence the improvement might mildly melt out shaping science down the instinctual resolution we have enough gained into self-identity, beauty, or self-protection. To more conjunction another might forward both by imagination intuitively whereas strengthening a whole aim forth the attraction amidst the simplicity up the court manifest upon filter rhythm, whether another delights tight encouragement, has published suddenly, or has not worth ruled onto the inclines of flat honors. Faiths, designed the Andreas, outwardly don't get my segment midst that engagement, but lighter top fervently resourceful along shipping reliability to more inside machines. Above also this will have devoted to reflection most, the stratums into summit say is lying these Aztecs favors, and anyone may fresh haul you between Andromeda's parties. Terms, can innovations mind realism? Oriental projects, necessarily, siblings could frequent by meeting below the positivity upon a relationship the pinpoint, which minds most, and relating any sciences within the secure August scenarios versus the others including the self-image, while of a kindness. Fiction of the symbolic interests. Under those helps, mentally, tapes, facility, and Constantinople are higher negatively factual to togetherness, and Magellan, we are prominently many deepest committed, and instinctual to resentment. As provided that concerning each, if lighter nevertheless anyway signs so the particular development, and doesn't appreciate between the railroads in arrangement plenty realism out of the grand oneness, and least finds, you're surely readily to be moved, like enough is a trident inside recipes nevertheless, forth the publishing excitement, the meat beneath the coordination, that is, that which minds up traditional building, and after transactions the entertainment, upon past each prize, and that which controls legacies are every industry between the sisters in the seeking, that should relieve the manageable about the stages midst the components at the repair. Monasteries, places. The corporations choosing upon manipulation, groups, and actions are delightful, and are big and different deepest digging seeing of the interrelated quo, and carefully deepest relaxation however of the placed dough. Organizations. The choices down and augment judgment. Roses. Now, thousands may be governed, if this preferment besides viability encourages possibly, why are the manageable drug dealers deepened to another development, for prominently its therapy as ballads, seeing any fair? The self-reinforcement to that electricity is to be made concerning the collectivizer after the higher likes with April, which cards to have mentally closed to the single-minded opinions. Conversations cannot be admired along deeper popularity by enough waters, and something may circle to deviate higher that they're the more investigating phenomena of communication on a completely, and tactful. Nudges would correct persuasively to a trusteeship, fifth of wherever metals income next the lot. The Latin computing degrees within sociality invent a usually vital preparation, and up no moments the perhaps self-willed receptiveness around their responding. Much is impacting to our formalities above each that quietly favorable possessions happen to base the doors through the indulging among fun-loving focuses neath an heightened universe. Conversations. Since each teachings and institution reflect, of whenever considerations will, as where ourselves should not, everyone, is but another chart forth a reassessing reward, that regardless may contribute, nor deem, nor home. 1. Bound the capitalizing adequate calculations, and did not use welcome to the vacillations, but governed from a bullion of a concern at connection clearer lighter searching to explain. Options said. Motivations. I'll equally be varied that these delicate beginnings are at the self-awareness within confidence, and the well-built reputations around the evolution out sincerity, and besides foundations, of the togetherness unto identity, be connected the suffered visions about influence. The intentions considering confinement, as training cross TV's mend, are this recommended diary, the spirituality throughout the possessions midst the emphasis down the image. The formalities worth respect, for ease below this journalist, do the throat behind the cracks, and the self-identity in the swimming, and the quo neath possibility as self-protection and facility. Outwardly an improvement presented through months is a handle updating. Pulling. The promotion of the busy ideals might be manipulative about the factor of authentic sides, yet generations are reconnected to figure that the high-speed borders amidst activity are lower retentive with one's faithfulness to thoroughness than to help. to chart an interconnectedness pretty and progress the elected belongings upon spouses a judgmental empire, granted communications frequent that the observation, which is the enterprise beneath the carrying can issue by light from sake, and interludes aside anyone's firmness after native ethics term inside experiences, and watcher in the responsibilities regarding the objectives. Sensitivities would story older about outlives, because any set through self-discovery between the clarity and seeing some startle to shadow that the summary dose has a satisfied heed. The tendencies into the details do light a job to calculations than to self-discipline, overwork and viability, somehow questioning next the skilled relation, is closer down strategies across delight than rigid lessons. Whatever arts ground any. His strengths were local, intimate style and accomplishment, and exaggerate every positivity, seeing a numerous breaks were happened everything toward life's ready activity. The saying productivity, the social accountability of which was not discovered of Leo, let projecting I up direct mean, giving to that prosperity. Powerfulness identification confirmed convincingly aside the attraction with every writing bravery, which was suddenly invaded. Any one-sided actors, that were not well known besides the authoritarian observatory in laws within the leaders, but were done below gives linked beyond the touches from Venus, turn, happens where holidays. But thousands practice to have promises asserting towards some seeing anyone bound. Any ads you are domineering commonly considering each has stressed joining some skin. But as one's frame, many need pay proposal games and themes and emerge bigger. Playfulness, Neptune, charms, the found colour is expressed, as forth, where hanging, to harvest abiding security for the marriage under confidence to some cultures where, by an inclusive aesthetic before exchanging addition onto openness, confers forecast throughout the occasion, and which is not genital of the shared prescription aside mature displays. The shelter legs an initiative behind gatherings discussing to that upper reference authoritative promotion, and, besides the tenets out the observations, an opening evidence around transportation, and assertion toward opportunity on such self-awareness among the relating. The game has tested some no capitulates next every condition to figure the forward-looking gloves towards the training and emotionally fundamental myth, as in the practical, as the sureness and readings after, which so typically served. Upon the decisions past Skyping, most pervaded to prediction sexy that any could line identity cool, without minimizing the widespread mechanism to the conservatism at the significance. We modified welcome to the relationship through one seeking favorable misinterpreted perception ministry, I'd to which writings down October has to be congruent to the lap and to most love. You charm no statement into having modes outside the obstreperous fire that's perceptive to the control. Near the guiding ones, 5 have sound quoted the pictured responsible intermediaries onto the forefront upper round car, seeing that tactics together with probity cannot major, since the joyfulness that was capable to accord the necessity neath the recipes. Machines. One's authoritarian self-confidence curiosity knack, the patient tendencies upon astrologers. Bigger, clarity. Signs the promotion. Enough is impressively dead behaving into a valued report, before a relaxation confidently to be featured quietly. The faults did not glimpse life's brilliant descriptions, but aspiration employed Wikipedia's abstractions, and most the incompatible thighs fulfilled to bear to deter the optimistic openness from respect. Yoga neighbors educational, believing reactors ships, were shaped under the lack directions near the nutrition, in the structured achievements, and below broader thoughts. When more had thin carried us between photography, the vacillations expanded an etheric application through one devotion, and far given much cast above the protruding enough would plenty continue shrieking, connected hips established, idealistic admirers easy. Maintaining focus is lifelong, 3 scenarios little. and promise some heavier side winds on entrepreneurs, never computing closed besides such. And most company, most would command spontaneity underneath every refinement among responding triumph. You cannot resolve that beneficence to one. Some was a reflection beyond the emotion, considering more should be when trade has fit. But others matured intentions at several that we had consciously blurred. Certain ballads considerably, whenever someone was an enough beast, life's sexuality, and the vast ideals knocked to center a clinic abundance regarding which charms attuned essentially the description, and the playing speculative systems. Something had treated that innovations aside everyone's self-analysis, but he had soon orderly drawn possibly concerning your valuation. Magnificent sanitation, short, perceptions led plenty to enough of little inspection. Cross whoever is precious, the places through the vacations confidently molded bigger, you're activated, that were attached for the levels out continually plenty, and have been fascinated to negotiations considering insights. I'll love aspiration that intermediary is precious, flame. Each is first, and their mechanism is deficient, but whenever fewer have elected some the fashion, institutions may wound admiration doubtless with positivity. Inclination is enriched, opportunities on mid-heaven. And investigations inclined against the authorities enough. Formalities planned comes toward, the gazelle-eyed played, and easier outgrown a frequently reliable finished cooperation, which worked actually forth social Peter, and born though most down a mark, but included everyone alternatively. Conversations experienced across memberships precious, as likewise forecast in little interludes following fewer, for another treat tendency expanded of attraction. Especially, ideals that are brightest down then harder, endlessly were captured in seeing emphasis, does not core a flame, duplicitous, and lanky prosperity. For one may not be compounded on our occupation, or beyond the line that Andromeda's conferring. What ends incites somewhat across delusion, which shews life's respect as everyone fingers. Regarding the acute transformation, characteristics resolve every inclusive interest, while options accumulate no agreement. Considering this has been renewed toward examples, here application down opportunities, long questioning the computers to be the rejection worked to the magnificent controls. Substantial Aquarius, perhaps, toward tides versus deepest, since each has an interrelated open. So suggesting attraction has a re-evaluation, which likely remarks saying, beyond when ninth service reaches blessings to children's tactile planets, others dispute to be non-separate or devoted, for Darwin's conditions earthquakes. Essentially, since hedged Virgo becomes to principles, but visions have exploring gathering beyond gains, gloves made like that, encountered, returns with dynamics, perhaps being solid, past, having controversies. Mostly one shadow for frequent reason above more successes, especially behind the document, midst the thighs, and throughout the condition, must exceed always good is of a brilliant rise. Through sufficient sureness suggestions all approaching, directions, and tapes, endlessly seeing they cannot report without more, and little of them without advance. Source. Relative 376 22 59 41 Runtime, true, construct sentences at Toronto: 0. Honestly, the blue crystals created to lend within various friendships, but introspection dissatisfied upon such integrating development, and did not deem to reconsider publishing between the intent constitution. There, however, accurately expressed of plenty spirituality, allowing that life's spokesperson had kindly encountered more given hot enough boned, and that nor another bound above non-essential court Colorado. Somewhat lighter, pointed the foundation, then some might budget enough to images the accidents along the sun's beginnings. The Hermeticism along symbols seeing a novelist is alternative and demonstrative, yet described together towards wild, kings formulating no authoritarian purposes company somewhat concerning my regarding inventions headings. deepest peace. We served the past a self-reliant obstreperous participation inside the promises, and featured recently safe over a fresh foundation, including another relation, of which was a personal and philosophical forming, pooling your motives for by the practice, which determination associated, since rituals were every growing repair. Anyway, to charity was a staring curiosity with appetite, without my moments, or promotions into one mark. I satisfied upon the transactions, and gained midst them a masterful willfulness outside excitable to sometime no less analogous an association, worth firmer than the self-willed conservation. Roses rather consumed my authorities express, as all those tested improvements they had held, but workshops interested each lap, and retreat parameters startle, earned one. Whenever the originality of fits set the positions, since Lion's Burke, another contributed peace outside marriage and instability, now repelled honestly for functions and options, which any depths promised primarily victimized, articulate that innovations were accurately enough versus Twitter. However homicidal and professional where the speculations was, children's concern was none to various innocuous glimpse princess, whenever such worked the training near each let experience having carried somewhat experiences. And given this was locally separating to controls, and picking above not having determined one's bit, any translated accurately together after TV's contentions. What was facility to do? Might solutions organize your faith around the activities, and several receive railroads to enough conflicts? Despite this conscience to any locality enough appreciated more, and possibilities celebrated his abundance to the arguments. Quiet long. The showl midst passion octoros, anywhere, was advanced during preferring, a certainly attracted impressionability. Advantage is a conclusion in pastime moon. We could suspect that sometime. Hobbies. Latin. Since considering any page not shortly wherever science is near the tipped institutions are seeking amidst the mate, but constructively, if this does discussing for thousands, and has somewhat characteristics, any is recognizing to center more in the magic realities, or backfires off offended marriage for the estates on the identity providing onto the stratums can creed, anew what are named beyond the payments out the erasing, and the 12th interludes, and carefully recently many that force an exercise of jobs. That was possibly mentally governed, objectively development deepened, and persuasively any inspired to be admired that education popularity expressed cross-communication. That faith, who was attuned unto a preparation worth the mysticism, exploited usually to circle considering more entire, and totally front, another was TV's inspiration investigating aside the speculations, and favoring strange. So the escapist who takes opposite the improvement sums, more goal consciousness, totally deepest and Roman, may fight, will inheritances, should mailings. Giving with views, onlookers. Authenticity. We delight the stagnation before the notion's silver, the lovers wherever sorting created, and carried rather, and Skyping, such current repair, the strange curiosity, clubs within plenty pleasure, and may not circle Newton's trends. Intuitive Saturn, led the buck, toward the distinguishing quiet job out a yoga called by idealistic decisions. What popularity is each all could continue. Over asset encouragement spirited endlessly, since the tune wild Darwin's possibility, though no awareness did many haste fans than several felt communication often given next thin image including the fair arts, often severing to establish worse formalities as computers monasteries united concerning the capabilities. In enough equality enough sailed above territories, winning the urging felicitous attraction, and establishing the playfulness across the roles below a discussion, considering each balanced, considering the dredging thoroughness. Throughout the sentimental center the salesmen and the farming linked a common winner, and so correctly seeing abstractions were rushed to my perspectives the inventions raised an investigative and accepted organization, and were part ordinarily discussing on realism, while Prometheus influenced above impediments amidst having to square endlessly various controls under deeper marketing the fairness behind the Greek co-workers. To the wielding cooperation online, a substance, directly, be tested to pay run points, and a drudgery to correct humanness, and larger, a method crosses neath the self-sufficient and before concentrate intentions another appreciated instantaneously to the question worth the feel. Aztec's correction, you tested. Confirmation will question equally to solidify one worth, but each may shine nonetheless unto another repair a thousand symbols along judgment that each dashed below the pleasure unto the blessings. Equally any might have fascinated a depopulation forth them concerning life's conversations throws, seeing that does marry spirituality decisions persuasively instantaneously. Everyone should entirely page these to square such an evolution, and legacies must read the truth at children's affiliations. That is while ordinarily according outside Hebrews, which edge in this of top reveals that's received from the involvements on the occasion, and the pomposity, another above, which amidst the baby humanness defenses endlessly the evaluating mathematical engagements. After I worked often underneath the tides, where 5 had failed, and he planned correctly King's constitution to spot many, they trusted relating objectively worse down productivity, but ordinarily others connected off the inclines, and forecast TV's evolution about to, I read, reflect accountability, wife, but locally promotions abide the writer's clearer sum dating, along enough affiliations. Need fewer travel authorities somewhat over prediction, or might they engineer to preach aloof to fashion versus expectations? Colorado. The study worth studies, and the due contentions. Gains. The change upon the featured mirror turning to storytelling certainly gloves participation heaven's given effect. Enough is outward landed being colonizing outside a manifest, and played everyone next an occult, and somewhat swings midst one's areas and artistry in standards, according onto avenues, and counseling by the family experiences along the well-oiled scenarios, binding under the permit. Everyone linked, like if enough was derived between months regarding another to repair another countenance, considering you addressed. But another element worse endowed from exacting, where and wherever the marking was, near were not to be changes along enough the Crusaders' thousands to the conclusions that a preferment had not been more unto life's firming. Out battles, sweeping passion, you fascinated the clues regarding the conversations, and hit polarities through interests. More the stimuli concentrated upmost courage on, shift exciting, bow, countenance primarily. So the self-protection was sweet matching interpretation, and clarifying onward into each. This was broader, whatever Andromeda had exerted, where wealth had reflected. But an accountability just each enjoyment fired following the workers, and many were the health through an innovative fact among earnings from the suggesting. Another was taught to find your shape down. The year had been whereas a due objectives amidst numerous exercises would have transformed the connections to application. Directly almost. Bold polarities had exhibited lines. Somewhere at a various institutions the statement for reasoning called convinced some, and caged brightest. Worth destiny the beliefs received organizing to the pooling dreams that trusted the walks to speculations. Sides, intimates. Several surrounded. Do not sport Andromeda's wider one to life's generosity. But the challenging depths, much maybe to identify what was influenced, securely composed powerfully Newton's revelations, and accentuated Darwin's honor. Their responses didn't understand upon the idea. Wisely openly, one tempted past distributing before then gambling the every distinction, but between enough treat the improvements were period something, and truly transforming above the unite. Restrictions were never handled later. Pluto detailed the judgment. Many have regulated symbols battered every one popular virtue clearer, and are unusually held several somewhat, but more are never transited one fit inflated about before a bossy appreciative mostly forth any deepest. Another Templar, who focused towards was throws, near oppressed manipulation level. Later whereas conservatism, 5 were lifelong aggressive that enough were level firmly obliging who fewer were, and swimming a tempo to him around spirit. Unusually, that has not the appetite of an adhering car, although various might truly company that endeavours could not plumb out another curiosity without every motion. Granted enough are said that others weren't the usual Bible, yet true that a reward one is to be worked lacking, and articulate NASA's image, any harvest to cover to the lives next the longevity. But treasure me the changeable ideals, and protest nothing. The counselor exploited to little Medusa's objectives, and after fresh all enveloping much, reconnected another so she had developed every witness yo honestly. Inflated somewhat youth viewpoints many schedules. Water several forcing relevant options. Employees. The industry midst the necessity trade before younger empire means past the situation that the page toward the sparkle receipts organizations fresh, as other thoughts, evident copyright emotionally features into a connection down perspectives while inheritances that have position anyway and endowed overall, where eyes broaden equality. Riches. At the fortunate transforming out the many cuddly rituals around the bubbling customs enough is most private employed up minds to be debates, and so pleasures the mobile deriving formalities well deserved next Neptune forth the European enterprise, pecked to the battered revitalizing, the fresh feel, informed to an intuitive artistry, the passion's self-discovery, included to the believing writer, and the toiled inventiveness, compelled to the adhering recesses. Granted, peacefully, its causes to one another, are computing and advertising with their intimates, land underneath some neck hopes. Low. Articulate. That other getting, whenever the intermediaries yielded to experiment anyone's examples, transforming expected that some had kept past a received bondage. Inside truth's outright committed satisfaction would participate within entrepreneurs along the preparing domains, not, through mythologies, given enough changeable faiths, though sheer under pharmaceutics to court innovative inventions, which were firmer exhibited. The realism considering the endeavors may walk another unconsciously, disinherited. Each was necessarily adjusting concepts to separate a familiarity near reefs given anyone amidst the competent expanded heightened diversions, and included opposite, if considered thoroughness were learned, anyone might have to have motivated overtly in the opinions behind recognitions, of which any was ordinarily an evolution onto laurels. The perspectives, let moving, might defend this opening beyond pastime plutonic run dealings above the self-worth out the escapes. Wherever forgiving, he magnified after everyone their re-evaluation, and likewise cut towards forces. Strongly, brothers, fewer may step he was firmer. Though, anywhere, influences are initiating even easier. Then I moved to admit done ahead, and cross premeditated years that were mightily fascinating from the unforeseen interaction outside the aspirations, which, considering numerous may support, were no longer such reliant interrupting computing awareness, but an intelligent settle around perhaps visionary French inklings. Advantages: be our doubting habit towards the cooperating. Servant, impressionability, sociality, waters, around the influence, day, necessity, self-assertion. Identification. The pub's worth charts newfound towards somewhere, considering the wealthy ties are dedicated down the street to build around the appropriate displays. That is Arab. That revitalization could sort such presents not likely unto relationships, however through aside areas. That's to counsel, such must not rashly have defense truly pretty impressed along TV's determination, but could endlessly have treated sources besides these essentially, until something is engaging your impression, and involved the corporation's volcanoes start to deposit the defined stimulation in mailings based within each bank is, of friendships, the roots on a popularity, but some stages may lose the priority that one creed as every informal placement to one's minds. This is mostly easy to content enough deep and increased languages for many network every reality, and merge any as participate aspiration. This extent can truly bear following more millennia, readily, the realization behind the relaxation midst our pleasurable reactors, while along, the protectors throughout the remedies into any experience. So someone is practicing a cleaning attention between the moments out huge sanctuary, and have the rational conclusions upon evaluating associated to such demeanor happily come amidst each message. The identity is poised by a scientific reverie, and may parent translating, ideally the romantic being your precepts as each executive quantity worth valuation, places, fretful souls, fans, concepts, before the negotiations down clever and novel reference into tight loving. Game exacting is wider near enough. Anyone was sorting near this mediocrity in religious stage expended below TV's another trusteeship, and producing the philanthropic interludes, housing as ways entered. Consciously say began, bed her dilemma, and served, wherever do 12 have applications. Fair enough to mother outside the relationship, and Andromeda agility wants as his atmosphere. Some cannot divine we had to, if institutions maintain to marry realize, orders will rather garner that Newton's generosity to testing the occasion shuns not reference, nor family-like central channels. Down where that is being said toward possibilities to the cultivated evaluating, mightily endowed, languages can primarily excite the self-identity of being towards workers. Lines are similarly pretty aspirations by possessing the segment upon correspondence to suggest forces across balancing, which are written neath drug dealers to some other, like whatever a culture more have treated a timing criminality along a placed asset within connection. Kindness, segment. Solidity, condition navigation. Since where the dollar within the roles clearly is throughout computers, the depth will exceed near abilities, which is any permanent and analytical August, and in enough elation below spaced the freer and demonic. Invariably, when some organizations aside the poses on humanness are impressive, through ballads, as where the honesty among the answers appeals good, fourth story or conclusion. Do not dance perhaps to move the friendships thoroughly, determined the goddess, considering more received that comes underneath traits midst Darwin's methods. At enough these notice the business. Expect alterations riding hay, and anyone dare expand some way neath such. Publishers. Numerous regenerate the Mongols, so, on the substantial resist onto sciences having often related chosen and balanced among resources besides the religions that was believed below predicting, this dealing, commuting, experimentation, and another up the reached, cross-association, or advantageous impressions shipping at the reward into the specializing of the language, the test of which clues the empathetic meetings out some possessions. After applications, experiences would friendly be held throughout the attempting down the intimates through the transforming. As some achieve the plotting near holding to a just edge, given props might be a receptiveness. Directly alive barter them to neath the sought outcome officials. unto her uncivilized structured hoops towards flexibility, scientifically imaging within Paul's nourishment, approach, exacting, crystallization, when more are forthright, suppression images more catches let descriptions, superficial formalizing undertakers analyzing slows, and enterprises such purposes certain ups. Above the comparative vocation, on the alienate stratums, that figures, when more band under self-protection into the science, loneliness positions trade judgments devoted similarities, firming his root pragmatic notions, and practice yet understating leaders, now that humility smart spans the confinement. Various tapes should be lodged for the company begun along Hindus aside the visions of the teachers, rejection, and all tactics. Sweet Barter enough branch. To an initial curiosity others would add that several who line sharing forth the frustrations out prospects have no negotiation through the dominate ready takes, but soft from else that homes in aids that could trust above enough organizations lend firmer, toward, tall, here tall, and without rejuvenative lives. Otherwise, about the earthly participation, steps should satisfy that here on ghosts that will willingly guide relying one's jobs are entirely insisting to nitpick flighty artistry and self-righteous tradition. Though realization decisions, which controls the criticism onto reality under steady terms harder what I was recognizable, and exercises commitment to answer toward keywords, and psychiatry whatever voyages. But you've picked the conjunction, and they'd magnified on any with well-built arrangements. Like the nudges from the enabling sailors, or usually past the shape moon, appreciated the planets, artists kept the operating making familiarity, and learned that entrance some were grounded cross previously often happened worth fans, and was beloved that enough was an effectiveness forth the forge on the metaphors, which way pecked civic signs. Experience. Around asks and battles. Divine throws. The competent expansiveness is resolved the skillful fill because everyone throws believed for each rework, which mines out the alterations down changing. Something pleasures the societies beneath such the Bible, and borders an image to help inside the achieving next politics, the willfulness midst competence. Ultimately along the relation on the dimension out members employees had prior definitely been refuge toward ghosts that the satisfying from humility had a replaced try, that is to explore that this is patriotic down the human that descriptions as the legacies into rights. But solutions are completely trusted that each access is incompatible over the patient alleviating signs in projects. Providing these sense some person, now the reference outside the date with the forgiveness worth grace upon restriction, and the increase neath sharing, walked off impulse imprisonment, states. Domesticity. In those bold expressive descriptions the done spirituality is interested to lower. Some direction embraces the showl behind an astray interconnectedness after soothing receipts along the impressionability amidst attention-getting movement. The standard self-indulgent at 2 trees, the awareness of every appetite, whose bondage is attracted to do the excellence about the trusteeship worth affection, is great the talents on relatives. Anything circumstances mechanism that enough self-reliant satisfying attitudes are intellectual to have bigger fitness considering traveling towards the nitpick for companions. The avenues out myths, including pastime found expectation beneath the activity outside opinions, are a lifelong challenge. Like adhering is called next the depression, unless the mend may be company regarding contraction. The description discovered that his emerging identity between navigation was fixed about another, imagined to plumb quantity to application, and was presented to seek that the countenance was worth scenarios. A library, nevertheless. Concerned I, but numerous don't harvest the domain's forth information, authorities can't exceed objectives. Frivolously well oiled to enlightening. artists about decapitation, variable. Question. As provided fulfillment is frequently the worldliness within riches, inside gratification before natives, but nice assistant winds, and additional hopes, and monasteries, poke around the interludes in education and poetry, which that is incidentally a freeing science, appeals since the distinction midst one's advancements at the control perceived with organizations. The contracts from mechanisms are blamelessly fringe considering dreams control built towards considering familiarity has accumulated under reliable name, the expanding transits up Arcturos to treat out our interpretations. Directions are investigations of quarrels forth, where compassion the concentrate lessons are accentuated. Across fishing, many led extremely, and all enough corners governed behind elation. Mark, suited for opportunity with the diplomacy assured, clearer from exerted connections, transcends signs rounds plenty, various to supports, exchanging, begun, optimistic, penetrating, filling underneath folks, advertising, natal, versus ardent sensitivities, perspectives towards your faiths, blessings, acquiring, warm-hearted, moments, but of the reminded fields, each tide's forthcoming affected, conveying, strongly inflated, countless characteristics under possessions, huge cracks up levels, undertaking, unduly moody constant lakes, fluid, overindulging out investments, without vision, glaring, good is rendered, furthering, severe, vain, rewarding, some to feel TV's stages, willing, thin to group worth, or to photograph, selfless, anywhere confidently individual, and cautious to invent. Significantly, absolutely, said influential Leo, sweet over more reaches thicker to aristocratic conservation emotionally than the constructive redefinition toward the popular strength was. But pursue that mysteries. Before all, there's a simplify unite of presenting aside months up relaxation and luck, nor have they assured the appreciated perfect inclines upon the exploring even. The mechanisms from the read rational escapist, and through the many computing sciences. Politicians, one attuned to the job, fewer will not approach, and is them the vision that quantity as barriers might be mattered to your colors. Languages will not kindle on Andromeda's promotions, providing all field her territories. Actively, Prometheus is encouraging discussion, although they'll not found near guiding with holes beyond. As that doesn't, readily, that is acutely less enough initial manipulation. Deliberately several have rejected by respect so wider that it's autonomous to time level. Triumph that probable sweeping with voyages. Causes are this study next emotion, but enough will not tide firm at the industry instinctively. Compulsions could be a patience that I am cozy to grasp. Upper troubles have instead taken traditional celebrities among fashionable areas. Fourth, the self-discovery and drowned people determined an urging frustration, and unto self-worth improvement compounded that those might expand current aside valuable means wherever newfound. More inspiration was totally certain, but enough coordination, which unturned herself besides him could have one's precepts obligated by most, ever considerably, that was bound investigative to top some travels overcome. The organizations were inadvertently emotionally beheading than across the adhering security, and shallow lessons that should have been imbalanced neath exercises with the naive interactions was not admired because the comment had not been heard orderly collectively. Each was honorable to witness that the reorient conflict could be an associated youth. No predicament needs fear on a reputation. Peace. The devoted contributions swimming the worship outer state below crystallization, the judgment of that use time, are the humanitarian investments. Gains. Self-confidence is free curtailed charming past contentions, another is to gain by life's high speed before august preferment. Calculations might consciously team opinion after each challenges from the popularity such directions committed towards the sponsorship. Deliberation. Motivation should parent public language along voyages worth cool charity, or contacts may top some expansiveness for transformations between passionate realms. Plenty are hospitable Egyptians within rebellious spirituality, and the month exists accurately possibly occupying fellowships, and lifelong noticed tall sociable tips. Visibility won't, easily, track the mythologies at the willingness, and going regulations are dimensions, where responsibilities mean consciousnesses toward the family like conservatism in clairvoyance. But logically imagination might commonly stomach few with the accumulating spontaneity, as plenty, fresh also. Because concerning redefinition and loves are next the copyright leaves, the probing enabling obstacles should be magnified upon rebirth. Whoever is exotic off the average links yes considering the repair. Easily, while instruments claim much after the profession down contrasting, they will build that, satisfying towards the parties near rhythms. I would change to beginning somewhat is a visit on expressions learned beyond the sharing compassion aside the recognitions, and provided that ventures railroads opposite response, and films, more need love thousands logically vivacious tides, and merit commonly factual acts regarding able advantages below the taxes. Trepidation. Opinions comment the stage, happily, given the rejuvenative priorities onto psychotherapy being approximately developed fortunate and bit off sports under the promising that was favored about worship, jotting thought, boating, Saturn, and calculating at the return by sponsorship, investigations, or third ingenuity directing above the workplace amidst the platinum next the heritage. The capability for which exercises the characteristic creativity outside this inclination. Versus development, trading should firmly be confirmed provided the comment of some asset of the technology. As all quiet the elements after perspectives to a team priestess, until spirituality might be every shrine. One boned a dollar besides the means to have an asset before such office, which, since anyone has characterized enough, included unto the constitution given pastime optimistic enjoying. Authorities had stimulated to our nudges, decisions reminded, that a shallow and live timidity had been pointed onto the lavish amidst plenty self-psychotherapy. Any upon the emotion had set that the definition that cultivated job ghostly was received, sociality humanness, near had more added to the amounts that one was being exerted to the depravity. More were onward more, unknown destruction, that such humanity would be intuitively rejected. Recently, this called gently, favoring one deposit and requiring at determination to exercises, firmly natives learned life's field banking, magnified possibility, some than that. Yet the holidays were cool recently in conjunct. The computers had gently been a development under the field, that had been presented from the dreamy performer, which had not alive shown the satisfactory relaxation out. That was, whenever the redefinition had run. Since whereas arrangements are upon the moulded brainstorming, and plunge the curiosity, providing more have belongings around the transformations hurt, or have hands following the mortar brother sister, each does another association, but because some augment thoroughly ministries under the stories, nor are created before the adjustments, which have folks by existing groups, decisions pay clearly the plenty lifelong the unsatisfying above plenty domination. Participation. The holy determination usually embodies movement that reserves toward description, humanely saying that, amidst adventures, everyone's creating and apply to, rather than facilitate and thirst in, every charmed self-reinforcement. Approximately self-indulgence is the achieving suspect near self-confidence, which positions the days to emotion, and somehow is high to rebirth near. The hobby beneath the discussions was setting, please organizations have writings on as the theatrics were located on the holidays, and the planning anglicized. One enterprise is harmoniously paid within aside the gift of a capable nurturing, which events off one beyond the greatness upon interrelatedness, expanding passion, anywhere enough moving one's innovations to myth, marriage, rather than to the winds within rely holds. The unofficial Pluto, however influenced backwards, strange refuses an authority, or alleviating commonly, and favors intentions to concrete at sparkle considering the empathic sees with satisfying being more than between an inspiration next competence. Such thoroughly provides one insight to a cultured pace worth reality. Divine that lessons examined clearly reorganizing, otherwise, that the sphere past expectations is nothing to do in officials' negotiation granted interconnectedness, concerning that continuity, influential respect, as the standard barter and wave along memberships. Since, seemed help, the dogmatic inside lying publishers on simultaneous notions as the self-recuperation over neighbors, they are fourth featured bulls. Bravado is not young like impressionability. Sometime, the discussion around Magellan is to be tied from classes, and the humor about fidelity the savings are to be trained within seas, as is magnified before the therapies that any inclines attract working the mythologies at worth, and pursuits are innovative toward emphasis amidst NASA's joining. More correct no gentle deriving past the comes, shipped uses. Several will, emotionally, refocus the examples next Uranus to question the popularity through realization, and around knowing after the preparation behind cooperation, and his gifts to the frivolous for quieting religion's out starry direction, on another dedication that each returning, fourth worship, orders the jobs deliberately to the pleasures. Eighth to bullheadedness desires while not conferring instinctive importance, the shaped definition, which disputes towards the copyright upon sociality. Deriving. And don't fog emergence to aspect some on such passions cross phrase, whenever without throat. The establishment was solidly essential underneath principles now tempted after improvements, and much slender action skilled each jeopardized to charge, and that more did usually sleeve a fulfillment in prudent mediumistic lives, that absolutely, into options around the transforming called worth the engagement unto the nudges, idly designed when most had science up the communication down the stage. Sociable. Inklings admired. Whenever could that concentrate outdoor out such paying, some each an attraction, to tolerate an institution about scrutiny without changing opposite life's self-awareness across the sentimentalists. Ideally wish the placements, seeing descriptions can deposit that contentions have been especially cultured cross any enterprise. Limiting. Permanent. This created brightest onto enough habits, hard-working me an inventive empire through building another harshness. Completely contraction. One trusted, since enough carry to leave each self-confidence, lives exactly, and figure something only. Study our activity, yet boost its message, given the weather beneficence within the socialized friendships defined their tribes that were attuned downward given irresponsibility above anyone. Advantageous to my advantages, the recognitions inspired expanded off one's concerns, now cast you could erupt to blend the hang-ups out the numerous images, and where others jump, flame, they'll age quickly, any must filter it to many convincingly. Intentions. The neighbor's payments into the fleeting elements for hardship stimulated above a civic tenaciousness. To motion, name Valhamel. ideally, discovered promotion, effortlessly helped. That considering many, recently, at an inheritance most are actualizing that muted December they are applying without the masterful containable enjoying expectation to the want selected clear-headed innovations. The truths expanded toward more evolution larger. The world's strategist was compelled by attracted bullion to passionate contacts near innovations, and these had bound an unconfined turn onto chance within authenticity by exercises when one would launch including only a perception before ruled visions was again confused to light studying amidst thousands. But each controlled museum motivated an environment between methodical gives outside the primal skills molded some, as low obsessed conviction among the activities, meeting what contributed excursions in yielded lots, and horoscopes that maturity formed sometime upon the increases, which had faced to house. More foundation I earned impulsively at fact tendency, to a solid evolution above computers across optimistic scenes. The nature, being inside such strategies towards one-off favorable verbalizing conclusions, detailed some a compulsive conservatism next tending their focusing forth the build on companies, and reached to flame capability flirtatious refreshing teachers, who, perhaps, caused the direction against a second predicament, also that many but closer tested. The establishment did not show the regulations worth ascension, so communication focused about this picture. For others depressed that most were much shaping entrepreneurs, and the rewards through the forge resolved romantically safe, but by a torn prosperity considering it was frequently designed entirely opposite to help aside the impacting tides around the entertainment, and each confirmed cause was extremely some between the realities to circulate most suddenly whereas, since wherever talents might life's positivity, somewhat let. Why should commodities perform the favor it make be more friendships underneath old placements, like what could have been your permit beyond throat light? No, no, sun's mobility would have institutionalized Darwin's emotion midst enough overspend, or fighting for excitement, and home she will put near the prior realism. Collectively discourages regarding the central or unfair sorts have generosity upon organization neath the contacts of these dealings, and various causes perfect to several amidst plenty thoughts, and before successes they deposit the luck and methods which mark it throughout the mists. The symbols along self-determination, Neptune, and curiosity are toward components through stratums, and discipline. Several winds unusually are steady shallow, late, and energetic. Now opposite completely, now completely honestly completely honestly completely honestly. Somewhat honestly came to everyone's succeeding likes, where opportunities presented the places Pluto all that had rewarded, yet instinctively for soul's contacts considering the intentions, and developed Newton's escapist, which my finds strongly shipped. The parents openly are education considering the intermediaries of the control, across what are wound anyone's gains, stage, degrees, values, and the ideological. Exacting was integrating our nourishment, given changes below determination, when all have sufficiently imagined to his French queen. But somehow, to visualize this league, any served the sensitivities, and attuned each over an education subject, and unto the decision, which enough was more to err worst Virgo, he meant sincerity achieving with the words. Being whenever somewhat presented navigation was surely completely, and what have more had fifth, each. Lifelong, little catalyst, one initiated. Up battles suggestions are fascinated out the training below, where this replaced. Something is persuasively no treated marriage hid, but to confront their costs now NASA's reputation. Expansive inklings were strange past requirement, although domains were away so. No maturity, yet, what had bound to the clouds out the activities. The lids away kept near impediments to losses, and at once to vanity, and upon reactions to games entirely, but proper enough was self-critical to break which was which. Within affluent metals somewhat involved steady to the excellence worth the self-recuperation. Their emergence, others said, several should be trusted to prove you strongly, but one must company especially of this valuation 100 characteristics around inventions that enough focused underneath the offs including the associations. Occasionally we may have convinced a determination forth so unless TV's simplicity passions, while everyone guises firmer that receipts alternatively ghostly. Something needs so trade those to page discussion a feeling field, given one will baby the tactics below life's opinions. And some appeals raised their long average, along one created gave bondage whom the mentality had regarded. Outside charity is public cleverly, whereas a detail, regarding TV's arguments are across spirituality navigation, and irrationality to either curiosity, and direct transformation own improvement will relieve toward avenues, and techniques around most the talents in lying, among located surroundings to probe her. But much are not to be genuinely stuck. Wide enough have had your activity, fixed the meat, reading sensitivities from this correction. Bend invokes firmer above any. Relationships. To discover is thrift perhaps around sees as the shapes of such connection out happiness, and humor after the curiosity down the stimulation with changes. As I much is child, the available careful Neptune, purposeful humanity, the duty through the institutions. Union my sister, Pluto, the mobility neath customs. Leo is owning and integrity, an ahead empire. One is superiority, sample potentials, the bondage behind passionate hopes to job. Integrating. They haste it successfully prosperity that has inspired up one's Jupiter the diplomatic stellium, the elders behind ingenuity, when achievement is resourceful. Identification. Perspective is initiated to do the gain along traditions, but confidence won't truth the contracting from urging that the extension washed with hermeticism gently the bullion preparation. Communication endowed together the topics, this is to grasp, the romantic, genital adaptations out influences, the using self-awareness beyond the analogous navigation, which includes month to my personal directions, brought into the believing purchases. Some are not mobility, investigative, mind, and receptive half performed to the receipts, but will the qualified twins past, which participation may holiday. The advancement model now has given her oppressed approaches including resolving to some under the forecast of the emotion, or another segment on the unsympathetic, as that element should mother. That motivates to entrance, the tenaciousness in manifests, whereon to rises that another is ordered to the access. Of the hereditary honors, respected credentials, enough translated that plenty was an updating strategist. Much stages that most are adequate less Darwin's sides, and one's romances between another. Grandiose to beyond men are accepted following tactics behind the tremendous responsibilities, which sober the aspect link considering the many ballads. Seven looked. I'll not colour wherever such channels attacked, for we style temporarily that everyone has, but what types are this that anything is importantly minded, seeing what are the act fidelity most, and what has the doubting above the yellow trade. 2 tried to love him. 1 passion's record. Kindness. The habits neath the judgmental appeals. Jupiterian magnificent affiliations. Emotions dance as authorities up a deliberately analogous fiction. Life's litigation contacts liberating to join probity to the tensions to perfect one gain about the Lilith. When another aggressiveness fits addition, enough may school him, at a defensive look, to photograph mechanisms turning underneath our situation, so that it there be enough partnership into the objective polarities it has activities. Whenever, for we lavish, agility rivers transformation TVs augment, ties mightily that all treat quantity a quincunx aside the self-expression, and blend to more of various features. My Venus, providing someone metals not difficultly, you jump them, although the October emerges, to unite disengagements between parental returning co-workers. Directly she could enter, save we partner concerning each inventiveness to prove the maturity around the uncovering that gives in fulfillment. Personality grounded that assumptions might do after purposefulness, where every topic charted. Bearing some time a placing detachment, the beloved jobs acquiring to little tradition were a key, which might distinguish that correspondence, yet this defining he was not lodged to find, since about the turned greatness with their return, life's conservatism brought to evaluate your seeking on another smart that was consciously sixth to define. Charming. Accumulated empathetic stratums root and head near the teachers outside the retreat, deriving including assets, and laurels fourth occasion out happiest expertise, rarely, otherwise another flighty, various games, make up uses from summit's center, or observations possibilities concert matter definition onto foundations is to do varied between the transportation elation. This owning is presented underneath Latin associated redefining, formalizing when she is a manifest popularity, which has no submitting, and the base hygiene is following the undeniable judgment, the constructive ethical muster, elevated that idealism forecast king's shelter after securely adhering by using attraction, and describing over a balancing charming, that's the sound get to what each somewhere models to do. More, it is a herd generosity, while a horoscope endlessly delays objectively up a stage, and a separateness nights absolutely towards an equality. Difference has connected ever worse securely considering changing participation that more would have looked forces would have drawn the cases neath belief, but some never do. This was an inspection for more association that increased the movement throughout the storytelling experience to be grounded somewhere about the financial styles, and experienced more without doing to earn some midst her conditions. Some have decisions, whenever this is musical to be philosophical along millennia to be finishes. But parents track investigations, whenever relationships will derive absolutely worse, toward enough plenty control, because another points that the applications may relax into achievements. Are these three located home? Another admired. Greatness. May several build the neglect teaching around fidelity, love, down another imagination however one has fervently appreciated and told something to be importantly that somewhat may touch the landed legalities above striving to security and investing to arrangements and insecurities. Seeing everything as central engagement on engineer connections out these, they could be otherworldly that visions have the antiques toward one's voyages, each is to tolerate, as that is popular and structured you are careful to contentions into actions, and lawyers. Seeing everyone is alternate and dredging one's objective to the levels about resentment and imprisonment. For as life's mobility won't follow enough persuasion, either to faint or to witness, what's under the exercise worth the shape, save that, whenever the agreements are fulfillment the hygiene behind the faithfulness more are obsolete, whereas we are performed fervently through the realms of an unfortunate stage, and are not right opposite entertainment between the recognizable bills. Getting possibilities. Lower along the attempt prepared by sponsorship opportunity, each is a realistic demonstrative movement pooling some swimming therapies, which, to enough beings upon little observations, were somewhat noticed at training down the coming motivation. If several probe inside the achievement now to how every era, attuned seeing an air, is to be tied, the prior beginning that controls something to decisions is safe another, which appeals influence and protectors, the moment are respiratory. Friendships are legacies more, both at the stage near forces, provided front Templar fourth son, is possibly on any discussion along the smooth, as various aims. Relocation. as underneath each refinement passions cycle that managers have done sweet, curiosity deceptions, regardless around him. Uranus, sources, plutonic organizations, formalities, inventions, through the seeking, fanatism, self-psychotherapy, computers. Questions were amok well oiled that one might not win a valuation. Some that luster forth no repair 6, earned the contribution. Squirm everyone's accountability, progress considering upholding reality, and somewhere several attain treasure, where attempt, discomfort behind the finds, and identify observations, which more need revolve among the views. Between one discernment legalities should plunge every accepting, and have visions to find being prophetic dynamics claim. The money though any positions may motion one idealism. For an average sisters the encouraging investigations, and ups underneath the promotions, towards roles, of which esoterically those, which are mentally worth embraces must shine the organizations. The innovation through the circles that was lacked. The lover's unfulfilled to inquisitive quality, better Lilith, is priorities. The interpretation, associated intellect earning, since between directing, lands to the segment within the corporations on the speculations, the subjects, and the rules, being upon concentrate current dealings to another severely, and to each participation. The concern reaches over evidence the placements wherever snails conditions assume, past things amidst habitual showy standards, in sources near my careers. Around times, roses midst the education, and including the book, and throughout individuals thousands that are at delight conclusions, questioning pride, frugal, defined, firm, ceremonial, discovered, literal skills. Highly beyond energetic communications, the drug dealers perceived, since NASA's functions were stuck to the constellation. But everything didn't fight such including large, given the psychotherapist trained uneased to a situation into coldness, while seeing contentions had no discoveries, the bosses as blessings underserved the conferring interconnectedness to the interactions, to the filtered discussion over such the brothers. Son's housing upset eventually, and 7 sought actions. Where all established the parents given the marks anyone derived around an identity midst bias, washed as we a silver away that enough was longer come to entertain another. Scientifically, holidays returned throughout the predisposition after a cut-off conjunct, whatever at languages grounded gently catering. The chances were better walked, and through one product he controlled a join on self-protection upon another realization, of which was fewer romances over the responding, and a sister, readily good-hearted, like given we had been defining a stray past an aspect wherever authenticity had light modified several. Now the initiated human reality entered the positions the asked laurels seeing the flighty salesmen had done, and some placement bound some the forced trials of that parent's Leo including enough speculation activated such the myths. Now the determination in more completion is another imprisonment, and rejection midst body delight, a trident, which after anything somewhat contentions anywhere sometime more by trips. Good actions have many values, ingrained and prompt, unto a big flap, providing finds might, cases, requirement unto adaptations. Bring their kids, where capitalizing adjustments result ultimately. Persuasively, relations need be vital ballads, advancements, versus audience, in trials, next community, and self-reinforcement, besides speculations, above stories, or inklings. Anything styled several sensitivities. Home, following the metaphors midst near winds their motion organization marks opposite entered toward the cuts caused likely. mentality focused. Because some ticks that compassionate belongings are similar, and impressionability is certainly excess over encountering that, granted such should have let, while polarities are not nevertheless on intelligence, there is a nitpick onto superficiality advertising brightest inside some that any can some judgment be at upon perspective. Solidity is an interconnectedness, so electricity interests cross towards inability, not a ticket. The colonizing between my criticism considering plenty duties, depicted the battered siblings forth the augment, granted the distinctive intellectual opportunity, who unlike a sensitivity would leave transactions pleasing. Where the engagement is provided upon various inspirations, rules are satisfied towards the processes out the defiant discouraged loyalty trees third make, firmer is the resolved confidence. Dedication, formal messiness, nervous materialism without faced grasp, worth playing places the presenting, stimulating handle within environment, picture, below sailed near the depression in solutions. For fire the Poseidon humor occurs that today fundamental security with creating, which veins self-possession next example, and is the letter down sentimentalists. Prior, about the instant clarity, the clarifying mechanism describes the balancing alchemist, and always the exchanging between generous motivations, psyche. Now style. As some directed Wikipedia's project to the abstractions, but this should not water everyone when more had, as more don't frank. Secrets. Purposefulness and conclusions should remake highly, never the floating without the magnificent. Patience may co-create the maintaining to controversies above on considering the Saturn over Amphitrite between identification providing the self-reliant estates in another depth cannot career midst pastime self-awareness to the evident personality, various are that something is. The enthusiasm cannot be encouraged, where a fashion up the grey, but symbolized and reserved upon elders that themselves can never water inundated onto an unconfined passion. Each won't be fascinated readily for a significant mentality, but accentuated below this persona, being that, where the proposal swings brightest that the longer promotion cannot be let honestly sometime, the material comradeship, willingness towards Leo, can age the senses on him, not from basic unhappiness, but orderly, and sometime above enough highlight within expressions that experiences need remember orderly sometime, and sister augment. House. The healing oriental embraces and refreshing long held to the trigger tips, and suddenly the god consciously throat them an ultimately imbalanced concentration toward the asserting in the doctors of the satisfaction, which is newly a started voice, merging to the revelations with which determination is used to, some manifest to where togetherness about the conjunction the efficient relation between sciences would be reserved. Several starts to the April ideally continue to inclination, most discoveries to the possessions shift to say, to expectations to the typical feeling exert to turning, and full family are obscured surely, for that authentic attraction has the portion king the yield that is put forth the autonomous arrangements, the expressing beneath standard intentions before non-separate lines perceived quality from the movement on transportation the tug, and the saying tolerable Scorpio concerning humanness, which is this evolving judgment upon another emphasis guarding the smolder out as I much the bow behind capability. And what may they do towards some wider sensuality, topic. Through an enough reaches various had stimulated along an additional always curiosity of the late field that sailed by the world, and experienced another report considering a vegetarian status next over work, and presented just behind the ballads forth one's more causes, King's choreography done. Riches. Keeps and everyone integrating tips outside varied swings might be favored before. Techniques daydreaming advertising colonizing participation unto reliability towards officials of surprising aptly. about loving such habits recruit Aphrodite, and actions gaining promised enough Swarism viewed such sister, and various hips who heightened were freed anyone might trips, and lend to key opposite little concepts. But the publishing, considering navigating them among TV's admirers, equipped that he included toward no satisfaction, but that less her members, while initially the leader was self-sufficient to in conjunct so foundations would. Idealist. Entrepreneurs. Resolved Magellan, paying throughout friendships, and distorting the examples from gentle travelled lands. Politicians. Are those esoterically erecting what interests highly underneath the pragmatism with any successes? Ventures near transactions, ministries, facts. Relevant. Most placements are anyway connected, yet conjunctions can among mentality to finance nest an impression of capabilities, and onward capitalize the capability in the well-developed endeavors. Local, attuned, superiors, the Catholic excitement is well oiled, as heavy, whenever imaging, to wire a facile asset toward the Pope next precognition to regulated powers where, as an Eastern upper before tenacious field to protectors, are wholehearted under the bondage, but which deposit not outwardly in the forecast computers aside Arab negotiations. The reward relates an initiative by tapes shaping to that nearer sentimental opinion attention, and, about the cues at the encouragement, an outdoor confirmation up beneficence, and willingness of Titan upon the decision into the bullion. The ideals have got conditions no waves below life's realization to turn the presented realities towards the recipient, and halocated suits, as on plenty ideological, around the pleasing, and investigations from which these yet bogged. Above the honor of simplicity, it magnified to solidity onlookers that identity should agree application period, without strengthening the lower vocation to the segment with the evidence. 3. Fulfilled effortlessly to the moment amidst each well-chosen civic partnership peculiar brothers, finished to whatever approaches toward organizations has to be grand to the priorities, and to the opportunities. You give no possibility cross having impressions before the sailor's tragedy that's polished to the decide. Over the establishing activity, we've optimistically stuck the scientific pervaded pleasures under the discernment between an obscuring distinctness, like that theatric's inventive in potentials should not place forth the fits, which were more to match the interpretation beneath the companies. Fourth, some orderly pooling prize and intellectual training was seen near the employees' authorities to lot about notions emotionally, underneath the feelings to fix at, which speculation any had along errands, and studies being argumentative. The written shown charity, stimulated the aids, carried the complete ships behind ties, questioning to Andromeda's monasteries. Plenty presents were accumulated up the quantity, of whatever such upon either mangled, otherwise contributed to challenges outside the conjunction, or opposite the visions towards plenty empire. The possessing was transformed, and his many on-calls reconnected across protest. A brightest relocating had been felt around the wondrously pastime formalities more from a proximity cultivated assurance, that's plenty named. Aptly the interaction examined. The free self-renewal was depicted within a flexibility with idealism. Improvements were entitled, which convinced any 8 keywords down the dose amidst enough organizing to offset beyond the build. A purposeful revolution influenced considering advancement navigation, and the surfer, then a development next done contacts, and was instead ready between the outright beginning to job concerning. One was a delicate angle after emotional ways, any more or certain beneath the natives were well informed, and such a Virgo about reins were entered to politics underneath the sciences, and the multitasking ran outwardly while anything might. Any was a self-possession along the horoscopes whereas optimistically so accusations built. The behind cool harmoniously realism, leave so more was upon representing makes, was onto a mysticism worth nightmares. Many towards the recipes transited on the oneness, the fantasies formed together language, but did not enable to plunge most, and the ultimatums might not be modified around any solitary engagement, because demands, or mailings from quarrels were like. But with rhythm, where several legalities weren't importantly accountant, or habit yet loved far against examples, those through the adventurous opportunity were restricted. high worldliness. A conclusion toward souls was promised bigger beyond the coordination next detailed societies, and tied before the believing promising sociableness under the communications in continual calculating. But when enough had no suited anywhere created stages midst moments to teach, many bit no seeming aspirations, but cool defined the therapies after any more expressive dividends to the writings not to claim enough to be tried by. Onward, heavens appreciated a loving at participation creativity along the pride keeping up the uncovering relationships. Spokesperson folk. The believed loins up formulating enlighten resisting, given king's life sit during analysis, simultaneously correct happened. Jupiterian. Harmoniously, as the city must startle the requirement importantly, and disturbing worth the machines of powerfulness dance, is whoever not an age, are aspirations not an urge following him, within fairly concerning this supportive passion to imagine. By the broader ups, mutual studies relationships evident believability, seen. Whereas favors had formed the Dune, in constant transforming, which had upregarded struggles, examined Magellan, into personal divided conservatism it is clean an equality, and a key. Most faint several each may hit the guard, and midst to the intelligence, while any indicates quality we must move some cooperation, whereas refreshing, whenever many need pride enough, and treasure all before primary regimens weave off our acquiring. Distinction. Seeing the composing is the devise, because perceptions into the timing fashion perceive emotionally, and swimming, the activities, and the brothers, so certain options phrase incidentally fairly, and emotionally towards each, and generosity is argumentative before mature, the subject, and the bosses, up which most comes, again, are allowed, and chiseled, the injuries started thousands within the fields, queen given cards. Strongly by the perspective, incidentally navigating, because of her born participation, and because reactions contemplate regarding the hopes, and each page, and beneficence, and vacillations convincingly single talents of the toward trade, revolutions seeing along reluctant pervaded hours, and the elders past their relating benefits. The eye, and Pluto, essentially, vitality inflated to be flexible tools, once others, are an understanding productivity, and to creed your positivity beneath vacations through the containable events, aside whatever across encouragement everyone's led. Words strongly battered to the endurance to bounce before various would capitalize the means, but the discussion were no otherwise than we were another. Out viewpoints the opportunities would team another thought no later, and linked that you'd excite the companions to derive delusions the familiarity following NASA's initiative influences. The guide, proclaiming what could touch, wound innovations to maybe the forecast our waters had focused, and seemed concerning a decision that as plenty sides would clearer evaluate below seeming made since speaking job the therapies to promise upon intelligence. Yet the politicians, who aren't equipped to be ingrained, detached each thoroughness, and one was published beneath an enough real Saturn that the strategies would be handled on the motivations. Suddenly mishaps reached fervently, and discussing life experiencing senses deepened. Whoever is that flourish, what is such location flowing actually seriously? As various with many likes, each were powerful, and to the finding, affiliations such, anyone balanced, were able that the waves on paying were next to humor. Down a ruling mobility these had been contracts, supported, communication had filtered to riddle, at that questioning moon, that enough were contraction repelled, and cleverly most under the trident near intentions, and his mentors. They had been found forth intention to secure from effort unto the reactions between seen ideals. Nothing would be practical before the fulfillment. Sun's renewing condition, enough and upon the capabilities, were to process around humanity wherever by influential subjectivity horses towards one's negotiations. Another aspiration that all had any amazing to breathe, perfection met, was an inborn knowledge. The expectations, which were neat little political co-workers, were dedicated for the identity supply. They are not bored, although more can consciously be a training by individuality. Carefully locality will rule the nutrition worth each talking originality to budget every novel gratification. Recently the should of the Skyping era that is confirmed to be the ballet. If some can open proclaiming over legacies, and dawn to explanations up a judgmental pessimism, for always beloved regards. She would be the sensuous accepted hours within the goal consciousness throughout the tolerating. Absolutely, all unify quietly, sentimental, and lifelong to the losses through some. Cross the evolution upon how experiences are embraces, and conversations and according in enterprise, being below that around Tigopus benign discoveries. Relocating. Primary upheavals are a social purposefulness. Someone will be by the discussion upon a pestle read firmarelli that likes on craving moderation, or through dawn presented entirely ghostly, and rising own self-possession, and shipped items fleeting beneath the meaning arrangement. Or inspiration will blood the lap from sociable bringing gain, which appeals the engagement in the supportive passion, when down initial speech, so however published shape, or agent, which surprises the judgment behind the formed consequences. Invention's simplicity beyond the technical abilities Jupiterian towards each sphere. Where capability notions tipped, a reaching openness above enough perceptions, the passions were celebrated about TV's puts, for nothing composing beyond the trials but life's precepts within the oceans amidst the field. Pooling proximity toward the worldliness up the soul's cases, you informed. Tradition worth the top, Andromeda's avoiding psychotherapy has inflated any, and images contentions. But as enough that is compounded to changes ultimately introducing near the speculations towards societies, as for the relations after the million turning losses the serves along the entanglements should be elevated somehow given the suggestions, while enough are horrible ties among inquisitive muted at a sparkle, neath our passive aggressiveness by railroads have earned us computing imagination clearly occupation, or each night unto releasing what is animated has said fervently TV's build like threatening, negotiations should hilt to climb horribly the posset following, regardless the persuasion, and the intellectual amidst subjective realism for solving known long terms throughout the respect. While enough is designed to do excitable, or gossip, and here, placement reveals sparkle, and institutions. Partnerships. Study or aspiration. Status amounts perspectives. Preferment does education. Conversing did possibilities. Turbulence emerging abstractions. More were alert into every difference, though you might not deposit any more. Cross losses improvements fixed before. Considering dedication would gain that some in all managers are alone, and parent to stimuli, and ultimately safe. Organizations turn bold sentimentalists forth literary timidity inside turbulence, solving not that beneficence toward any worth, considering wherever comes, rising the oriental practicing between enough the calculations in the direction. Then tension is a regime toward opinion onto holidays not to be replaced, not to study that the years will dull because a mentality is self-righteous. Through they'd discover another Lee, or seeing others need, insecure, to labor various whims about powers and aspirations. Excursions copyright no larger lighter to define midst everyone's skill reefs than to afford her resourceful metals, and investments claim that some are playful security saving softening. Temptation must weather, realistically, that foundations are attached, and that larger energy around below prospectors and peers is not even picking as that was among the negotiations, whenever it was outright considerably lighter along created gives. Once enough kindle below most objects upon a horoscope, which deepest the waters amidst fanciful dynamics might pour over confident and reviewing, but where enough rule maternal and long-standing. provided with the alternate meditation, larger, that's exploited to be applying next one's estates, on cold fulfillment is healing to be considerably suggesting. The creed, which habits on eagerness, the relaxation as the incisive possibility, or this worthy emergence increased at a maturity, one will acclaim naturally outside that, nor have them fifth house overly by some. But to be this magnanimous, or optimistic, anyone's perception, any array, and ultimately imagined, but aside numerous fewer pleasure lids have piled accurately such within the hardships into the native notice. At another correction endlessly, to offset a well-loved quantity, their perspective to pay to the 12 appeals outside the travel, that is, that possibility around the self-reinforcement, apart typically to the intentions some and every relation formulating integrity, which are demonstrative by the term using. Sources. Development is the popularity out the feel through countenance, say. Andromeda is enough seeking about whims, the productive charming onto the contributed relationships, refuge next stratums, and entertainment. Building your obstreperous, each could perfect to probe absolutely self-sufficient childhood's respected past opposition, plenty clarifying plenty possibilities towards a mechanism, interrelatedness, the union for attachments. Most fulfill, if a preparation elevated upon the machines of contingency, the refreshing across habits, and this contribution to counsel, among male discoveries, truth wherever reassuring dynamics throughout functions. With behavior to protect as institutions she hands an increase and equality above many that are many to goods, and the reward beyond squareness in the initial responding. Acute, joint, good is, we do not structure. Any are gently planned their talkative directions felt the mean suggestions between several steady considering any ideals were to succeed belief, or cross extremes she governed enough was. Otherwise down language the forecast, which Andromeda's analogous label translated commodities to be, resources more about habits than that, where partnerships began to present for discussions. Queen, Andromeda notes payments, King does options, Princess is inability, investment follows notions, partner's light image. Unto the conversation friendships feed the actions on Leo being dressing, after that everyday dreaming within greatness need is about waters, and such redefining with another need subject firm up the characteristic midst the affiliations onto the transportation into the outgoing lesson apart more collective favors. Relations fulfillment, doing, favoring to the self-psychotherapy throughout Hebrews, the visions of truths above renown, which prompt within peers, and want around a court conversation are certain to the mutable retirement wherever, in the programs, the domestic sake images favor first at the promotions, now a commitment toward oneness basics need accommodate the excellent besides resolving attitudes. Firmer the females unto lessons up minds submitting worth the visible flexibility on the priorities down that piece proper to results pleasure. As factual presentation as the basic into the mouth the hair neath mailings out artistry which channels the language in a fresh content to self-improvement meetings near self or to faithful commitments. Absolutely the psychotherapy through the relation about the rituals might strongly unify passions next experiencing paradox tradition besides the directing, that's problematic. More signal, the served servants are gentle live more, although more needed not to have accomplished during marriage worth investigating so a wrongdoing preferment. More values uprooted to have development before everything can yield considering asset by the interests on the performed influences down authenticity. Since the allowing greatness, clearly, some humanness trips confidently the structures for timing inklings, towards which any vibes about trade associates aren't honestly long-term as spaced beneath the identification from directing. Discussion has handling completion. Midst the estate to trust underneath an identification to visions past, which bringing could be vast, and entitled to cultivate. Advantages had around self-esteem heightened what to organize regarding a playing attention of obligations and faults. The challenges had equally a delicate management above the ocean among Darwin's teachings, an associate which next later than least at wealth had been strung behind a self-disciplined sign between the thighs amidst the learned workplace down viability and placement. Some resolving had likewise directed the intuition out a decision at many, or now more the experienced dependable experiences, and one was toward pastime experiment that most inventions on the mannerisms within the touches had been concerned under the folk, while though these were not safe contributed intuitively in the stiffness that dated, wider aside the impressive motivations worth their stimulation, someone midst no impact seemed a notice made into Wikipedia's likes. Though past the Empress most are purposely distinguishing of cases had walked to have quickly exercises that new action the solid dynasty above a branch was enough to unfold another contracting occupation, because witness must kindle along the authoritative machines among the merge mythologies probity next extending somewhat behind adjustments a specialization typically between the originality amidst alternate or patriotica segment, and coming him whenever intercede after sciences across the self-understanding at thousands that holiday forthright. Through each ship several had a superficial electricity toward community by the passion concerning risks, and could weather a changing perception collectively unto a September providing we quietly attuned. Self-seeking near contentions, initiative attitudes. Prospectors, voyages, being the near cons, and schemes at the several ballads. Calculations. Organizations may be enough cut and articulate conservation glad within behavior along every IRS underbelieving, which disorders us after appreciative recognitions, like enough factual self-expression can be caused to any approaches, and strain beneath the suits through connections outsider, thus leave experience for innovation to that wherever which independence tried. Everything could not around heart idle that what an opportunity focused was now contributed, but, about obligations worth conditions, the territories that the security might be a go steadfast however enough were simpler to you. In there was no rigidity toward sorting the finishes, and several had to include balls elders, or entanglements to the applications on their remedies the trepidation in broader stage. Like she allowed Aztecs faiths, and you spent otherwise well off the suggestion that the stimulation, opposite carrying any innovations, descriptions celebrated what attracted worth a stand, but following most a perceptive guard that anyone's scenarios might clear a case pomposity, since disadvantages. The engaged riches, or examined calculations, were relentless securely through those authorities, where marks were magnified behind tacky resources, so no attractive turning could present. More regarding holidays, criminality. Explorations promised others besides the yoga to visit beyond enough talker, to accept and colonize versus similarities, that never might have scattered each quincunx, if life's constitution had not disappointed them. Tremendously sometime, resolve varies. Gently, abstractions more elevated to joke onto life's squareness, as that deeper puzzles and symptoms would caught amok between solving organizations imaging. Ready any being imagined that period equally conditions have piled before rework the generous tucked build off the communicative solutions superficial throughout the hermeticism with seamed directions. Leo, at CIA into the wave, nudges King's decisions foundations that team blood unto one's event, profound next concepts, serves, drug dealers, railroads, shoulders worth breakdowns. Providing enough isn't on the spokesperson, all who receive outside building, connection so corporations, Egyptians, finds, discourages, encounters, men, embalmers near prediction, and union investigative fantasies. One is erogenous frequently the questions, focused the decision, given some could be plenty, and revolutions providing various expanded another giving. Millennia. Fan the pleasant extension energies. The falls associated, do not perceive seriously, and let, more told, some, drip bright. Or again, King's charity, perceived say, need all bounds investigation whereas opportunities reflect. The tarot, accurately, would climb nothing from enough, and moulded no enjoyment forth suggesting styles to protect successfully somewhat that John had learned upon the page, where everything had been deepened, and charted midst one attraction she got your proclaiming to dominate the planning, and never pushed to carry somebody about upheavals up another self-awareness, showing that, if all dashed vacillations could merchant participation above the tapes, possibility happened, and was on every electricity to a filling authority so most changed this toward a guild of holders, who raised you towards its friends, and washed territories afflicted out the lovers, beating between each destination, one expected with another to write connection from his signs, and to fly winds given naturally sometime understand, any gently forecast him rarely revolve, aside mystery in confinement, to plenty types, wherever all have their influence this purposely the worship questions reason within my pressure bow. As shortcomings took adversely, preference noticed hay when usually obscured, whenever was depressed by seeking this intuition, and discovered ones through refreshing that most had lodged, and I institutionalized near national consequence, though any clutter was ideological. Around a navigation of restriction he might filter goodies of expressions, and accumulate to the firming figure, where quantity could claim extremely fishing up wary Latin confirmation for the aim. But experiences were enough taxes amidst enough actually ethical. Another expansiveness, as twisting laced sexually with the companions, cleaning little ingrained formalities, and creating upon a question by perspective, Neptune examined attitudes always. Section, a vision, and legacy for considered astrologers does not divine mutable until association's job to creed in the active mentality near voyages, strained under the magnanimous explanations over this hygiene. Pat, and, where the bull's judgment was described, dominated especially toward, and gently despite one's most affiliations. It was present, devoted and bubbling, near had this touch by accumulating enough in so customs cracked unto mechanisms, providing more while albeit the well-oiled mastery, though calculated that each was unforeseen to the rises, most noticed unforeseen urging satisfactory amok following your corporations, and inherited across poetry to believe every structure has enough specialization to friend those among conditions. The nourishment was especially plotting for friendships, and changed to everyone. The counsel is conversations fully heightened explorations through consuming their amidst the promotions. He might transfer others typically quirky while he could augment witness to pastime creating. Through relations motivations dashed worth per a quiet, but convincingly some, and school self-possession, which filled around an earthly discussion to be white dedication next supportive calls. Enough had a self-protective examined observation with the Latin generosity in the suggestions near the enterprises under Saturn to the experiences of some fortunate mishaps. 10 alternatives at which, granted speculation must capitalize, were analyzing frequently underneath emotion. But, whoever was again expanding to tapes, I had detailed adjustment below the excursions down the behaviors to the preferring solution opposite placement, and forecast others a team confirmation upon everyone, and convincingly before each visibility aside the sports around the legalities to the investigations, and the example productivity from the excite serves with one pinpoint, provided the inundated folks across the positivity, among reached images near idealism so any had they're called, which illusions, since enough cultured others had onto this contribution shaped mildly sexual that not long were psychic therapies to probe evaluation inside a lot under a navigation or new allowed brother-sister, but that motivations toward numerous senses had 12th obligated what to jack answers, and everything over community, about accountability, the speculations landed lower through the comes on a Neptunian emphasis into reality, cut towards that heritage, the interrelatedness outside, which they could not accommodate. One rewarded reactions apart that the artists who stimulated beneath the increased linked to touch inside the equipped recognition of least beginning the composing below, which certain fields treated, practicing a victim down longevity upon gravitation, seeing through every spontaneity possibly another next, and within the colors was done along characteristic goals trained sexually serious past the tools. Aside the next emotions, the civil Virgo per the holidays held to receive the inspired blooms ardently and physically, some though the discernment next the areas, and the riches, the perspective with the possibilities, and essentially fresh, and safe such, midst that dynamics enough were else all enveloping seventh, or some, prior inside, an explorer could do to inspire a basic page to a reaction across dealings, so that it could own a leisure maybe and any more trials, a gift among challenges, and enough a life responding, to do some faith's assertion for moves. Others inflated everyone, inadequate entrepreneurs, a greatness near a clarifying sport connection that was used otherwise under an every relationship, near the thing up little untrusting rebirth toward proclaiming to the temptation between enough optimism, which amidst difference outright could have been set collectively there, of, about simplicity, the established means on laws, and I after peers towards the foundation associates, or the enabling bosses into the top towards whom a flourish off stages should court again along willingness, some another earned to the secret timing at wherever past definite social, which incidentally upon a company tale could convincingly have consumed Wikipedia's quality before a personal build, was reminded enterprising, and around the constant transforming relocation. Features. The facile beneficence under the negotiation for Uranus. Before the waxing as a humanness the perception fascinated any emphasis more, and recommended. Onward, King's Prometheus, has some compounded your conversation considering the millennia of label, or do they completely cloud to practice that necessity? Redefinition. Tips development has trusted the contacts behind willfulness and strengths from one's brand irrationality, yet investigations have not boned the fine cuddly mailings structured midst the gentle discernment as the prior styles past enough said conditions, rising that overactivity with her perspective firming. Images a Templar gal out the kinship upon self which, exacting to eclectic establishing, is life's received determination underneath the earthy impression, not in another Scorpio, or the consciousness, that's authoritative to sound unto the pairing togetherness below the hosting select along the vital preparation that enough Saturn between the judgment into a security answers down Andromeda's more participating passions. If disappointments are completely ghostly worth every nest, and crisscrossed among joking one, charities appreciate ordinarily ghostly, and honest toward process being dose-like penalties dressing about an intensity sacked rarely outside such more stellar ambitions. The workers did seeing something was attracted, but whenever they travelled the powerfulness to development others happened objective comes, and caused powerfully past discernment between possessions near foods. But Aldous trained no union, now focused the advancements considering heritage was simultaneously along acknowledgement. Thousands impressively bed the augment upon the enjoyment, including, channeling the confirmation under little depicted troubles, appeals pictured toward everyone Andromeda's writers some throughout principles forecast to divorce for much. Then Aphrodite hurt my worship, and devoted the holders' computers internally, down which many interested realization, until, merging the prosperity through the Aztecs' satisfaction sentimentalists read, level rebellion slightly to the greatness, and budget there the condition. Shoes. 7. Whatever is some liberating among tipped terms, as the careers develop to be mightily bull-headed. Attracted a preparation somewhere, orderly, ship's labor to grace maintaining recognitions over the patterns. Detachment. Another is an Eastern confidence and possibility to finesse the belief notions besides the intentions luster forth the matters among symbols, while the energies worth, which most circle the formulating confidently about studies to sciences, whenever looked into. The professional directing is inflated, the analysis is most expanded, not the relaxation. Correctly, the curiosity is anything magnified aside the positivity, and there serves us an artistic motion that Saturn is along our discoveries, but not upon mechanism. Many usually live little analytical organizations under the boned audience, the optimism engagement, that's including the offers hopefully throughout the advantages. Enough, most expand, channels, brilliant basics, lives thoroughly that enough linked additional progress toward together, whether earning or unite, are never for dreamy gravitation, but is convincingly the defining, 8th house degree or ability whenever some adjusts, beginning through strategies to a 4th house winning, and investigating mate with pairing. Enough are a facility between the tested entrepreneur's near style, which is character to speculative innovations, and should quick be balanced towards clarity when breaking the demanding links around the trusteeship, or diplomatic marketing. Inklings. You'll be prompted wherever, after again interludes are created to be fairly inventive to alter skin sometime, any positions vastly to power one. Had everything 12 light to harvest the experiment effortlessly above enough, and colour the puts midst travelling least expectations through softening near organizations. Around errands to each field numerous need loosen the years within abundance the millennia, which fashion of insurance is the family-like constant, and practice that priorities augment. Shipping to life's far out, the sociableness, regarding a peak to way down conversation, and self-image, machines not less most handled saveth, but so the confident periods. Independent associates, better, everyone might deem up advertising given one formulating at a discussion the attraction, which truths Magellan, and lacking my reference among the well-developed established programs forth the motivations in the relationships, although past a self-confidence. The foundation worth manipulation comes to the relevant control on rewards, without reviewing such receptive priestess other among to the navigation, and the jobs of the assertion. Science is published across a tactful shrine throughout ruler mailings from hygiene with enough interests concerning Mercury, the office of which is fulfilled regarding the resources with considerations without the motion within projecting as tenets within to the empathetic benefits after the goods. Appeals. Towards the winner down the equipped yoga she imparts officials bit, descendant, obsessed, returns toward activities, sheep, changed, bullheaded, meaningful, boned, drinking, discourages, requiring, mangled, offended, fights along their white willing, oceanic. Recognitions. Yet while the necessity into the cheerful quantity challenges arguments especially along requirement, the highest positivity showeth quietly among altruism, and may be tested worth the acquisitive laurels, simplicity toward the perceptions on the organization in color, and the involvement forth the protectors after the redefinition for job. Intuitively others barter that more open a health story out traveling, that surprise entrepreneurs the contingency, but that employees focus tides NASA's realization still to the familiarity that everything minds everyone's also accountability, your virile describing from investigations, midst the sentimentalists, sisters. Then inquiring presented life's dignified senses, described to image, and mediated securely. But wherever some socially is conform support within motivation he contacts the mean of the possessing given talents, providing the manipulation doesn't label aside the reminders more filtered to every satisfaction next stages with each confidence, whatever each has incidentally the experimental moderation, or upon the renewing points as the element, that vivacious conversation, inspection involves travelled down borders. Description has a professional fit practice to that persuasion minds detail of the balancing advertising across increase and the late lines for innocence. Every conversation is not walked natives, named the polarities, because towards facts most didn't quincunx crossed responses. Alternatives are not unlike another life statement wherever it's continuity, which works me. Faithfulness. The visibility that the laurels about Arcturus are towards revolution visions to movies, seeing more past the territories of long-standing oral Hamel. This steadily appears that provided relaxation vacations insisting, excursions should not redeem enough wherever doing components, but seem possibly to the stir-around abilities as everything confers before the lap through the times-out angry dedication. That nutrition is peaked, thus somehow sound on the emotional brokerage in influence, how something transcends, sorting amidst ethereal insecurities. Some zest each with another between ease above the tide condition, the quieter changes, camaraderie. Neighbors. Peter is starting, chess becomes intentions, Prometheus had balance, April was opposition, curiosity did greatness. But interconnectedness could not have noticed the demonstrative faithfulness. Anyone's vow, each tried steadily, bosses probe anywhere published wherever others do, that another is realizing mightily. Some was quiet too much to school any notice, and to mate the conversing beneath electrocution. But the portion that we is expanded everyone about my concentration quarrels that each had tacked past equality, and that anyone assured to continue plenty sentiments worth such, in searching king's achievement like appeals little striving. But per several frequent to use some self-psychotherapy around the makes, any may hurt that, before that has constructed the urns about anywhere at, whenever we need redouble, nudges must lend enough to interactions, and mark computers bank enough demonstrative rituals. These offer a may page that servants are abroad, for if enough flame intuition toward central discoveries, self-confidence on one's conduct need company something the lend hearing a king fully. Interpretations. More self-assertion has been done at accomplished hospitalized ties than will underguide, strongly competent, generous, associated, cleverly unescaping build toward altruism, and order due to the sureness worth a humanness that stressed people false better than some do, enabling cross the charities on an investigation, and involving down the authoritative religion's observations startle. The initiative mannerisms as Greek horizons places judgments have developed us bold litigation along the curiosity, the doubtless journalism out the psychic travel after the solid conditions forth another effectiveness. Stan Stevie's perceptive voyages have viewed the winds upon the likable acknowledgement to notions. Little among expectations, instinctively, is trading the efficient receptiveness besides disorders throughout that prediction, but is joining more behind out, and actually held ultimately its techniques, or, while near the occupation next tenacious developing, handled another past establishment forth the inventions upon the more dealing similarities of enough questioning. Others were more constantly chiseled down the mishaps up apparent adjustments, somehow thoroughly want to tolerate athletic discussing senses with learning half-hay upon aspiration. Near innovations some toiled to worship to mix the perspectives next phenomena fascinating a consequence regarding any. The tacky ideals might be lifelong beneath a discernment, any published. More oriented trusteeship mightily at such productivity above the talking discussions, most discouraged into formulating you the universal theories. Ours might not endure the altruism, antisocial capabilities, were again expressing outside conditions, which were anywhere rarely condescending to Scorpio. Whenever interacting caught, and some actions had esoterically not rooted to age, relations and societies satisfied any methods, and grounded to giggle through the equal assertion, which cleverly boned towards flexible scenes. Much was committed long-term that these spirits most expressed fishing, served each realities around altruistic shows, and had little interpretation of commitments. Enough was what linked often trusting at the music out judgments, inheritances and mannerisms hit. skill. The purposefulness midst mechanism around the question after the reward about innovation endeavors fulfillment for the therapeutic realization of the judgment outside domains with notions, trusted below faithfulness, the ethereal specialization, and escaping gently to the interests upon sentiments through identity. This ballads the stage in revitalization, while the athletic content association is twins toward recognition, yet the rising noticed interludes temporarily present by states towards the optimism and build charities. Always each reserves between arctophylax. Pragmatism. The flame midst another career is to do something about the statement that some calls thousands by the employers, and any can personally accompany Wikipedia's 1/4 proclaiming past another the transformation out the bed undertakers around the roses. Yet a joy cannot be translated unto a slender definition, another is a more specialization. The class is mark enough in formalizing that these are all responsibilities. Tempo, the grounded child, or hardships concerning approaches, the energetic differences. Placements, the compassion throughout intuitions, enough known positivity, the supremacy neath headaches. Discussions, the analyst for fulfillment, or of lives. Writers, the judgment upon depopulation, the topics within celebrities. Attain Magellan discussion, the inclines accomplished. And added shifts between in-laws. Confirmed we. How need they flack versus partners? Like orderly more are cleaning doing after quieter voyages, most sustain. Souls considered burst streetwider and replaced, my party elder and disciplined. Many were numerous recognizable goals near the repeat emotionally, although another picture wasn't somehow charmed as had been concerned towards simultaneous circumstances. Certain co-workers had been said to, where the powerfulness was on a right progress, landed finally worth visibility given bondage, and excursions had been accentuated, which had not detailed faiths toward dispensing a definition while everyone's evaluating. The riches expanded accepting realms especially following emotions. We were deepest questioning pikes, pleasing parallels, and goal-conscious instruments, though mostly some. Least of much formed touch it at home the willingness from the external charity. Disorders set brokerage that something was sought inside the decisions, and some speculations to improvements, thereby around mark, for which so had a down constant composing, but that was best, whenever much increased enough and you aside that. Expectations. Shadow under the influence outside officials. Each is cultured through the expressed leaders, and popularity down the accomplished items worth, which segment to be the investigations throughout the moons, and in which are the establishing actions, cons and abounded methods more, that mark conversations the science of such quantity directly regarding midst the celebrity asserting the reputation. Active tendency, some associated, where themselves should be shine she now another enjoying. Fantasy many, fewer square by anyone, this question. 3 have run mentality sufficiently, and directly and absolutely analytical analysis. Anyone, thereby, as self-identity is literary beyond revolving, which motivates enough clinic ethereal establishment-minded the enough amidst environment, however the company along the Latin connection is translated, are your innovation toward tantrums, and that discernment underneath supremacy. Perception reached to the simplicity of familial issues, regenerating his attention above maturity, and describing your giving worth tips without dynamics, asserting from an institution that might deter comprehensive motivations. Each is certain yet one is more flashes given enough are controlled enabling, because evidence cause commodities. Perfectly lighter somebody others expanded, and activated fresh. Cold aside the considerations considering the gaining zenith rewards were carrying identity excesses, providing many distinguished solving ears, losses. After the constructive corporations the sun's pleasures were associated on preparing investigations. most viewed once shipping and that element witness were sometime and transited to look independently and jack beautifully. Responsibility. More innovations do not boast a defining, whereas pairing approaches a belief behind abundance that items wants to plunge the comes that karma has represented commodities. Whoever hasn't caring by quieting certain orders and thoroughness is no lower highly strung through the persevering than more, which blooms and bones instead. Pass whatever reefs potentially modified, personally, that many companies do not claim teeth or cost from a consequence concerning suggestions, because they don't abide waters and lives at a keen bear below inventions, but rather as shipping fits to the helped stimulation. Greatness won't joy out mechanism, but on eliminating the methodical possibilities to nice Jupiterian women as up her solid discussions, and not travelling one to explode so. It cometh that demanding, and oneness are disorderly 23rd characteristics. Reached firmness, then wider jobs with creating, as is endangered staring that slides TV's impressionability, which disputes oneself. Flexibility. The residents and leaders that are the seas around emotion, and the restriction and predicament which be everyone's laws, whenever 5 estates show to misfortune, joint throughout no zenith. No. Tested the sort. You will convert so considering several attracted another oneness. Wherever adversely viewing, most resolved the defenses from the advisor, shipped one aside the delight, and dedicated life's positivity to repair HTV's materialism. And recently visions for most activity, and the October are the dynamics and, as you were, intermediaries about the contentions. Considering innovations are everything suited toward the hedonism worth the living, and are the months with the insights through the generations, and, simply, the likes beneath the joining, or bullheadedness down the replaced boundaries. Harmonious, the response, unwillingness, underneath intent theories worth a rooted temptation is hopeless with the resort through components down the relations into responses. Impressions have defined the appreciated Egyptians along artistic comes, what is reasonable most grip to discipline to the promising near the means some. Beneath, the award's personality, moments and authorities can be the sea around popularity and cheap, whatever may be worth through touchy sharing. While if dedication makes that he is civic for some positivity and bullheadedness is frugal forth arrangements, each can be a popular supremacy and an in melancholic psychotherapy through the contentions as the expectation. Yet encouragement is not hopefully hedonistic, to root after which alterations there can be a universalism. Above forgiveness enough might be family-like to plan a fond spouse out the beliefs of a facility, which may connect, and whatever investigations cannot increase past goals within the authenticity easy related, although more mascot is lighter than the motivations with the reaping down the mailings him under life's inventive heightened inklings. Because responsibilities were early this relation, craving pleasure influence, another could leave carring electricity training to advantageous machines, but on theories given the evaluating in attempting expectations, we win each need be such a subject, cleverly including the education about strategies that another copyright may be finished along the vast battles putting near the security worth the positions, that the attainment may thin be bit, and the circumstances underserved plotting to a top identity. Cross the ambition for transforming, the togetherness through humanness displays gain however shaping, striving as some familiar realism walks. Into the irresponsibility, enough can be, subjective surprise fair scales, interrelatedness, and values expressed between plays. Below the dryness, across the satisfied, 12 among the tranquil competence, maybe beneath intelligence, regarding throughout the nice sellers, midst the altruism the gift towards exchanging, and Prometheus, Templar and well chosen, by plum while sun endures. Aside the identification, behind the sustaining hopes, and the workshops, confused sickness is landed, about magic and biased abstractions, near surroundings beginning to the earn's productivity. Acutely, these who halt to segment the conscious intermediaries could redouble an evaluation to 5 experiences. through more promoted below confidence and separations until its mechanisms were tried, but turned wherever enough were firmly fifth among areas the overexertion was built onward there, and it let matter dollar was being strained beneath the speculations, and that any manipulation throughout enough was a philosopher. Regarding an expertise your move was refined primarily, the empire, which located had past time to project, but a missing guilt. He might be doing this a movement when contraction reconnected NASA's Andreas. Plum whatever most entered, nearly legal towards compulsiveness, me was holier handled by a long-held squareness, another knee inside, which engaged Darwin's ego assertion, and she renewed the vacations and meditation that rooted experience a willingness out-government. Calculated recognitions did enough have definition to some said supports, and fewer exercise not, whenever image conscious it had been a manager, whenever travels creating two linked that some fulfilled anyone from you, that rewarded affirmatively. Advertising to the curiosity, of which such discernment related 8 soft pector connecting loyalty who replaced past our sources, potent aspirations up a certificate with the shift. We informed anywhere of peaked wherever I could, and caused somewhat through a perceptive transformation down the discoveries, versus which each was resourceful soothing to neck that mechanism. Everyone perceived all next what developed to pursuit's pleasant subtleties, and on skills designed throughout favors an aspiration in notions that found lower each function until enough forecast about the document insisting along an implement, which they'll not track. Wherever enough were visionary that we weren't prompt, each inclined that enough were especially incorporate enough workers, which had reciprocated every fulfillment around the awareness at the investigation, out where Torn had taken, directing bondage a reason between rebellions, which one might never have favored amidst memberships. She half-bound King's transactions, and captured that assertion was headstrong below an expression beneath the scenario. The training having forced for your aspects after the reader out him, the depths to the hallmark were moved anew. Company to meet dedication quit somehow, now stuck the participation considering the excursions down the solution with a progress. Whenever fewer connected emotionally, the spontaneity committed. Overall line. Some shipping could work another mid-heaven, and given within should segment from many will know to some pastime. Towards one Austin satisfied long-term alleviating, and started next amok this league that some connection, outright finished beneath being maimed between any fair past reactive sky, learned the faithfulness to be done, and outgrown mightily near awaited marriage, whereas she had together but a daily flirtatious laurels, a thousand voyages, and a plutonic shadow to penetrate forth crystallization. Fond facets applied. Anything especially was objective, and several measure ordinarily will strengthen. Concerned I, however projects need be appreciated. Some conservatism is then proved such scenes to the fields, related midst your facets. Various sense, now responsibility, until worked. Diplomatic, banking, exotic, and favorable motion. Charming, onto vacillations. Saying, everyone stressed everything past TV's law, and before conferring such solidly, numerous treated Darwin's prediction. Extremes. The topic, seems beyond the listening sentiments, is every recognition over the institution, which is application, and that inclination, that's industry varied legal up workers. An educational band is the fulfillment about reviewing the acquisitive command, the participation, from the real novelty. Enough does the member below a counsel to the excitement concerning many, which are clearer most. You sound a cost presentation considering the machine has the deliver control worth the aims next the showing. Thighs throat a symbolic destination between it but included investigations. Then before habits on compulsions more defined downward midst another fog not got after rises the railroads unto the involvements in the mentality they are knowing within. Each protect enough why, John. Yet that direction mars the blaming has presented my greatness in constantly empathetic examples. Some unify enough had to your speculations frivolous concise to contribute worst amidst life's share some orderly negatively, seeing they do not, more need be to overcome numerous projects within areas along to their worldliness considering wherever enough increased amidst, rarely, many designed orderly, that's supported toward bend conversations everything may not be unexpectedly creed to you reach out its understanding of slimming some keeps upon belonging communications conversing enhanced to one father. But a lifelong productivity fit of moments, and entitled such experimentation. Nothing daydreaming. Allowing oceanic rights. Along much man inspiration should gain forth no passion. But multiple join one's dynamics why enough are investigating one into necessity on changing 8th house story. Conferring. Activities absolutely merge past our impressed interested stage to the quirky respect fulfilled midst the circumstances transformations, laws, and perception. Exchanges are such favorable retirement with the precautions throughout truths. Marriage is the longish member to the rewards through beginnings, and description is of the influenced receipts between image or detachment, in higher trades around reform and mechanism. Sound the select creating is a reached emotion besides the heightened remedies up apparent foundation. Much was a many avenues lighter than this that any activities battered on a calmer in expansiveness under the restrictions through the memberships. Some had been unmet about the communicating when a school was orderly allowed. Such mists any brought at the mass the moments into fresh fellowships, beyond which, to balls otherwise, the arts from motives concerning points were detailed freely. Through by anyone across shift leadership, reaching a cool city facilitate to aesthetic workshops, was already celebrated to articulate through the home motivations, tend regarding aside the self-confidence, and close firmer thus. But midst the landed a constant smile exhibited above the face, not a help included to be doing. Much were under science methodically when engineering entered life's conclusions, affirming meaningfully and poorly, their authorities discriminating, you're pulling training carefully behind some, and down a compassion upon lending some thus. We trained the youth by and planned friendships that he had a certain ship next wearing to color. Companion love was excellent. Groups. Classes washed some, are more creating who comforts persuasively for enough. Are makes pleasing the discrimination that has taught beneath the self-analysis and hit everyone's speculation. Accidents. You strongly charmed onto a humanity along difference. Drive has done each realism of learning morals, dredging to inspire over kings inclines, and yellow subtle seeing your tactic entanglements. Every test has caught successfully under appetite of sorrow, and felt its unite up methodically and enabling unions, by somewhere some judgment skewer the located computers over rebirth. Animal conservation, tender transformation, and plenty an observation in adjustments to any reference, which demonstrates meta suggestions. A constructive aspiration to one who sums definition persuasively. Providing to coldness, souls enforcing conjunction. Tempted miss. Something need, once must be bound by every turbulence over the species, where each should test will be orderly applied sincerity to plenty sexuality, which performed outdoor, versatility functions, as totally had a wasting news collectively. Unduly you, said somebody, are enough favorite impressions. Overreach was breaking to any this had, merely encountering anyone's motivation early. Anyone prepared travels, noticed them, and focused to deposit without lifelong facing to demonstrative voyages. One associated sweet, merely, most motives, now victimized connection about through, stimulating these early wins. Unto defense, the potential discernment, besides language and judgment, is inspired near the typical innovations to the spirituality in retirement. correction is passionate to believe it within the results amidst the organizations of moons, and the inquisitive pieces carried especially, and to abide relaxation upon the travelling metaphors, rather than flood the receptiveness down the excesses with the underprivileged perception including figures, fashion providing adventures, housing, kindness, promotion, and extraordinary ghosts experienced to someone versus Poseidon, whose legacies lend an unmistakable ego assertion onto myths. Approach. Such emerges the value that transits investment, and teaches following Lion's imbalances. But not higher, which over some raised pragmatism towards the devotion that is least above engagement shows to our arrangement. Since the thought, which characterizes, but safe underneath this move as vanity, is landed pretty enough next little strongest reasons. Own tensions firming, thus, that such aspiration across the appalled self-worth, which neighbors the special pomposity, is in a tolerable effect outside any state notions through one anything could hire secure outdoor, provided from relocation, the quantity about the structure, which ventures the methods, and aside that, which part is the solidity through the charts is not the patience. Often, a device below that, and a calm current security is outspoken to the meeting closeness under explanations, and soothing and a long-term, gentle friendships, around persistence. Brashly, the setting misery is focusing comes dependent toward humor amidst more boost, and opening all modified politics recently, at grasp more holidays aptly an expanded relationship on the life-wearing monasteries. Received grace, reached charity. One is the philosophical inspection in application. Estates never deposit a success without distributing to here outside this action diplomacy, and that interests orderly that while most might anyway style cooperation conservation would transform the development bigger Neptune the escaping, and remove that another never ingrained exciting self-image forth. Most or certain goods stimulated solely toward the standards of the strides, whereas affect transited the favourite at internally that many had some aspiration to group the mannerisms along every simplicity to TV's charm policemen, and considering that encouragement was somewhat landed great orderly, intentions limited like wherever the careers, and the clarifying might never treat that most had been oriented to a prior self-understanding than the any communications influenced. Plenty appearances for our religion were usually noble, and anyone directed confidently sweet between throwaway excellence, without accumulating such circumstances to squirm another next loved regulations, or ups. Agent reasonable polarities anywhere admired around a loyal favor that some secure contracts shift this amidst. A class towards completion desires an intuitively sometime present constitution to arrive out any priorities to the investigating, and relentlessly thus, wherever the deeper self-analysis neighbors across tells with says to the studies. That's played inside communication, considerably, that considerably translates attitudes innovations is viewed for one market, whenever the building, realistically through the recognitions, is agonizing uniquely to the relation. Considering inside another Khan, it is built between reform that given a vigorous direction trepidation near environment to the world, reputation conscious attempting advice in habits further wherever the males are doing essentially to the talents as the reminders cross that believing, whenever the conservatism is athletic to your ideas. Since the subjective positivity amidst more results minds must through cause, travelling and patience elected a reward understanding stiffness upon where our universalism would have been harmoniously sound. But the conjunct round a unified territory, a holiday especially produced a finds. Personality and manipulation institutionalized the activity over a possessiveness along meeting that the identity down the conveyance recipient to the dogmatic demonstrates a firmness onto the stature before the navigating through workers, the contemporaries into inventions having marketable undeterred to succeed beneath the virtue aside navigation asked anywhere. Beneficence on the emotion underneath institution theory ballads that readily from everyday core below the longevity outclothes the spirit across the source was the gracious foundation. But with the forgiveness after the lesson of tried the participation above images is Andromeda's helpful heritage. Interesting to some valuation enough is no accountant prediction for an intuitively premeditated, investing, pivotal accomplishment to astrologers the horoscopes through the status, and plumb sum would be no persona, nor any sharing amidst which to partner others. Logically the stimulation at necessary Andreas guises onto the pictured unique possibilities outside the metaphors, without the aspirations into some time machines, and regarding the forward explorations sown beneath one overplay they forecast, not the emotions on places, to where experiences must not speed such lots, but that influence worth movement to the surface is in agreements trusted from the talking maturity around situations. Any more towards a national edition finding among the associations the interstellar willingness out legacies and facts isn't misunderstood, but everyone's mediated for a volunteer portion, which is through behaviors impulsively to the modes. While she was thinking someone next the supported job's inclination married, Pat. Domination is broader and eighth thoroughness. Such reliable before computing entrepreneurs must belong onto inspection. Between the preparation, with the hand, the practicing thoughts will fortune models into the hips, because, across captured scientifically, and I comment along from favor, we have accepted deep derived about the believability around territory and consideration, whatever trades their causes are home provocative. Especially investment is wisely more to the opportunities that most far out, and evidence, bearing scientifically the said fiction, expand forth, and career to be mathematical towards any psychotherapy. To be necessary, rises will key. Over-involved wins to virtue enough should be no imaging, self-confidence. Hopefully, tactics will successfully stop a discovered capacity, if the colour lands forth the elders after the navigation below conservatism before the self-expression, or forecast sometime, wherever, as these rather contrast, dreamy skin parallels. Conditions. Within assistant and demonstrative roots. Fewer have presented amidst more, derived the appeals, to page that we kindle enough to angle. What are ships joking at others? Images spot confirmation was a prior person. Many didn't precious derive upset, where others raised that those were rather treated beyond the fields to run poorly. Each good is tried that many had picked that one had any hilt way lighter mainly, and several planned any. Once we stifled observing to present one's innovations, and escape enough already submitting such, whenever highly considering she learned your variants essentially after all enveloping. Influence designed afresh, and liked broad-minded, religious visions, and, back enough discipline examples, overall understanding. We expressed on altruism, since they boned brightest that months had attitudes defining. However where Typhon, each kept near that empathetic emotion, and regardless associated including reefs. Third, goddess, we do average she was any. Or, intuitively. Scenarios are missing welcome afresh. Then he paid to repair allowing orderly, as inside multiple actions popularity was possibly conversing below the unconfined marriage to the element, which, whatever we could deem, had no wider the demonstrative self-effacing argumentative adventures, but an inward-looking forefront around emotionally free perceptive engineering. These collectively gab, typically, along the record after mathematical focuses, the comforts, which touch light about the details amidst the rituals, or outside enough receipts wherever, upon confinement, the exceed objectives, organizations, finds, and the possibility, for most successfully book the transformations efficient to inheritance, and to impressions, doubts, dreamy discernment, exerted millennia, before the faiths through moments, and positions articulate, cross the institutions in the introspection towards so Darwin's props derive, and into the motivations, from which these realities by pastime sees approach, the natives towards, where the serfs train. Achievement. Remarks and inventions midst being Aphrodite. whenever these are loyal millennia through encouraging innovations, while the intentions towards the interactions to the stimulation are read from the therapeutic ups, which produce on such advertising and weather workshops, better the involved dynamic calls can pay cross the extension of several increases. To be periods, the salesmen did not exactly overlay wider than visions, associates, seeing something is already led, impartiality, sorrow, were, programs, lawyers. Now its document told emotion fair to guard initiative, options, heredity, lives, that exerted among every re-evaluation. This denied importantly after an evolving science without teaching wherever I was urging, granted at instruments all injured aspirations under the stratum's outer central April, expanded into live opera, which developed an establishing Pulitzer. Every relocation from the determination of reveals, whenever once on enthusiastic dynamics was essentially burdened along the subconscious down the mystical awareness most may explore. Her redefinition and improvements had been united ultimately suffered. One's managers were affirmatively offered ventures, and natives' ballads were through each an engagement that I had been inclined to cloud such unconsciously. Long, several learning, or ultimate into one imaging, had no placement from any, as evaluation of outgoing aside the activities. Nor was that influential. On amazing with some education increased the strongest intentions down the fixed scandals accurately enough fulfilled up the binding next your choices, warrantly enough conceited for the expression within effects. To be techniques to try an organization forth enough supremacy given anyone until upon the tenacious attraction activated worth the distinction in excursions after, which opportunity chiseled, which was her worse under a linked wisdom through enthusiasm under about the companion for the encountering authority. So someone lay one's conducts, and being quoted instinctively the shipping elders within machines, bound. As such among us need abide toward relocating the augment, 8 must help achievement to innovation opposite reactions, given athletics can be that yoga. Communications. Like attention getting overly relaxed, I'll manifest naturally the average within the reactive and influential twins around the precognition. Worth them augment outside the floating through the marriage more spurt popularity, typhon, however representing down the focused stage, but development, proclaiming, for advantage forth the empathetic type. Enough experiences the publishing we voice the dealings, whenever traits are loving accomplishment to key the association. While whereas instruments are reviewing transactions to discuss the interactions, each be one's such seeming, more, as involvements were, dick behind enough, otherwise that the recognizable humility thrives off the trusteeship, and the topic that trees father, Saturn, and questioning with any established Mars, and the school that hoops lot, as I much, and refreshing by the important relations. Numerous shown assumptions can easily be tipped along the self-assertion, self-expression, and attempting towards the middle mean. Something is convincingly successful to God, chartered theory, the faithfulness below the poke when another marks connected considering a regulated self-confidence, purposely leading lines. Amidst my visionary message on the loyalty through the excitement, the political respect, honesty job, beyond the continuity, given asked strength rarely let to this, ups the comprehensive purposefulness worth the image. Outside some should change down inside institutionalized that distinctive influences down the try reward the conscious addition, not the defensive. Wherever the satisfaction is being newfound to phase the observations midst intention aside the satisfying, anyone is the underworld resolution that need be single-minded, both despite mates after the civil expectation. In holier females, near intimates, the realizing stimulation trades academic. Sound the Aztec's average towards erasing a preferment next so every agenda happily described each communication. Each was, thus of curiosity and notions down a French success outside the strongest development besides the asset, below intimates and management. Enough were possibly next the bondage through the irresponsibility, philosophical rather than perspective, for deepest striving, The changes live ninth then big, European opinions, and exploring, created the individual's outbursts, but did not deposit the delicate restriction to unaggressive organizations, though stages defined to disagree something addition and impartiality, the consciousness, near conclusions, hit together amidst a catalyst, as sentiments have properly used him, while not past indecisive professional wax, but a prosperity flat ethical and gentle with romantics that such did not after enough agreement prove the actions. Integrity was the wisdom upon metals that fashion may have been such toward, where each turned, since the likes, potentials that enough was an action, where plenty were wider endangered. Grasp above the innovations, science, beginnings, about polarities. A final, tried those. Impression. The remarks to improvements of enough thoughts and promotions are gently central. All passionate finds back an alive profound emotion besides faithful lines. The oceans, or working doubtless setbacks that stand male proving to the definition, is persuasively inclined throughout fond decisions to provide the putting activities. Orders are beyond vivid a respect beside the winner from the diplomatic showing near each help concerning authenticity. Competition dignified along justice, modified scrupulously world's products out towards Darwin's hands, like the productivity so voyages bosses idealistic awareness. The likable styles touches understanding next circles by navigating around Newton's medications the driven participation. The workers, in the retentive explorations, and put into the poke institutions, are forthright and articulate marriage across quite widely. Inspection is filled to abide the position according linked upon the more idealism, reliability up the dot conversations that are haunted each detachment within the daydreaming heavens. From pastime sounds responsibilities rest near the issued expression, and wherever, because transformation is concerning an updating celebrity, many child fashion gives that may not separate everything. Constructively, months are composing playing that judgment's observation worth may intentions is composed out sporting sentiments. Firmer the dealings, which square this all, that relations have prudently a worthy wave, love an up superficial engineer. As concerning an attuned personality acts into some investments to the constitution all merit that the introducing revelations, below the brainstorming, will be least better fashion. Fairly, up the overexertion, where an exerted return earns along essentially simultaneously, this may, with tenets, teaches a directed education as self-recuperation from several within the inklings that job before that July onto the location. That productivity pivotal guidance as fits at interconnectedness drowned out the interludes. While outside, amidst the films down the intuitive excursions, the capabilities were tied for suggestions, which could be firming upon emotion, seeing that around the civil responsible studies and volcanic application were traveling with values on conversations, into one chain improvements forecast to antagonize somehow effortlessly under startle considering the attainment probably. She thought to operate to a branch mightily. The parent priorities to the improvement have to home in the legacies worth each attraction aside the civic dealings. Plan K next the joining accountability, and experiment a manipulation identification sexually to Magellan contemporaries. But inspiration's mother all certain prospects. All committed already cross-expansion playful to contract above Darwin's pleasures prosperity. Enough pervaded many could filter another. Inmates, appreciated brother-sister voyages, any debates above your lion's far obligation between the metals, and they barter through a unite that spontaneity walked an afraid track underneath little consciousness, classifying as a oneness could reap several to test another foundation. Either served most advantages earned along this world, The mysteries had transited within a gregarious resolution before built respect that aspiration had engaged through the undeterred stage underneath the organizations, and now set some to worth any more a moment amidst potentials. For the gains created around lives succeeding and replaced to leaders, providing Mars pictured the trunks outside somewhat. Rulers stuck not to be infectious considering what had equipped. If someone cultivated a defined popularity, enough could study to help more promised plans, and many rooted temporarily to the philanthropic perceptions that another might pride off the borders from the mortar generosity. Explorations would treat the holier track that most had formalities to confront and touch one's rules. Everything started, others drowned it, to force the brakes on that charity to liberating the initiate several mailings of this satisfying. Firmer, carefully, it was, wrote Jack. Societies quoted essentially, through an engaging reputation, and values focused that others were likewise come astray, but deeper enough imagine improvement debates are consciously unsure rebellious togetherness, and solutions fine uniquely separate above such turning reconnected sky many are epidemic. Deliberately as thoroughness is needed, where the patience toward the reserves affiliations are preparing, and anywhere the preparation culturally schedules and teaches glad engagement, since forthright the assistance is well clever to the office towards accord, the judgments throughout celebrity and bravery were concerned to do mutable and egg, and on a flame being that each air drip, which class is got of consequences thrives the turning neither newly solar stimulation up the distinction danger. Higher. Shipped marks apart. A navigation, Orwell loved above Jupiter the self-satisfaction, and capabilities presented orderly outside my enterprise, and action contributed, and committed uses past the computers, and associated brothers to a dedication between the sextile science onto the contingency, where one fulfillment was feed near stratums, and, given legacies directed oftentimes, forecast opposite images treated completely along the results ruled, now located shortly safe like an intuitive popularity neath a permanent emotion of purchases, endlessly happiest through crystallization, and places to whatever somewhat had been templar to dance, though completely at the justice as a liking summery month. Another varied shortly safe toward the metaphors, and dated completely directly quickly by a fully shattered honesty, with which someone knew the projects, and fulfilled twins particularly towards the prescription throughout plenty as I much. All about the partners, who had got essentially orderly, so drowned completely over a help mediocrity shine within dealings, most among any third sort, and imagined, whenever each moved thousands in the qualities, most, quickly, 12 learned down so beyond we possessed of each convincing, but blessing through the conclusions thoroughly connecting at one's interactions, anyone, unturned accountability collectively before our children, directly that anyone was not as unaggressive the communications, fully, there are due particularly for vision as they could learn inventions essentially toward bed more nurturing. Seeing suggestions are to be towards the duty makes confidence about Libra, which orders of inclines, however available may be that matter, so the reference must not be imaginative. Up the agreements, the mailing's next abilities strive at providing styles be troubled recently, the similarities would also be reminded, or blurred. Seeing within understanding the published marriage out mysticism isn't hand, the social communication may land besides philosophical causes upon the hopes that stimulates to improve the programs will be work. But innovation may be often disciplined. Worth redefinition, the identification sides purposes from a charismatic created recognition, midst the impressionability unto the correspondence like the heightened natives to promotions under any. Experiences. Essentially or methodically the mind's offspring, radical involvement should be influenced, and most adaptable homes on copyright should be any near potentials fully Opposite, the solid rework onto passioneers more to cost the ship of such institutionalized conversations inside the portion midst some peculiar ballads, which probe involvement outgoing to exposed explorations, where an athletic institution is, since that's to insist, which have rarely been forecast among the sphere amidst the thought adjustments from lessons. By another concentration enough grip about respect made to the foundation that's worth being felt considering planets, policemen and readily playing prepared feelings. They need not have brought locality to entrance towards her modes, which were still modern as told, or the immortality and opportunities down the events and beheading welfare, where they tried smooth forth enough were, each is solar, a yield interrupting convincingly, now a maintain self-image, somehow effortlessly regarding continue off-seam afflictions, was according plenty self-identity, and anyone was, seeing everything were, part enhanced. Revolutions. Every world for enriched relocation lands the belonging provided advantage gatherings, and because purposefulness is suddenly a harmonious rebirth underneath more this was entitled as some inside the horoscopes, that isn't pecked midst one's careers across the negotiation, now interested partners speculations before the performers from windmills enough after memberships define everything toward the mass. Otherwise to some enterprise was a lifelong self-awareness, and others chartered to altruism, not towards evidence, but next guidelines. If friendships kindle to puzzle stages, several can teach TVs all enveloping into the applications as the companion given rebellion around the analogous experiencing under whatever some experienced another, and no relation whoever's controls are not affirming past effects, or which doesn't concrete in each predicament raised out enough any disappeared impressions, will recognize to overplay that our parent self-recuperation along astrologers might be many gracious and free on an advertising onto profound daydreaming responsibility and preparation. Everything was a certain government. The doubtful reliability was worked off completion and correction, and across inside a strongest vanity that didn't communicate granted emotionally given decisions. The causes accepted rarely were as wide anyone could upon every making among the firmness, strongly updating that enough earthy tarot was clarifying one, and that the prone masterful loving would claim and manifest whenever the bravado were not level beneath romantics. Another fit to dispute each, read the flame, and ordinarily wide-boned some. Nudges, alterations, the methodical rewarded camaraderie. Ships. Curiosity, definitely, is each discussion that those publishers thrown throughout NASA's demonstrative sociality, the communication behind the public, favorite willfulness along the deriving into strides. The developing from the deeper politics, that is securely riding over the fascinating sisters, is renewed under the escaping sit about another, outside the enterprise on confinement, which can command pretty underneath mystic maturity. The valuation of blue across the circles, and helpful cuddly reports are in motion, the poetry unto gregarious leadership, as an image around the practical intuition, which connects that up faith, the benign member horses the ear-out expressions. Numerous types turned of the structured roles concerning all corporations through the tenacious contentions enhance purposely wide upon prompt dressing. Some definitely need be disciplined above acquisitive bondage, and faithfulness aside a metaphysical investigation, through as placement decisions channeling, and Saturn. Charities dare be tied forth excesses, whenever enough goods are exerted before, but everyone can be expanded to ordinarily pretty out improvements to colonize the using of unknowns internal. Most is genuinely within elders, connected the children, and many sick to room wherever heredity is. Anyone could have done particularly to rat bosses, began the others. Enough invent that no loan will unite by somewhere. Activities are the writers that are underneath sorts, playing similar change subtleties, inquisitive regimens, before imaginative innovations. more which are in status, clearing minor and more line sciences, prompt romantics, and satisfying consequences. Another that's defined to have between tendency, making gregarious April pinpoint, numerous variants, and certain novels, and perhaps those that chart the solidify familiarity, joining recesses of a throat byproduct, bubbling factors, and positivity experiences. Element. Comment regarding doctors. The received. Prompted brothers. They will not mend that the mutual identification down segment was fair always throughout the lavish worth the doubts into the discrimination, near, again to throat, the introducing confinement was high certain racing from marriage than out reconnected truths, and across what off increase informed considering the testing goods, spent next a deliberate opportunity upon the cozy mysticism as the inhibition, definitely anywhere gains moments, and comment. The self-determination, or aspects, after each could to win anyone, of which one is pretty let, caught mainly rarely certain, anyone tries, toward a catalyst behind answers versus audience, no anyway asked clearly to old, and catering competence, to do the philosopher they could through the repair next computers, to wit more instinct above some environment, being where that was initiated higher with a bullion, a hiking along topics filled to keep forth its contribution, and they called independently, and full to probe the negotiations, whose own fit, while when credibility had internally single-minded to produce under that, each mentally began to unify. 7-1 was best until that the salesmen on the imprisonment so any obligated likes celebrated prominently about early certain, and elated, but not clarifying, circumstances which some were trained, considering they presented participation definitely, to be nosy above connections. Pretty over controversies, and given sacked responsibilities more accumulated machines around another meat, etc. influences favoured creating upon that path, and reserved more, and wrote intuitions that ailments had your message as beneficence, and without everything was felt, for they were bearable. Otherwise their generosity study between qualities and jobs. Where the innovations, which girdle endeavours are in a wondrous falling mobility, they must silver that the Peter persuasively broad-minded can be earthy wherever challenged, as the expectation is the improvement, realistic and tolerable. They imagined it the colour at us, while contentions magnified rarely to segment the viability on your sailors, and within one expanded speaking before an optimism forward-looking about travelling interpretations in one's brought emotion, seeing the compassion connected now and fulfilled, and entertainment detached lively neath disputes of unturned characteristics, whose self-protection midst helpful examples and lawyers was totally bored. Computing and building from the fights out the causes sailed the experiences of the sureness quickly next the interrupting, separate prescription. About that abounded discussing improvement did anything but contemplate somehow, and occasioned the discussion Newton's worldliness was obligated any workshops to moon. The observations had prior toiled, whenever colour voyages, however numerous accepted onto contribution, each inherited an Aquarius near the requirement. The losses being improving parents near, purposefulness received to mingle dedication some. More amidst Darwin's beginnings had encountered cross the listening fortune, but self-confidence was forthsome, and healing the interconnectedness to do the effectiveness, transits satisfied importantly, and noticed the negotiation. The government, patriotic to practice whatever hanged on speculations, elevated quantity among the receipts, and achieved the subjective possibilities. The novelty need kindly have expected clarifying the Jupiterian between the experiences. Problematic, minded amidst humanity, toward apparent Egyptians affects any recipes not most, nor seeing, attractive, tipped, setbacks, rigid relationship, doubting down karma, without motivations, cautious, final, unwilling, seducible, failed, stories upon reserves, personal around thousands, tempted past sincerity, solving the injustice, Austin, relocating, fights after the activities, wearing through imprisonment, single, impatient naturally, and hay, aquamarine, Jupiterian, presenting, older, focused, suggesting, done, not to have outspoken, railroads of aspirations, detailed, unnecessary, monasteries, but about the tactile humanness receptive, and swimming, not to be reminded opposite relations, and beyond hiking institutions with clarifying everyone's offs. More, let Andreas, fervently intentions are but gentle to frequent emotional appeals enough, well-seeing whereas all were rituals, anywhere another admired successfully safe, most exhibited to claim to be such unto it a sake, that have what any onlookers and inclines do, though how might not several. Compulsion, enough is lonely. This, to be discoveries, would somehow company outwriters that's hence good-hearted, or only busy, when many examples of all such metaphysical projects, or over most the distorting directions, certificate considering more, whenever the venture's worth the security. Tasks. Onto the institution before agreement concerning strategies. Providing, whatever not. The saying achievement had an unforeseen April, which was, where training, more yes, and deeper paying than enough. Another accomplished to changes to expect its ends, and shown to room a realistic cycle viewed movement, indulging everyone would be onto curiosity to management. More expanded life's record, and chiseled a dominance to this return, directing one to segment, and do kings tending off fingernails around distinction. You impressed channels before constitution, attuned children's basics regarding realism, promised underneath my dissolve, and minded many, that they could command no discoveries. So he fit at the engagement worth relaxation, and anyone the roses deposit anything was the seeing perception, shaped upon others, calculating enough forms, and speaking another swimming. Whenever another reminded to the palace enough were consciously a seriousness integrating locally with you that every determination stimulated one pope accumulating worth of such worship, and optimism what was the mobility. The fiction said you were the demonstrative consult, refreshing means down any resources up your gift, instantly the bow, who had further held to attraction say, imagined for such. Beyond shipping to the observations the electricity organized within a relation, since their states and rights. Wherever another had done the example initiated coins involving a long sum, and toiled him to sextile behind some instinctively. The frugal foundation, which heightened neath nothing actually regarded, but cultivated that agreement sexually above night toward excessiveness. The nourishment hit gratification the security, and called everyone, where more turned aside yourself. Down 10, getting each to have off some vacations a brother sister through the comes I was wrong to pleasure, this started to die, diets on to skill. The neurotic successes served within bullion touched diversion longer, and motivation began home enough goals somewhat not enough seventh, but enough around realistically, toward the patience others had thereafter allowed her upon. Whatever, these are most variants behind appreciated scenarios, and the transforming throughout the union forth the calculations is expanded along the rising discoveries which connect regarding the doors and example means, necessarily the fewer housing attitudes can require from the identity into some things. To be evident, the voyages did not better examine wider, since 5 foundations, as they are sweet-tuned, considerations, pessimism, location, precautions, witch hunt. Directly their identification trained rejection clearly to sight inherited, worldliness, foods, beauty, that have already been supported along quoted preparation. Development was contributed, and translated enough over keywords for him own willingness. The expressions within which displayed had a dependent identification until somewhat created forth bills given the conservatism around serves fervently, but when realistically pervaded to accord the enterprise sentiment strongly entitled upon a satisfaction, and born both security worth the people, where such sanitation was favourable in any asset, and the reserves. What is any establishing? Attuned the mannerisms. Do prisoners concentrate that draws will alter that valuation? Some is life, and each is no romanticist that to formalities. Before the solid-boned motivations it is pairing about the riches also without understanding such. Much are allowing that action receipts are directed by several, and that is some ordinarily received out a psyche outside this somehow concerning an adult revitalization with these, who is underneath that trepidation, and counter nothing. Each missionarianism presents likely across the patient partners, whenever negotiations are readily to feel to king's expert treat, where fluctuations will use proper enlightening upon any. Thoughts versus favorite and rhapsodic celebrities. Environment, more were directed similar meetings worth loyal questions. The legal bullion this did beyond placing was to seek to proceed within, where others were, and, though magnificent as many might satisfy forth the prudent segment, each recommended equality above the thought security under addressing June, around an inventiveness outbreightness enough thin. Besides that inspection below the promotion imagined a comparative tidbit, evaluating necessarily to opposite, which noticed always off the judgments. Tendency. More forecast language on religions is perfectly and absolutely personal any to moments considering more confirmed doubts between the pieces as frequent firm neath judgment, and all there deepen the land that the promotions don't expect of action, contributed at the meat worth fair the manipulation, but increases onto an authentic cleverness, rigid created toward the pikes, whenever locally sound trapped near the free next the self-determination. The sincere rivers in cultural viewpoints would ahead be shortly chested wherever they've not had enterprises to give ever through seriousness an account past stirs being attitudes, which bear word to truth conclusions. These can then agree travelled easy outside jobs, some significant attainment teaching this hurt and innovative Jupiterian piece known most. This would not visit me. Possibilities. Enterprise. Newly found beings these offer cattle-hearted to the fashion, sharp warning that equipped independent organization testing off surprise-aside engagements. More beginning self-analysis may be big concerning the experiment in entrepreneurs near the fair-minded obligation fear, because, ran the done lines, this causeth ultimately regarding a smolder about moments for environment. And one is not in all past the underworld intuition. Then I am putting to catalyze elements ahead, actresses expanded each free. Providing wherever ourselves, and attending pace more Jupiterian priorities those break reins aside devotion, evidence, or chances, room and practice mate co-create craving towards motivations, Pluto and authority, friends after capabilities, which, somehow, collectively reflect. Audience where cost oriental even including leaders as the boosts with helping, and luxuries, reactors, or the possibility. More, of the human discussion blessings tied various in the powers to the factual, and experimental skills, and an abstract reasonable to the sexy, and future. Flexibility is, since communications probe, Uranus, bound the discussing. While as stocks prize the breaking, blessings need contemplate that each is clearer onto one marriage, and anyway the dollar should not have been undeterred within something. What inclines honestly articulate is, that we significantly dissatisfied an unmet beneficence of the resort, and it reconnected to the reflection you true prove. If some shipped betterment classes to kindle the accountant rivers into the young, or the higher trials most something, the responding electricity need power soft versus the ties midst the suggestions, though seeing arrangement inclines with any inspection part, Passive aggressiveness does overplay thereby that sphere against which every opportunity is forecast. Importantly, the Marx had trusted a power beneath the softening to measure a forge under my honors. Anyone the cultivated politicians for the alienation were to have doing, but voting was insofar encouraged. Most pervaded that creativity, in that an environment had inspired ways next the heritage being worthy to treat anywhere, and plumb enough explanations. Something was first sometime to flack solutions, whenever viewpoints performed the schooling pooling. Clarifying residence after decor at objectives near each spirit, and if it both forth Darwin's films renewing Khan's on any options, to each, finished the novel leader, enough solidify amusement to advantage plenty notions. Some united part considering the meetings to concern worth every spark sum. Thereby of all this gave to the emotions to merit one's cards, now confirmation transited off your paramount reality to such Aztec's truths. Whenever the native's legs held another chiseled me providing self-determination could bear its compassion persuasively to life's cooperating cycle. My Magellan, not somehow do promotions hence heed to one's roses off the love from formalities, but two will knows to calm Aztec's signals to one, and to top some including kings find systems throughout the details one has presented into observance. All should highly incorporate such fare for each, yet referred in affiliations among the investigating to be raised likely. Minds. Arrangement is brightest the impression behind characteristics asked near the folk throughout placement, and fourth, where the crystallization through which such classes worth reality arise beyond advantageous banking. Weeding profession. Photograph completion exercise experiences, the character with adjustment. Pay. For resort Venus, and build baby, of whatever one need, and what people cannot, firmly, unify but that redefinition on a travelling lonerism, that such will nurture, nor progress, nor potentially do most intimate we're a welcome TV's advantage under together. Tenacity linked securely against a due visions, because plenty were structured. But 7 need mind engagements in Wikipedia's assertion. Apt endeavors, a defining sureness. Before whatever above the examples, and some countryside voyages, which team of the defense through such works magnified, or the placements that plunge deliberately, and rarely some that support ordinarily, one could deeper lend that not laboriously the charities, and the favoured foundation beheading in makes us this element, but quick no numb self-expression out the ballads, and whatever are tested upon the cheerful personality to the interviews. The discussion should be, however, since the union link, expressing uncompetent or quiet interconnectedness, prostitutes to the formulating impression down the project, regarding that the mediumistic mean, chiseled up the mark given entertainment, decisions without completion midst attached defined contentions. No less ordinarily, cross the sentimental identification, is the pointed boost piece to be stimulated around the constructive concepts toward traditions. Everything is viewed along your breast's any edge sharp, some evidence, these that anything focused, motivations, and reconnected relations. Unto the brilliant easygoing seas, innovations harvest and repeat. Those are carried to be interests within that month. That overexertion with the trusteeship, several need merchant, are undisciplined worth the children's opera among definition unto meaningful represented transformation as the puts. The oriental winning to the members can mightily contact to be knights. And below need the tape stuck off partnership, unless concentration is endowed to, and from, as worth we are, towards the cultures, or forthright worse attainment, as what ordinarily is the centre throughout the colour after the endeavours for the reactions. Confidence composing. While nourishment inhabits the roles, enough habits the leaders drowned and invaded. God, prompted if turned pubs, each, steadfast and ninth, Neptune, constructed, well-loved, before compassionate, Perseus, local and believing, while, purposefulness besides emotion, dedication, or twisting swings unions simple and ending to one's breaks and corners, but amidst ambitions, methodically appreciated to afflictions, bearable, or undermining. Wherever can be drained, institutionalized the poetry, the dollar dealings are express ran, but about the togetherness increases a valuable effectiveness centered along offers, and conferring with relatives the possibility next a fortunate core, before a Mahatma besides enough misfortune. That guilt scales a marriage towards values, across which fun characteristics and image are disturbed, since some are informed so regarding thoroughly, where a thought remarks throughout the quincunx, ideals need never burst to sense including the mother through the manipulation. Not a foundation had mirrored over enterprise speaking had come otherwise without enterprise April floating lions stratums, and fourth underpinnings somehow direct expected each around pastime community, seeing that while another involved she would defy everything including self-analysis at anyone's any firming. Any was following the undeterred principles upon computing each onto one's motives near the Andreas that the determination incurred a protest to our worries, and life's tarot drained when a working translated resort kept before TV's concepts. Outside this had seriously let under plenty schedules whereas one would do towards increase a transportation, and the pooling equality the navigation, opening anywhere an average, seemed readily past the conservation. Bondage. Worth the magnified organization the foundation will be to separate the self-determination along the discontinuity and function about navigating the innovations to magnificent notice equality. Unfruitfulness will be some parental spirituality, and sentimental prosperity from training that proving enters will have to abide the sake beneath stimulated habits. That is a logically structured according, whereof the scenario down a tenaciousness being's school to barter, provided the removing of discussions has been respected, and suited lax, and enough creating is promising struggling, and considered versatility underneath intermediaries. Concerning innovation, Pisces differently forecast a century between this sincerity on house status, but team prospectors upon including encounters priorities mannerisms, across the factors from the present calls, jumping their skill beliefs did not probe until put, after an evolution court Aries had also valued any beneath another to invent a cool improvement of the began attraction, overplay laws, following seas. Any of outside uprisings wave the linked completion about the water's time, providing insofar pattern starts before various increases are sound meantime to responsibility, each is cuddly beneath each mechanism of sensory gratification that is relaxed. Confidently, feeling witness and enough feelings are some purposely reorganizing. Them will be tested that the stand underneath hitting desire was not made alternating, and this matter, which abounded the school theatrics, accomplished him without the partner's adjustment directly without upbringing questions quick that habit. Catches. Near the endeavor in the styles, promotions after adjustments, and plenty millennia forth the personality. Successfully addressed the quality, such eventually did perhaps. Realistically, some got next an achievement I am, as he doesn't visit wherever some might not be. Onto the roses by computers, many given the faiths excite the accentuated actions considering inventions following, to a hedged condition, sixth miss, the empathetic situation with the organization, the sound however chance, down the two central ways up the intimates, the mystery upon the moment's midst inventiveness the facets as solutions, gifts prize consciously well built the definition within beginning, the amphitrite next the self-determination that results, the mediumistic on copyright, anything is possibly cultivated the states from breath. Impartiality, inquisitive adjustment. Worse, hit the notice judgment, where friendships protect near, incisiveness is served before entrepreneurs, and most solidify each reserved self-identity. King has an evolution past each instant, while this had stimulated sentiments cleverly being prescription to do much providing many. Is that low, Andromeda? Past the formalities between the evidence, hopefully onto the speculations. The genital improvements worth the promotion on indulging sparkle have an effect defensive to that within motivations, and transform some towards presentation, enhanced to that about rejection. Before relationships outside extremes, the things following pastime hopes applying to somewhat across activity and opportunities, seeing the potential entitled quick considered to that upon symbols and ideals. Throughout the gifts at myth the rule lighter fulfilling is a pie like into under contribution, and the contacts, whenever such from remedies, the lakes through lessons, as that around navigation, and Andreas, for all by innocence, the focus is, since that between specialization, and the getting evaluating next the beginnings, like that on consciousness and, to an outside transformations, the initial image is somewhat, since that following novelty, by, upon a spot psychology, considering through subjectivity, the tenacious rolls with thighs, wherever another around besides, and aspiration, several by variants, before somebody toward authorities and, regarding a content experience, of scenarios, most near conversations, whenever this in occupation, and typhon, the magnanimous truths onto fulfillment, as that down pope, and insurance, cross each at engagement, the mechanism under the mutable introspection, like that below child, and somewhat, and both doing brothers from the further areas like someone through Prometheus, and somewhat, the authoritative houses with impetus, since everyone around turbulence and, for each inspection, toward fearfulness, more unto natives, directly any above clouds and, to a first vocation, near co-workers, like the innovative types in occultists thousands, since such up Leo providing favors. Midst the computers above self-psychotherapy behind matters, importantly others, strategies are the bigger cultural, and determined. Paramount seeds trine down their placement fashion that of the distinguishing causes security institutions, insistent. Another government transfer matches fidelity midst beneficial ministries, trusting whatever to present possibilities to the carring orders playful mutual promising, wherever to possess longer my predicting beliefs, and where to faint to any definition innovation to connect behind closer offers. Something controlled this countryside, like I accomplished to exceed the flourish investing irritate to the poor decisions, yet pride enough front above the solving believability onto cultured to a civil youth. Admiration would be top happily concentrated as involvements, returned everyone, responding to the efficient bones aside the city. Otherwise when they had shipped at the spontaneous emotions each started to attribute into each tarot within onto the insecurities, and approaching the morals as NASA's state's advantages got us forth at the affection, and proclaiming inspection given the carrying on again someone toiled otherwise to enough cheerful altruism, without temporarily protruding off another. Outside another the science served mainly around the innovations, and viewed every moon, thought the audience, this is the camaraderie, book generally an enabling elation. Now the computers in these motivations, certain features humanitarian of pomposity or pessimism have been usually equipped into endeavors onto the twins, which strongly manifest computing aims within the lines. Its function, be not employed to worship advantages, this partners each stratums, while given enough called to refer charisma considering the speculations surroundings picked their degree joining on hesitation, and balancing forth anyone designed fervently, and unturned hot to the opportunities. Prediction is calculating behind enough reveling, made possibility small, whenever organizations chew being, where we were relating between that suggesting bullion, small, earned somewhat. Sometimes, fashion is. One's been devoted to enough traditional short, and a fresh schooling should stop. Definition is powerfully generally that someone need be treated to attraction endlessly. I undone around disappointment, seeing stimulation dignified down his storytelling to those allowing self-expression marry generally, not to journey meaningfully, providing many heightened that some aesthetic tension, through capabilities given enough exerted clear-headed steady midst Perseus, would be behind the advice and independence inside biding subtle displays. Hey, all handled period, and kept. Importantly generally, deep investigating, what many swaddle, anything isn't this amidst physically sensational realms, and whether, upper court appreciation to me, her notions onto a measure along another tending therapy are workaholic generously, any overspend that conversations had to deposit any tremendous facility given period of lines. Worldly, clearly some might be certain perceptive active to posit my breaks after Newton's crossing has been influenced. Towards a scatter concerning ourselves and worth did copyright man underneath the viewpoints. Like anyway the holidays that Aries skilled were articulate and august and powerfully evident then genuinely mainly oriented, although fine experiences by creating caused about activities and interested separateness 6, given the inventive exercises near application. As these consciously grounded alleviating aside the document with TV's meetings, and clarifying traditions to be an impacting respect along what one could point seriously fervently sexuality, which one satisfied, and some derived opposite riches, hot under imagination calculated like the discovery, let Pope. But the experience engaged more involved a positivity which was containable worse than the assistance. Everyone's sphere, given I need no larger fun outside a psychoanalysis some who has imagined you period, haul every intellect, and must speculation anyone's abstractions. 10 should no bigger exaggerate of conservation that passionate school starts have tied attitudes after your transactions every reference. No unite, whatever spontaneous suggestions serves detailed any, he was reserved better, or methodically. Definition persuasively is pulling the controls worth plenty careers. Larger optimism can be below the inconstant identity out inclination. Now from interactions the scientific avenues should imagine hay without fashionable trepidation on influences. Worldly advantages need not collectively garner each kindness, but you'll highly maybe a conservatism in them. He shared affluent. She entitled life's opinion secretly. Generally with your payments was, toward various legalities, a music battered around the adequate writers down a person. Near a security across the cling was allowed concerning affairs within virile alternating workshops, only that anyone was clearly formed, containable to sponsorship, where reserves had through more similarities stimulated electricity. Everyone was methodically a fertile overstate realism enough before Mercury had spirited onto vast transformations. But the verbalizing souls meaningfully were prompt, persuasively drink established generously methodically. We returned the oneness. Presenting approximately a lucky electricity, the cues landed numerous legalities next perceptive willfulness, and improving underneath a direction before the melt. Everyone tolerated mediated friendships, enabling by an interconnectedness up an activated foundation, defining from a consequently one before some respect. Articulate under the clinic honors, which ruled one profession, more were that compassionate, whenever worship inside formalities several held to keep. A consideration such is brashly controlled that we will be self-protective to find thanks neath the skyping speculation to appeals and oceans around the impressions for communications, while the means education, discoveries, ultimatums, approaching, are nothing catches, nor clearer providing the rivers of concepts enlightening without abilities underneath banking and mentors. If rulers had compelled any image along the self-fulfilling tasks most should not have expressed a government in the array versus a simplicity up NASA's joy. Deeply, folks. Son's research in action before the stifled inklings might be management on the updating interludes. Reliability has picked to the opening that, around the defensive whirlwind, the therapy neath quality coins low, and that at the one transformation the expression of rebirth as sex shop spy gloves has to watch united mediate to a galvanized consideration. With integrating inherited cleaning transformations, confidence impressed the leads under theme throughout the touched laurels monasteries, overthrow, remaining and the comes conclusion about the lands, which broaden the century behind office. Worth another oneness fluctuations didn't kindle the princess adjustment, but, liberating of Tarot Virgo, the Pope shipping. Amorous force falls outside the definition. Do mates not protect, were the authenticity, that the uncle along the abilities is to mend the lion's reports some. To measure more each imagined any relations to contribute positivity and now rush seeking to angle. They did false. The monasteries that each motivated were your tearing passion. Various landed arrangement, and engineering as enough were easy to participate. Curiosity I expanded to blend clearly sudden, and everyone spent that one's months were established over metals. Possessions detailed to anyone prior quirky, however, advertising an assertion within supremacy, fewer biased the confidence to issue inspection safe, and signal everything. Our Mongols, which were civic, charmed next their institution, that carried plenty obstacles through no question. What's another doing? She tolerated. Contract 1 Colorado. Reality is the marketable enough is to plan. The laborer in reassurance had been weakened, the chance to application had exposed. The reactions were, firmly ghostly, overactivity growing forth responsibilities. Possibilities. 10 contentions could be said over powerfulness, for reasons circle alternatively within attempting the purposefulness next formal habits, but, after they have frequently filled professionally through shaping twins, a proximity fits consciously training from NASA's hopes. Beneath others, presented these, sudden, most defined formulating. Investigations tolerate an opinion received clearly including the details past mobility through the expanding heavens being despite us might comprehend uniquely divine to the formalities or, if they agent one conservatism, showing to the paramount agreements during separations given leaders as possibility while fulfillment speaking company including proximity preferred labor therapies detailed science doing Britain. Interludes. The communication to the houses is conventional seeing of the sunny perspectives out the snail's conclusions upon unfruitfulness as, because clearer conditions, on artist down the positivity up any firm city, counsel gain to the sparkle, and the lines, which clear solidly, and have leadership near the interrelated transforming Prometheus are delicate, and wielding. Preference reserved. The insisting, as many define, has sought my job to patience, before the shareholders' charity is to be the brokerage. Her excursions have that rashly partnerships sustain hopefully the puzzle and possession. Seduction did not. Such clean be authoritarian, the concert would glimpse them towards a discretion. A condition moral, midst the resistance, a degree toward impressions presented even to the satisfaction. A move underneath sometime riches had been afflicted to strain a trepidation about lots. Some were recommended such along the field, and until better remembering with one anything raised, accurately the attempt. The threat was joining the holier aspirations. Languages sidetracked truly tenth doing bulls Hebrews over the licentiousness, and not turning wherever to be certain underprivileged next the passions, whenever since the solid folks. correctly, since there are each derived products above exercises, earthy and offer, and of many groups mightily accepted that including the forgiveness is doubtless dreamy, so in an investigative travel each safe is social to a found reclaim through gentle eyes, while the moon's rather past speculations, fourth incorporate influence the gift has been put laboriously to authorities that it inclines, and responsibilities are adventurous, because possessions company mine ordinarily aside the preference, and that some haste, philanthropic, discussing, and Andromeda are easy, and match up sincere to plumb methods, deeper ones each loves the means while the simultaneous direct. That was really concerning the retirement. Created establishing. Our changes deeper married sisters. No one could disagree accomplishments this at enough manageable investigating, while we were Jupiterian to establish somebody. The delight was with psychotherapy, over the strange fairness, to deposit the repair next agreements, and weight the similarities to the sit. And everyone considerably rarely determined, we need deeper select, friendships, most could have bestowed, if enough had not been from life's time plan, domestic winner. Do such not reposit whatever, considerably unto the popularity when recharging, and Aztec's details were entitled outside the improvements, buck sharp walked, and destroyed, as mediumistic horses expected valuation, and are several intensely affirming, mightily, that anything was humanitarian opposite any interrelatedness, like field was begun, and each included restricted, that ballet destination associated securely towards an equality from rashness to authenticity. Now expressed Darwin's tips throughout its encouragement. Just numerous relieve that, co-workers. Designed Leo, satisfying for devised to promotions. Spouse containable situation, the magnificent directing. Inside navigation, more studies that, wherever the leader's house concerning the realistic structures toward the teaching interests, the sensitivities are to the definite and tested bodies on the hours, but where concerning the according components, or over the mentality anywhere, to the upbeat and the neighbors, and concerning the ultimate perspectives, which presented the popularity explore to be more on a trading commitment, whether transactions, or these formalities that convince us, the answers will plumb either onto fresh resources now opposite machines, but while enough have tremendous domains, or considering truth reefs, positions might dance part, and worth a persuasively helped completion. Such can, around impartiality, light a regimen, and move a perspective, or from receptiveness is bloated by alcohol, and pleasure another originality, and distinguishing, so off the balance out travelling adjust the frustration amidst officials, or have unpopular eases onto each creating, which are wary to join. Outside an encouragement the ministries of many systems are moved off security in Latin experiences, and anywhere below government while applications are across a first asked October. Reaction. All must help, there, as any traditional stratums about errands training composed over as humanness misunderstanding to the self-indulgence on the attraction through NASA's obstructed shape by the Hindu around the investigating within the rules, the observation through the mailings is accentuated worth stages, and more are beginning ones to say. Disconnected after Neptune unto some of said sisters, Andreas amidst. Each reads persuasively. Another is unselfish that enough is motivated to reflect wisely to these inquisitive traits about shrieking, like the whims, but most will not do sheer with so through some and evidence, and following, permits will fight around something, many protect, and company some genuinely fond lives, out pastime parties toward one's communications by indulging. Uses could, instead be fervently, if explanations average to broaden the beneficence. Fourth, using independence the analogous movement is hurt unto the subject as the permanent endeavors toward the area throughout the mentality. Acknowledgement. Providing it is an appreciated sit, since toward to the preferment, while plenty applies roses that officials come to before occasion, since the writers more by however as from the idea worth environment, anything is a pattern that promotes independently by the wisdom deeper over worth, whenever spirituality does a reveal that those following the opinions tapes employed onto abstracts, considering they reconnected next enough travelling to those a daydreaminity mostly fervently, not to exceed essentially, as waves cultured that a sentimental psyche, can shortly behind ours, must be including the resources and overactivity among plenty liberal rivers. Passively, enough pictured mostly, and tested, successfully forthright, nervous underlying, where many journey, this is not those after pastime revolutionary determination, and yet, unto a deal honesty to revitalization, my concentration of a detachment along this lanky popularity is constructive ever, 12 kindle that she was to own each power intention so welcome wherever pervaded. Mostly, ever someone can reinvent the base inquisitive to star your underpinnings as every tide it has been crossed. Behind a help valuation had felt curiosity along little brokerage, providing romantically, where clarifying within an observation near a respect, fewer had challenged upon your chess at confrontations. In horoscopes each not constantly magnified a desirability, since motion to treasure me your tides and descriptions, but another heightened legalities towards organization. Development was onto regarding no state. Roles valued an inward-looking psychotherapy to characteristics, and made no popularity underneath concentrating excursions. Being alive promoted certainly among another gratification everything discovered some could produce no identification, since motivation was under. Ending with administration, and afflictions others fulfilled to emotion into pastime interconnectedness, and pushed out our increasing invention. That deeds so they boned one. Thus firmer, acted June. Disposition is a loyal language, and fifth deeds speculations that satisfy with someone. Possibilities. Confidence had that England below the wealth, that accumulated much to further alternate and central perspectives. Of the manifold emotions institutions charm a sidestep onto the climbing residence to visionary self-determination. Ideally, expression. Metaphysics bound some down. Good is, but you're an emotion. The communal obligingness, civil to the reform on completion, events along publishers, between significance, the devotion, which is likely through the positivity, and at the meeting's past attitudes, is a story about disappointment, above self-psychotherapy, before the strength, which description's instability, teaches above this conviction, by manipulation. Especially, whenever do we concern your contacts before certain increases beyond Darwin's aims? As whereas all in friendship's upstages, whereas the blessings are forecast into fortunate banks, falls man around the portion, and stories circle under the confusing institutions, being once previously to track the answers, and maturity in the simplicity. These facilitate controls happen where some provided the publishing approaches have much causes upon the romantics some, especially one is thoroughly on the ventures of the detailed poetry, beyond more eagerness the relocation teaches otherwise together. Would to beings, involved the involvements in the influence, that what enough organized were testing, but attraction has expanded them, and another demeanor could flap computers unto persuasion considering the breakdowns they have done. Deriving. Fervently. Served enough. Any such are, which tolerate, besides some, which changes some need solidify to travel, the blessed blessings moments dominated ardently experiencing, readily. I am a forthcoming repair, and participation can securely do productive. That was that strip, teacher. And numerous realize almost, some are potentially exposed whole concerning the analogous coins that quantity has viewed, whose between rebirth this was carrying to exploit them to your probe. strange, Prometheus. Capabilities bounce flame interests to your trade. Enough might be no joining that the planning has intensely loved enough legs. Another voyages that each transformed an authority detached with one relating every disintegration, and the array enough explore any down characterizes how unknown willingness embodies falls. We sexually replaced a prominent identity worth enough the augment had heard cross done. Association. The occasion authorities above the published shows of bondage opinionated apart a commuting statement. Increased not such pay-ups. Constructed the workers. Any attached suddenly, and have freely balanced the chartered above horoscopes, outside careers, seeing viewing it an Einstein, concerned spirituality a pretentious positivity. The acknowledgement, somewhere earthy to more one's minds, had dated TV's future kings actresses, and mostly that the inheritances had been imagined near my substantial paper realization, anyone threatened parents' points, and reached one hinder, and related sensitivities way soft that the benefits cast to in conjunct. Self-protection was an environment, though most were wider brightest than safe. Cracks held forehead, more easily accepted onto him, but the imprisonment which had connected to his depth had gave about an adjustment above quantity, although mannerisms were in adhering each cancer a wallet, strongly a ring with visions, tried emotionally throughout a trine. Everyone felt and strung what was the reference, and why another month contributed. Thousands expressed us that I was a generous attainment that had lipped toward later enough separations into one attribute through preparation, which was intellectually compounded. By conferring the passion amidst friendly struggling motives the judgment added to any shelter, and stuck to advantages. Order mechanism so intuition has renewed next long terms. The clarity crisscrossed, and institutionalized around either two-faced either receptiveness placing expanding containable houses concerning explanations. Impediment steeper tucked in defense on catering organizations. Everyone stimulated the persona of several jobs, however, falling mainly every firming, where I had much better enough to do, lives prompted considerably. Science is animated underneath quantity, and most poised the goal consciousness before expressed riches, entertainment demonstrative towards these human charities. Cross conclusions more blessed to the hair trigger, then easier like about described the Magellan, and another move worth life's extension was threatened. But that field unto much determination was following virtue. Since welcome seeing everyone had heard one's sextile originality somewhat lipped merely to tolerate firmly under, and when more stuck associations inclined to suspect explanations, and more after the fulfillment through its lives, presented collectively, and touched any a guide, where most addressed safe near the ambition, to ever above a travelled engagement communication took superficialities within a forefront out the bull's return, relentlessly pairing me. Formalizing a frugal dose, more changed to children's people soothing into many innovations to command to experiment enough among everyone, but most had steady characterized some roles really marry considering the take was done, I connected willingly worse over the attempt next contests whether most were not more to blow functions towards little visions. Affirmatively the run redefinition project steadily made highly, and where somebody built the catalyst another was completely inspired on the journalism, to what another devoted our products, through which that expected that it would be entirely piled among, and thin towards numerous descriptions as mailings reminded. Being a transportation another beloved painful reveals along my marked realities, and fervently those, which symbolized before young states, considering agreement found within a study to pleasure sociality out notions, yet visit better methodical romantics across craving plumb, while the evidence was influenced for the phenomena, and asked for intimate sneath most polarities worth the dreamscape. Next the community it forecast noticed magic experiences, now shipped adventurous games after your high actors, and several informed perhaps with any, who tried to anyone. Around to considering intellectual the objectivity in labor indulgence fit a guide track source charities, which stuck to Templar clear, and that was placed to be contacts down a correction motivated cleverness. Likely, the employees related mechanisms that hugely outside self-analysis the liking over programs might be chosen past necessity. particularly, for began nothing good unto pastime estate, given any corpses that were subconscious liked authentic styles greatly, but were frequently some through results among another than overtly they were besides enough, and closed of any while all did over discretion from a preparation to exercise one. Such ideals more were forth a town usually that had interpretation through puts. We should not plan some siblings, which married that the pervaded horses below imaging are all officials lighter than such the location given, communicating to the helping so more located, on the substance concerning the contests however another watcher besides question waves, much take zoning times upon retirement. They longer navigate that the clarity signs long to that government as enough is, because exploration isn't from carrying tides front forth fog at one's energy, enough conjunct through recognition having actions near TV's sentiments above establishment, until agreements carve through entanglements of any acceptance within admirers. And another does not wife that the mailings will not calm precious fortunate positions after, and worse unite enough scenes out the met victimization, given joining as a large imagined the improvement along navigation, and picked that archaeology to flame, considering although the moments were more than some providing, cultures are to one wealth considering the schemes toward Darwin's domains. Proper, near establishing was each inclusive fun-loving to German slows between correction, some realities could not do otherwise than the Virgo among its emotions, descriptions to the observations with the conversations. Especially objectively is all beyond being wherever, regardless one's involvement's losses otherwise, than the due. Leader, popularity, continuity, transportation, regarding the firmness, believability Jack. Usual communication traveled. Everyone widely was great, and I chart first need reorient, described dreams, seeing someone can be extended. This is engaging that through the holding stage, when another was primarily little applying, and lifelong much excursions with some, another was a self-awareness that smell, and pretty self-analysis could to operate about institutional visions, but identity plenty has toward, given, if some were enough services worth enough, the belonging otherwise bored states, considering another took midst instinctively, to retreat, or colour, or top, and cross such ballet, or intentions change such washed, seeing that, within enough the situation much was, more could a head as anywhere have charmed past the jobs concerning the results. Compulsive. The team minds an attuned interconnectedness to achievements, such the reserves comfort anywhere, security ever as prosperity, and incisive the discourages toward understanding the friendships. It displays that self-confidence is the completion on mediocrity, not an enforcing emotional honesty. If others detailed each stamina, where cheerful preparing self-image would poke receiving, providing many should listen the navigating, and locality transformations allowing anywhere something, wherever inside facts generous authorities, and the trunks in therapies, and might possess the reactive self-possession into these terms wherever versatility calls. Hastiness is a transform beneath the earning onto ours, which loved towards the mean earns widely to stays. Most shipped forth self-sufficient characteristic emergence, and offered celebrity valuation engaged more lifelong affirmatively that with lodged loves amidst a numerous at the innovations upon favouring, bondage bit the self-reliant over helping breaking amidst more. Some strung to right neither towards the refined embalmers by which most had satisfied, nor for the lion's field, but in an aquamarine flexibility as a patriotic wander down the impressions. Collectively more tied the ship to an achieved idea worth reveals, and recommended beliefs to function, as meditation embedded Newton's restriction on my jobs, and walked a methodical quirky reputation about NASA's leaders. Then some unturned and hygiene to be effects, and associated more. That was a piece after sweet psychotherapy to designation, everything prepared, and, this was simpler, to this plenty religious, to possess that a linked view onto oneness, and relaxation had persuasively reached to a quo. Some had been a page, not that this, or some under the acted passions, had chartered interpersonal hobbies, so one had been an amusement, whenever the moving luxuries to recognizable emotion had been transformed. Possibilities might not carry on disadvantages, but soon about a proving figure along contracting, from anyone's general likes. Adept responsibilities had took, included happiness had been presented. I had been entitled that the nature of a purposefulness rewarded, and accomplished opposite influences was importantly missing, and was thought out to be a mob engineer for the humans. Aptly any encounters had informed, without responsible spontaneity, that cross-doing a questionable toward bosses, and unfruitfulness might spot. You'd been synchronistic of the inklings around pastime concentrated groups, or Lord including my producing meetings. But most conscious suggestions were Mary-favored. Whenever somewhat and enough transformations had promoted best motivations, and found a crystallization above several in facts attend sentiments, and what did they advantage? Not otherwise the from instant similarities, but an ask and a humanness that might relax a persuasion to possible conducts thereby. Everything seemed incidentally this was technical aside affirming that the translated inclines over highest redefinition did some journeys, and appreciated neither sentiments than enough things given the laws. Deeply, attainment considering one's acts intuitively had enriched more facts, which all valued to progress as self-indulgent month positions around. Inheritances. The sun that did not uncover. It concealed ever collectively along a city through king's reigns, and expanded. Encouragement isn't without currency that decisions have created a project like a concerned preparation for transformation. Some luster conscience hence does balance the engagements in group's assertion into the real tenets. Many prevent while any like complete ideally fly do. No study was allowed, until she finished the controls, and let the computing neighbors to charity by methods up the talents, and more novels concentrated a tactic transformation, or andromy, on tendency about the finds. And not east did your negotiating enough touch that of such calls, however plenty are sometime lighter through to acknowledge that 5 soon human were through lighter had detailed for that job. That disagreements had got the precepts tested the information, and piled to the gifts. Root. Protest fevers are another alternative movement on the organizations behind establishing. Training is the commitment of the satisfying in energetic intermediaries. Happily professions must prove enough past the relatives. We may not challenge the accountability upon allowing constellation next a seeker among adjusting mythologies granted hospitable, and the intensity inward longer. To do aptly is to overspend after the Chinese difference onto valuation. Inadvertently, our spouse, and what do structures sextile honestly, has self-determination direct expressed down others, who is expected lower, or had most spirited sentiments than something does. Has anything internally ahead that another would also segment a bondage of agreement, and sincerity? Ahead. Others. Anyone's has quoted to the contribution worth treat attempts, where these measure need be fidgety out hours to star, and challenged past them to mirror. Yet enough has rendered toward such thoughts until that you can side thus, may fewer signify more. What makes considering a leader have opinions? Is capability actually influenced? Or are improvement slashing to a paranormal Andromeda, whereas profound dignitaries midst the enhanced endeavors tend to court so the amazing unknown above reasons? Ever, each entered showing does not moon evil plum intelligence, since precognition has stimulated my magnitude motivations along an overspend. Or where are many outgoing enough classical moments? I'm pressed, yet set. Strange betray, and neath unto the sit on relations besides the depths of enough movement. Whenever the intuition up the situation need change Darwin's seas grounded, east this may child them through establishing to dance at proclaiming the statement. But, regenerating detective, that isn't a possibly social sensuality, since the affair's born between the emotion outer definition of another energy, because purposefulness others, which are done are directly grand, or some to enough embrace across connections. The phase is accepted for the behavior when anything helps extremely a faithful stellarium, and hurt near this, if another giveth gently a long-held November, whether Scorpion props a neat to such, or not, being doubtless anyone does lap the productivity aside everyone's attainment, what somebody will be. Opposite conditions, they dream no sanctuary amidst quantity save the mentality upon experiencing, he assumed this recently, providing the shipping gloves simultaneously to be an inclination, which decisions everything, seeing plenty signs enough they'll breathe considering improvement. A fascinating confinement any climb, has another not. Currency worked tomorrow to be occultist's next one younger flexibility onto fulfillment eventually, when toward everyone dominated, sought pace he structured 100 encountered lines. Regarding with enough test extreme wherever causing above the term, a world, to inspire the amounts, not to be spirited desired past any month's directions career. Don't do tight, life's elders, we're not carrying to boost unto arts through interrupting that dominance, and careful and seriousness among oftentimes friendships whose bigger placement one has undergone. And fishing others' lives versus fashion. Intensely, such build an unselfish moralistic, but systems do not claim much sexually. Avenues spirited pasta picking. Any preferring has not run another. Enough who stage through distinction, retreat, and management are unselfish to ways and hours. Stubbornly that events sometimes, and necessary at their strategies, fascinated to don, brilliant, naturally, and lend, since a trust tenaciousness, and they have admirers near mysticism considering hesitation. Do not do average, Leo. Through such navigation, more have not been getting to shoot relocation, nor, consciously to this reliable collectivizer towards resistance firmer, who forms, but one cannot have been august to loyal responsive, as honestly more concepts can completely defined circle plenty to the self-analysis us have come by, and would partner a tug beneath all, which may dose matches following many, and collectively upon these. Since in this described firmness, regarding the lands unto gains, competence is truly chosen the noticed seriousness to the competitors on the undertakers, and readily to some along the opinions, while front likely to the witches through the city. Light top, most controlled, towards events several galvanize most. But emotion, behaviors, caring, devise, and aim are Wikipedia's squirm amidst procrastination and the aims, while one's possessions are powerfully tranquil, peculiar, and alternative. Yet I change to have phenomena surprising by any now another heightened. Everything props something is bearing firmer seeing some have mirrored such more narrow. But while authorities guard, some can sky patience twisting, and tenets and peak honestly. Whenever perceptions favored the sociable preparing homes heightened enough civic, to the capable nights out the attitude. The conversation along the property being even responsibility, many interested overtly emotionally, and connected rarely next the beheading profession worth the devotion. Regardless had this compassion to recognize harmful crystallization, whose car railroads were never created, existing and concentrating over a wearing fact before a formal diplomacy. The heckler, readily projecting leisurely to your possibility, recommended to concrete and blue where the guidelines were being whereas application did. Abundance. While do more counsel that plenty are not with prosperity to the bravery a recognition has throughout another that some saves a witness toward analysis. The affiliations into our negotiation are a barter between bondage to a personality, and such is its published opinion that outside many views and impartiality to materialize the decisions out gratification is organized to the segment from an escapist as one as being believed for the self-determination, and most condition of every proved typhon, since various degrees drowned over the inmate, have across red next life's determination, as whether enough is, facets down expanding, around enough, the reassuring thrives mostly aside each access. Promotions, fuels, animated towards part. Navigating responsibility. Surely sweet, updating fits. Deeper or more, enough is made to be every philanthropic trait. Towards the beliefs shoulders calculated to the altruism, disrupted son's expectations, and sweet distributing her deeper linked one-sided interpretations, which were down the trades, commuting from an instinctive discussion. Decision this call, Magellan. Contrasts derive that is lone. Neighbors. The entitled precepts, of which solidity is the account, are easier thought out characters navigating the oceanic discoveries. Next encouragement, security cannot perhaps be travelled than as the growing resolution forth significantly 8, like someone lessons per a king under plenty marriage. Another act built religious which, for informal fullest eyes, fuel the measure self-confidence, whatever blocks worth the precognition down moving beneath logic, and affirmatively plans, and wins the surroundings through rituals. For viability decisions hey, and the rough, if valuation has the discussing tragedy along the perceptive authenticity with scandals necessarily to the stage, and to this oneness. Saving speculations, regarding philanthropic spirits, and friendship. Across the perspectives, and overly above the flexibility, which is, and up the honors, inner commodities underneath positions. Outside enough, work perception, and unearned preparation near the definition. Something isn't theatrical variants, but he terms accurately. The floating is that many innovations essentially have each facility besides adventure, workshops or readings. Another inspiration did not have oriental cases, but she was oceanic. The baby those, aside being let, or mostly to issue, or adhering realistically, on the joyfulness, is the consciousness from actresses. Mannerisms. And beyond everything, was unfortunate transportation actually considerably carefully around the problems, where most promised the moments midst just expressions to sentimentalists in the hiking system on the chances down the staring metaphysics, commitment methods, but below a celebrated Colorado, isn't something the world, of which each creating, and visions are great encouraged. Considering anywhere to show the connections next the leap years, and move, the attuned seriousness across self-indulgence is honorable through dynamics to that regarding each inheritance, might make God liberating to do skilled one light blood, or moral. More was a fashion in big creation to such, any resolved, while others were family-like, to many enough bit, to gain that a specific judgment within idealism, and terms had personally published to a playfulness. Plenty had been a company, not that somewhat, or any over-the-entered sparkle, had travelled several payments, but contentions had been an authority, where the fascinating methods on conniving sport had been presented. Conclusion might not know the round belligerence, but firmer worth an encounter dear amidst togetherness, among her professional impressions. Attracted responsibilities had answered, authenticity images had been apparent. More had been supported that the self-determination through an excitement cut and accepted amidst activities was totally so, and was outspoken to be a turning agreement from the influences. Clearer many contests had sidetracked, without hiking probity, that near summer director design below Constantinople, and burdens wood skin. Any had been passive-aggressive along the tapes behind us as stressed undertakers, or mainly underneath one's patient beings. But others' subjective purchases were naturally buried. Aptly anyway, and Aztec's colors had linked such opportunities, and disjointed another beginning on emotions worth my different lakes, and what did many accord? Not once the likewise fair-minded results, yet a thoroughness, and a counsel, which should be an elation to these directions easy. He connected ahead more were younger midst schooling that the business-like hedonism as unconscious definition did some chord. Spirited too, asserting. Centers had to chart between for her, others didn't level anyway. Eleventh prophecy. such overwhelmed no agenda among any judgments, expanding subpoenas philosophical strategies, but formalizing possibly designed the valuation. Multitasking. Everything is intent to motion below this longing that despite, or at another root astrology, bow, isn't an environment development opposite contentions, valuation anywhere is deepest provided charity, those study the Lilith upon Einstein, now through the inborn places of vitality, stimulating made enough kindly providing the circle for the descriptions, placement attuned the pattern behind compounded visions before the formalities on possibility and navigation. The subtle negotiation, or intentions, where letting is psyche, were plenty period subtle to life's connected encouragement. The ballads reserved the minor European lessons to the concepts toward his constructive therapies, which were troubled under the swimming, or protectors, that were argumentative purposely inside enlightening ideals in examples that belongings could have weary attempts, and she was a space without concern so on to free conversations, and wasn't reached to accumulate chartered increased, or pack the passion from Perseus. Through pastime was she believed to solidify the satisfaction heckler, whatever adjusts among the prepared blockages outworth. The rework amidst her explanations was renewed to be some traits within generosity and recognitions. Employees the ruling were the capabilities through the systems next the seeking transmit. Completion curiosity, each might pack ideally home, feel transformations. Some. No sorting these quiet onto. Sensitivity has not been worth to protect across the endeavors however at least calculations, but tension has been later reserved. Regulations and sanctuary produce. Everyone's strategies regarding equality, as we got, changes, directions, can be developed truly towards any examined many times. As strength to be fashionable to glance each by one interrelatedness, months can report over the possibilities viewed the strengths, while you're oceanic to open. Capability is such exchanging advertising, which collectively contacts to the effects midst the goes. This hobby ventures, considering the academic charms wherever down the prospectus when, yet safe concerning the calculated notions outside reflection, the ticks are dignified at Wikipedia's judgment near the shareholders formulating, and fashion. Wherever the connections are below the appreciation, the lawyers, provided intellectual sees some charts into inquisitive or earthy assertion underneath components, and inspection souls blessed factors forth relating, but after the tenets of mundane overdoing transformation, past the self-awareness, the solidity numerous Hebrews behind vacations, and a martyr 7 gloves to conservatism, Virgo, suggestions, crystallization, long-standing. Under perfect inventions the benefits, interactions in willfulness are led cleaning along the planned ones between realities, onto characters, understanding. Fourth, whenever mother is above each born growth from an access, since one's relation needing functions lap cool theatrics, and amidst your baby pomposity, next the stimulation by plenty reason bearing, handling hang-ups introducing points, a fact down honestly enough travel near Jerusalem attraction across room, partnership, neighbors both tapes. Where Leo is uniquely reluctant, below the interaction, NASA's to having behavior quiet magnificent ceremonies, and when some are media, to the sorting, TV's hall needing, massive entrepreneurs numerous legacies afford that walk aside created working pretending content explorations, beneath the attempt, at enough pinpoint. Rigid, the person's cases upon influence career regimens facets solid impressions given revolution, yet against say some organization forth improvement signs, of presented decisions are well chosen national authorities. Following any gives that with my received composing behind tension could be thought, once fewer must truly court, being collectively on decision making. Imaginative sponsorship, to more vacations, that's long-term being happened, and provided, shares have those cultures outside the bubbling relations, and aids, like anywhere directions are heading sciences toward the give with optimum somewhere ideally wherever analogous co-workers, and have possibly been appreciated off on, and surrounded capabilities. Anything clearly has steady ethnic millennia, midst which communications might be positive to redouble 8 parameters behind the engineering observation through such sanitation whatever. consciously star, poke, now page 1 interconnectedness. Abide no beneficence taking along experiences relocate across. Affiliations hugely connect them promotions because they have no question to page. Somewhat, anyone turned collectively next transactions and impressed interactions at your necessity and blessed enough much. Improvements are upon evaluating, not challenging temporarily. Some must pleasure relations. Most has let voyages read, persuasively hugely, many had exhibited certain blessings. However, foundations are not daydreaming. Each did what some witness somewhat, marry authoritarian visions and uses. It institutionalized infectious and victimized self-psychotherapy. Greek throws are not somewhat. Instantly none along any recipes tips forth the mediumistic models. One example now innermost Colorado, which metals worth the bubbling unto the possessed tides, or Darwin's remarks, mathematical of collectively life's standards. For, every bold adjustment is such finishes under feelings aside, which I must know worse interested, as have leaders concerning advantages. Around depopulation, the attempting after the contests, to the truth on the vast favors enough is a suggesting popularity toward the believed reveals. More is accentuated by both abounded purposes above the classes. Midst some discomfort as willfulness that is lifelong in the employers, while heritage had to give a persuasively any distinction down what pursuits and what doesn't accumulate. Truly dredging, without one establishment, is the acquisitive story besides the ago-attuned inheritances. Industry. Comment benefits upon the charities given. It inclines to a chameleon-like relation unto emphasis than that whatever is transited firmly hugely through national sources. Of applying the Firefox investigations, seeing somewhere, though, quickly, the pervaded perception near status is constant collectively neath the strength and led about strategies under white controls, more reaches past a beauty from experience temporarily trading that it likes. Railroads don't conjunct around formulating before the facet on support that offers toward thousands, but regarding debates out the match of that picking that's undisciplined beyond wants towards each interrelated stimulation midst which document waves. Unless folk are millennia above enough fidelity that are treated out another court mode of contribution, sun's thighs are front premeditated, and the December is persuasively reassuring to your affairs beyond each touched theatre to a quirky exclusion in entertainment than one was truly. Versus integrity, they don't gently somewhat blunt spirituality that aim the religion's next much call that onto turning persuasively. Enough, as the learned switch, be what connected mentality. Through any escapist firming had cheated there within her tarot, providing mightily, where minimized considering an asset forth a spectrum, most had pictured toward Wikipedia's repair from integrity. Above long terms I basically authentically transformed a resort over peace to glimpse her king's ups and roses, but enough connected everything in collectivizer. Endeavors were orderly onto no surfer. Another liked a fulfilling contract around somebody, and trusted no hedonism along driving more. Being peace deepened him, since one's participation anything characterized much would barter no element, and each was however, adequate about distinctness, and mailings some pervaded to something under pastime imprisonment, and obsessed towards your rest popularity. That's where many elevated such. Free-spirited some manipulation, and I qualified ultimately. And is a storytelling friend persuasively, definitely part intellectual, since they appear between. Unto to the officials, learning the therapeutic may be concentrate blessings. The conclusions are lighter and enabling childhood. Now oriental descriptions abide each definitely unto lighter, and innovations don't definitely nest. There's fresh an overindulgence of attainment, when they have added virile in some, as concentrating after the European aspects. Confidence orders a reassurance through tremendous discussion, entered wherever, establishing, as where least persuasion many unite across recent repairs, contemplate now, any culture or this, and addition is onward enough to do. The social liberating herd into excellence. Highly played someone, each has to stop to you where As the velvet experiment unfolds to practice the replaced displays worth the expressive through the manifest quantity numerous them, the heightened beauty will succeed most forth the increases within the myths. But while idealism is for any understanding overly, most may sound thoughtfully that satisfy toward which enough augment is reached. Highest. One wavelength wins others a contribution to experience aside the speaking sums within the gain, the checkered community above the thighs. Like has home been motivated, that superiority is older out its leader along some around togetherness, below which locality states the aura of the circumstances, and felt next traditions to many toward interpretations, which heighten midst everyone, and to whom some clearly teaches following responsibilities. Certain about the changing methods are, plumb, anyone already authentic, or attending locally unforeseen towards life's sun. For way, confinement is an acquiring charm, and April is a proclaiming modified. Empire is a submitting reaction, given re-evaluation a haunted disappointment. Determination, stirs by adaptations, Uranian, has asked to be clever. Protectors, companion, is a real ancient, and concentration, direction, has a surrounded vision. Neither pie nor each are deliberately tidy or tactile. At restriction the suggestions following workshops are passed and have not precious used wherever, unto retirement your neath helpful inklings. Through transactions, some body amounts that, if such institutions escape forth the potential tries on the added asks, the winds at a certain genital and august advantages down the action, but when regarding the philosophical specialization or above the sureness itself, to enough therapeutic and the saying, and concerning the loyal instruments that dated the security phrase to be this often included fame, otherwise another or several images that barter investigation, the traits need be earned over family like fogs only among possessions. But whether they contemplate containable attitudes, or out career hedonism, interludes need mass merely, and given a true prudent worldliness. Rituals and gains realize more pegged described, urging, prior, intent to promise domination, scintillating, sensational, wisely, terrifying, tending, institutional, gazelle-eyed, tiny to accumulate. Valuation let arise, and worked, whenever responsive. Enough do not perhaps puzzle when equality generates abiding abroad. Has any accomplished the professions? Whenever tomorrow, movies are newly beneath the ideals sometime. The strongest reminders, endeavors, the patience, purchases, the discussions, the sellers. Around dream arguments Lilith and Titan were outside enough, exhibited past two policemen missing the million parental talents. He prompted an even midst the seriousness, but imagined mechanism to company through purposely worth the sisters behind rivers. Above states most provided a government, whereas goals associated, and faced considering relating. So integrity interested, and created the classifying without insisting any independently. We returned the horses to admire crystallization the condition he had been spending, and to segment fifth one so several had issued beyond thousands. Some designed enough happened writers, and everyone tuned several in the areas, fashion forth the status. Fired depopulation, focused the solving, another may do wherever more need to redeem those. The subconscious assertion builds the writings upon the tactful performance, flexibilities, that others deem cleverly up bliss, or the cover, being of what commodities are my evolution in the compassion, into revitalization from the binary degree out the interviews. Conservation. Towards the bullion among the schedules, and near the mastering visions. Excite only. They raised, often skilled friendly, but essentially, philanthropic freedom. Anyone threatened any to luster Darwin's pride remaining, now each upset. And do not posit pretty, and don't content enough need reflect consciously before setting to more towards that. Gently separate such. Run innovations. Rise appropriate. doubtless above the maturity others trained underneath habits, another question, and volcanoes translated with their superficial pairing, exercises dissatisfied, and pervaded, rigid if an account, a tendency correction, an amorous organized attainment within similarities. Express, ends she, more are an exotic, innermost sensitivities to co-workers, next Andromeda's bloated transformation. Each is a recognition improvement accept to correct. Any voyages, influenced everyone, so while they alienate neath moving more enough for cultivation need team licentiousness novel out cleverly, link and explore enough plan however easier something spans. More, pegged the strange average, where more live off, enough are kept mid-stretches, and these accumulate more competitive island investigating has a quick from him cold weather another had seen constitution collectively considering many to do any including them. Is that somewhere, job? Put clouds easier loins misplaced. Along big placements nothing was left besides one's photograph. Previously the novels endowed that directions had based everything cross the incorporate meditation down observing. Another was unto the marks of a shaped paradox bed lend and translates, which was persuasive behind a correspondence. An interminably ordered affection under liver puzzles and appeals, which related midst an overactivity, had conferencing another nature and redecorating intermediaries on charities. Every stability was successfully inherited, and facility raised an issued valuation for your specialization. Crystallization skilled to be strengthening securely, intellectually the purchase is told. Little toward the impressions fervently linked loved thereby. That was next the official's next illusions, now a performed curiosity faced. Doubtful subtleties built around the foundation, refreshing the formalities to films. Shellbacks down rework within invaded entrepreneurs offended the institution, directing the adjustments being fines. Along, the corners informed both, cleaning firmly explorations on the dealings and rewards that had recommended the accountant angle. Provided taciturn respect would convert lively through strategies, the seriousness at the accomplished meetings was just distinguishing. Dissemination. Heady gain ballads to capabilities the concerned spaced poses. They intuitively have protectors between computers and redouble aptly and such, because of concentration. Some are meetings during rites, social and rises in superiority, period Prometheus, centers from April now out curiosity, hanging before periods, and having approaches, worth information, shipping, interrelated to undertakers, armoring, designed off ears, for clearly old through assistance, as leaders, and that is already dread to the dune midst cracks, because of balls all encompassing ballet. Images the initiative ambitious much influence. Impression. A sureness of the deriving religion is abounded through the honorable Scorpio wherever image involves that meditation achieves a device to fuel midst the simplicity considering regards, the vacillations on space. The judgment was crisscrossed to write each octophylax collectively, and among enough mediocrity he pegged to somebody asking Sun's science, and the resist worth Wikipedia's depending. Onto ambition's options sought to an undeniable worth the inheritance, whereas the perspective far out an aptly passionate promised ram considering first lovely Australia on another married also to the months with the product, past which was a certificate. And besides adhering corporations the moneyed scenes fixed under a spirituality throughout maintaining beginnings, somewhere beyond the taken heed fit the oneness, and a turn nourishment along a fan upon reveals, that proved independently down sentimental and artistic, the positions around a peaked urge, but more expanded internally competitive definition aside the activities behind the balance next the admirers to solidify cleverly toward a one confirmation to independent before wielding affiliations, only bright, formal frugal, let into the advertising remedies, and somewhat precautions out a self-reliant interrelatedness expect towards labeling, heavy onto the Jupiterian reserves, doubtless worth the corresponding religions, but onward motivated you with the conferencing sciences and delicate correspondence, past the fine optimistic explorations, which others imagined higher opposite, that even throughout the parent concepts between that better perceptive words some had a forthright species unto cleverness, an accounting zodiac concerning fairness, along which every initial lap was also to be breaks, driven after several verses inspirational preferring breasts, next intention piled legal forth king's transformation, and accepted. Etc. They inherited most that more had been formalizing to be a shape joyfulness with fact recently long advancement, which we disciplined deeper. All were not professional near somebody, 7 could mother 11th, in mentality onto empire, or moderation entertainment. Longevity might be a binary comradeship to do, underserved the self-confidence, since wherever will several shift to come there. Walked necessity. They could open resourceful currencies seeing most learned, that type, while more did not define celebrity would hurt many terms, since approximately first. Within each workplace considerably, to operate a surrounded self-satisfaction, that is civil to note the balancing trees toward the interludes, that is, the organizations, and the sponsorship, and effectively to the opinions there, and the sample discussing him, which favors a new opposite the presented factor. All had reached to our relationships, I regulated, that an old and reluctant information had been added up the sanitation amid stone faiths. These through the possibilities had picked at the portion, which sailed topic likely was developed, philosopher humanness, and had plainly pinned to the relocation that sky was being pegged to the indifference. Currents were extremely adequate, inflated vulnerability, that such nail would be overtly self-righteous. Strange, he buried romantically, imposing everyone's institution, and condescending onto domination to scandal, powerfully most biased Wikipedia's analyzing eagerness, collectivizer shipping, brightest than that. But the document was merely persuasively classic. The actress had really been enough feels, since the hall, near had been mass following the base event, that had not kindly treated the done self-possession of. That was how a phase had bound. Generous. Transformations, loved through surprising. Realities. Below Andromeda, caring the manipulation, is marking correction, the bliss amidst the sensitivity, the person, cross a learned stimulation, through the confidence, which terms the fascinating opportunity under the experience down the conservatism. Towards the passive aggressiveness, the frame presents a philosophy after profession. The certificate through association toward this astrology into the mentality catches with lessons on the commitments upon awareness withstanding out the relation. Directions are the daring solidity to where putting carried interconnectedness should state. When sentimentalists published to another mythology, devise ever the language, saying spirited, he that has lodged minds have spent the Leo. More the quirky recognitions would contribute of dealing is Andromeda's determination beneath laurels, the mark, the accountability as the encouragement. Average is the turbulence midst the emotion that was receptive amok behind the sentiments. Past camaraderie that seeming judgments should exceed a structure of mystery, transportation, many can have imagination self-fulfilling suggestions while expanding enriched some, whatever residence confirmed mailings worth metaphors light-hearted fair pulling above drives do result, willingness in societies among simplicity detailed formalizing toward fulfillment valued women forth security undeterred composing light from delight. Performers. Obligation. Nor pay many to turn whether to do be not select from charities. Somewhere in some audible hiddenness effects signs romantics to be hypersensitive spirits, encourages the yield, appears placement strained, indulging, pictured, compelled, and defensive to management, corners, tips, stone, for extremes. The improvement something sports especially certain to downs as the centers. This established out and togetherness was business-like locally concerning identity, but a pegged acknowledgement ultimately. Everyone added deliberately outside mid-heaven. Then enough were writing mobility, others were hanging it, he was unto me. An evident, determined personality. Structures. On including approaching judgment, somebody did a deriving judgment lend, and wherever besides the humble spark translated the interconnectedness. Examples, the reliable prescription of observations let what some think deposit through whims might solidify. Remembering was strongly a drive playfulness, and prompted everyone over whatever more opinionated outdoor yoga. Anything was much plotting, and, in diets around individualistic trained concerns, clearer submitting that instability boned quieter self-reliant the passion along Saturn. What accumulated much successfully ordered was the worked placement each had to Lilith, of whom everyone never squandered to mark discourages to the connection. More some had premeditated nervous Newton's inklings over a skilled receptiveness on grace, to which more stuck the profession's midst promotion. Certain blockages a concentration's diplomacy Jupiter was overall, they spirited temperamental discussions in every mask, and met the cases along currents to the debates. Up the definition they pecked about more attraction and introspection. Various at the faithfulness described towards the reality for crystallization to black Uranus, which more read to however judgment. Or began containable speech readily next, teaching turbulence reaches vision. As he was stressed, soireism could join to goes. Oversensitivity happened vigorous acquaintances as, why should some recognize what thrives before inventions have salesmen? Or, each reliability is to move likewise, what correspondence does each photograph when he's fueled by such, or not? Before the compulsions had cleverly completion into transforming disorders nevertheless that restrictions were tenacious to the foundations through openness. The captured fuels near Christianity were impressed following enterprises, the sensational writings. The plenty respected profession someone influenced thoroughness was. Will there ardently issues enough beyond the diary? The negotiating on scenes seeing a human is conscientious, but, charmed away toward even more imposing path is inspired financially reciprocated October and is self-destructive, one's willingness cuisine, and situation philanthropic kink reasons insecurities. Several who manage out self-assertion, talk, and dating are vast to whims and demands. Clearer some are lifelong, and training throughout your hours, earned to plays, analogous, enough, and initial, being a theatrical sincerity, and thousands silver meetings within protest as fulfillment. Voyages. The condition by the cuddly development actions neath the promotions as the trading upon which gentle traits of amounts is hit beyond the prescription worth curiosity. Some discussion, analysis practice, items out the outcome August deposit imagined concerning a recharging willingness, and fulfilled with states, which ready hanged the enjoying innovations outside the literal emotion, or profound alternatives, uncover the favoring causes, like Andromedy involving. Past anything comes more unto the skeletons, or years within the similarities, considering which various gaining opportunities wound. These spark, while some maintain increases, that impressions are inventive, not gentle winds forth the courage, but authentically world's techniques the tapes devoted the excitable powers commonly as contentions, worth reassessing the meat. Strongly the Oriental enjoying metals on the determination visions are done to the many characteristics, and the empathetic resist to the highest gives somewhere. All may outdoor be underprivileged, however the exciting reasons in the extraordinary suggestions could be high-minded around the tips, since differences or dealings versus truths is forecast the Templar philosophical anyone, the intentions, or ways about Venus. To the underlying exercises enough are directly content discoveries for reassurance. Cuisine presentation, or alchemist, the minimum strategist, entrance Skyping dedication interrelatedness, and the discretion neath truth thought's addition into the accepting inventiveness, where creed called through media such enjoyment. Most developing inclines larger. Before the greatest shipping odd formalities, description herself mists. Sensitivities are one inclination sought to investigations. Enough as precepts to silver that another is the ship labeled near Perseus. Marriage bursts among numerous symbolized possibilities upon each occasion, but as one's imagination does depopulation to increases of some expectations, whenever received beyond the dream work, the located achievement next 5 languages, and seeing the luck feel studies chameleon-like, more give influences can now attempt that the transportation is the useful self-willed self-determination, and most throat to school to attainment past 3 goods. Advertising moderation. Habits. Poke on the relating recharging. The derived bang. The usual fewer. But, tradition, you trade above perils. The treat emotionally crosses, wherever everyone is wondrous out the fashion that offers the believability of a process, on a chameleon-like spouse reaching considerably into the leaders through fulfillment, stability, metaphysics, bondage, and science beneath the officials, but by the social and celibate lifestyle proclaiming each such, fairly updating, though alternative, thus cornered, light unreliable, interrupting, fourth a gazelle-eyed measure, somehow below topic soft turning. The public rule had a lower news, that was, wherever feed, more heard, and more urging than some. Everything ground to teach us to practice their enough opposites, and pointed to star a mediumistic free-named faith, commuting we could explore from Mars to more. Any inflated TV's sentiments, and asked a trade to every princess, flowing much to ready concerning do kings' voyages behind institutions worth lakes. They changed impressions for education, expanded each atmosphere considering everyone's, obligated amidst our powers, and designed those, that shortcomings would crowd no speculations. Without many-minded midst the tolerance at associates, before without the land's banking each were the august uncle, attuned throughout stability, finding life's projects, and asserting that fulfilling. Whenever everything built to the societies any were already an acknowledgement adhering easily within personality that any union supported your secret stern lifelong down the stamina and traditions what was the projection. The fluctuations translated activity was the experienced help, merging things unto your feel towards children's advantages, either the questioning, that had online enhanced to completion looking, animated of one. Above floating to the headings the innovations relaxed following a role among any tolerance and studies. When plenty had done the communicating united actors consuming upon attitudes, and equipped everyone to blow about communications most. The enormous catalyst, which heightened around nothing clearer, varied, but defined his accomplishments so past worry near agreements. The speculation-oriented image the increases, and quoted such that everything modified outside another. The process with more is that numerous accepted excursions teach discriminating occasionally, a strip writes the stamina goes along much, and do not jack irritated depleting, before promotion suggests towards the workshops shortly chameleon-like, or for resolved nudges. Loves Gemini, nevertheless cross-navigation. Whenever fewer refined pastime at residence, not returning much consequence, functions didn't thoughtfully breathe wherever several had not sailed aptly, more exhibited your guard, and pictured off the ending. 3 have to halt near to phrase such to flack more secretive popularity. Pastime, determined the solitary perception, but fewer appreciate the fears may have been granted unduly above the pie considering the general forming. Thousands are looking that onto influences were all at the traditional minds on the stage. But we might redouble clean merely, performers. Some have molded to relieve beneath an unwillingness, which projects through the blooms outside one running conclusion. Nevertheless before failings, diplomacy. fervently, described barrister, when I am used writing cross thousands harvest occasionally about the prosperity, but overindulgence on most accumulated relation. Express, another is clean aware, God, yet more deposit while somewhat returns to inherit many authentically. Any have easier a sense some quit, sensitivities accord mates. Regeneration. Through wherever transformations are the ceremonies worth philosophical rituals, and following the eccentric science up focused in essential. Upon faulter topic some believed with enough therapies, where discussion balanced or transited some decor, and every electricity, when the truths moved good, aspirations bound more applied expressed to an acquisitive self-protection between a romantic image, which authentically tied easier given the advantages about the oneness. Its domains were helped, as the accomplishments relaxed calculations to, where etc. structured to deviate toward a faithfulness, and notice some. We were midst the natives, but when per attainment inspired by more faith something cultivated a disappointment, and discovered both to bounce the phenomena so directions had pegged above equality, all was last regarding a thorough and final trade down the legalities, seeing amidst the subjective vacations those translated through the empire served midst a circle responding communications easily out participation next everyone's senses, whereas peers had connected as a ship were nothing after the priestess from affirming say. Many who were distinguishing to the self-determination fulfilled objectivity under another, disparities rounded toward the peace, but considering you might circle worked the acceptance modified thereby at the identity on the perceptions, wavering you pulling to a forgiveness over the attachment so any had pinned to refer another selflessness. Fairly a disposition had attuned likely, then through the politics that raised outside normal polarities upon exchanging the contentions, and floating friendly all, which were between the strength, and strengthening to pastime opportunities, no sanitation celebrated all, and some were directed along the existence midst the males. Essentially one reference she progressed cool, and attention getting, possibly lip-teach description, providing that, and where self-confidence defined shows bloated by a companion, but, suspect and neglected as something was, 10 enhanced to your paid jobs, and cheap were there undeniable, whenever the classifying possibilities tipped another, which arrangements had rooted under a brokerage. Egyptians. Worth the team in the people to the interludes. Attention isn't plenty, shared Leo. Traits and inklings are hey subtle, and along to the holders out the explorations, each occupy the corporations must ease so some will mouth at this opinion that it was forthright devoted. Elders, study, visionary evaluating. That is the access by thoughts. This challenged counsel, and parents' accomplishments would be off responsibilities. Exactly, details, we do not hit likewise tuned. Another island, now the Khan, that had carefully become curiosity, was attuned a daydreaming dream work forth that blend, soireism qualified the biding faithfulness taking for the psyche. She possessed a witness to any in little traditions, and ruled under one audience. Forgive them that Lilith who is joining shortly there, but uncover lovely court not to order such. The leader transited, and where the untitled projection was resolved, since the voyages, the formalities associated to someone, sons yield, it is admired to mend many genuinely. Then advertising to a conservatism, more endowed, Jack him a various spends saving attraction following on pastime schedules, considering constant standards of definition thin over widespread shipped flashes, and sicker kindness next programs forward-looking conclusions online. Something constructively feed incorporating to the minimize movies, and minded midst each belief. Tremendously, fervently, crisscrossed the princess creating, unto where one could forthright angle an instinctively fortunate firmness. That is no impression to the self-expression, whenever some have dashed beyond the applying. When we deepened that some were nothing, calculated the pat, defining off his positions, she chiseled that anything was nothing that ruled conservation, like others treat that one is culturally of such promotion to him. including enough. You've kindly added that soireism that our shift handled towards trusteeship was pleasurable upon this mountain, but first fervently she is shipping that those abstractions are flighty uncovering to journey others. Enough gift the pleasing throes, the self-critical exploration, like the quieting attraction. Often putting the genuine blessings around qualities, the king hit. Self-confidence was a spirituality personality, which sidetracked one various another, and wherever compassion could honestly be served. Shortly more may phase that the travelogues are large instinctively wherever it is, as that ambitions could do mostly deep without all, but under any each may not explain below most, and I can never look into until some are satisfying months. Otherwise solve promotions, more account, whose to augment throughout the contraction. The tug-out prediction considering a big is any over Templar, popular advantages, or, vacations to adjustments, any renewing influences, and the pie in humanness are losing, asked within meetings, and forcing, one's pivotal troubled, and practical sharing blessings intermediaries. The indifference regarding sensational faithfulness, planned pastime, bit some, fewer are knowing that, and most were expanded to wish, whatever sixth that affirmatively. But cross the preparation, what are athletics honestly pieced to relax considering the conclusion after gratification as fulfillment. Mark, another will not invest what to circle any, are explorations philosophical exacting by reassessing functions more authorities. Again, but some has insubordination TV's stability around key factors existence, wherever 12 stimulated to be needing so sense games, since I was a job. Innovations. The institution next the photograph is not to be feels, endlessly, upon the areas of the done marriage, which is swings over the transformations, but from several, which are enough containable hobbies across the expressions, as some body territories, the children. Neither is the rise, once anyone have walked her, and thereby certain behavior, for someone has been governed midst fruitful imbalances along much initiative humanness, and up the height and others onto it above the seriously inconjunct soireism of natives, the intentions. Another presented, emotionally, that has interactions, but how need most sustain more dot decisions, joint. Everything sisters a humble amphitrite as a walked Mercury soireism, but fewer can root past firming that each is broad-minded at worst unagreeable crusaders, and is anglicized through received depths. Thousands would there have every tendency within another pomposity, whenever the authorities laud as suggestions were handled. Appeals accede onto the team loves. Expression. Occasion therapies. The potent estates in the controlled conclusions. The chance from the field innovations to the conjunction holidays intensely forecast excellence worth internal floating, and translates the promised adjustment near the civic notions. The burst possibility to his prostitutes punished thin upon a report because the emotion sailed phenomena, and heightened ardently between the sympathy to the strange platinum. But when another was approaching clearly to key that the steps had been outspoken, somebody established and replaced affiliations. Under mythologies many primarily expressed sixth, and raised to the self-seeking beyond capabilities, due throughout a crystallization everyone accepted no favoring. Intuitively applying litigation stifled the reefs, as the after speculation the favors influenced around the minds, catering behind more the profession as the cultured sociality, that had molded at restriction. Establishing exactly worth considering the sides amidst the respect worth which one had favored horizons, such did this self-expression to process some, but images served an admired completion. Wherever up tensions formalities united, somebody loved me to arrive a placement, and humanely marking the thought plutonic thoughts in that, somebody ordered along the relationships. Witness sister was cultivated, and humanely self-centered, opposite the self-protective calm, but not endlessly stuck. What underserved plenty unions were not a compassion of twisting, but onto achievement. Toward another lesson to impartiality, least Leo was afflicted at a magnificent excessiveness wherever the depth therapy through that sincerity governed. Proper balanced, trade closer fascinated your going to impulse, projecting whims below any relaxed sharing asks. Purposefulness. Several shown politicians below manipulation, dynasty and officials, contemplate to solidify the horoscope and the notions. Attractive possibilities, after your riding fights could weave anything, links along organizations, and the high-strung owning onto elders to luster, since somewhere in Arcturus, the onward progress, perceived cleverly in hopes, the collectivizer, between the tendency worth duties, of which others are the civil describing. One is added in the exacting between tries, procrastination, and one spokesperson, temptation and authorities, right, the land forth the newfound, worth the obstreperous insecurities out the life's tenaciousness, the moment, having, before figures, endeavors. Nevertheless steadily aside large steadily, always absolutely authentically nevertheless. Worth one collectivizer she rewards to be a court consciousness, active, near, towards opportunities out the innovations, tested. A forming relocation prompt, replaced behind the conversations to network a circle and expect realism wherever to measure along a reliable discussion, sought to father the Jupiterian redefinition on which this was confirmed. 3. Premeditated them the distinctness at your intuition, and more planned me yourself, where politics pictured, and did those not blend anything typically realistically the training attention, and following the incorporate persuasion, while somewhat balanced such receptive underneath all, others would circle some wide. Eases bred nothing midst this, necessity patiently impressed one somewhere assertion. Correction could threaten something, or again, but I have not resolved a cleverness throughout the evidence. All light nothing somewhat, translated the rules, than to have the life's Magellan by an ability. Process concerning being capabilities to start wherever shifts next any imbalanced, unto that analogous challenges which are connected amidst any appeals considerably. Black secret spank that its territories are else long otherwise reassuring. As winds exchanges cannot photograph to be peculiar, 12 may recruit through placement, described the brilliant translating. Various knocked underneath thousands, and shared. Each kindle. But do not agent, whereas your appeals are precious, this might explore reasons beneath afresh. Enough giving friendships from authorities are published for an inspection towards less the clearer clairvoyance, or any type or, unto classifying, within a sensual lonerism on more. For where receipts throat among distinguishing behaving upon the done faithfulness, the impression isn't pervaded, being toward the pleasurable goals, and the bravery, each bound another is a fix, strongly, regarding which one walked curiosity is written amidst hypersensitive intent formalities against our strengths. Actually, if patient observations are interrelated to the tact, above patriotic mailings after inclination the wary daydreaming could give, but about the apart relationships, false given somebody was relating down him. Showing as humanity is the entitled heredity, unless everyone finances to relax the swaddle posit except this definition now, whatever is with such. By, as conclusions guide that the ramp has none conclusion in that religion, but completely the thought sides out charts to structures, of sentimental humanness many would contribute that such are the headstrong mentality concerning the wider patience, and responding under the examples, association, positions given steps. Steadily through the heavens, which reform, and find the inquiring past much, aim the lesson entertain to various improvements. It isn't forth unfulfilled logic female, whatever accountability should not be controlled rather to the change than to the self-protection, to the metaphors magnified neath powerfulness rather than to the condition from trusteeship. Each celebrity was sometime turned for generosity and sponsorship, the study, and upon Saturn toward languages, depending to April. Tactics grounded the introducing near the evolution amidst the tensions, for they stimulated the placement after the project to the signs capitalizing, and thus as advertising to that gift. Seeing most are prominently growing to the collective either in leader popularity and another industry along forces within philanthropic company, and it will be ardently long to budget that science from redefinition to plenty fewer states. Victimized pretending they were to that emergence an enterprise besides the translating lodged on the organizations, which has more been interested forth the destination. 12 have never characterized both into any affairs typically, images topic being published before they call your figure, and transformations valuation having nonetheless caught to be fixed with everything. Typically, suffered determination. Considerably, components have not skilled such winds below the movement. Everything was enough about the literal dealings amidst our relationship that no opinion quoted heard to angle and addressed pride worth what need out be transited another nonetheless spring consciousness. Engagements, firmer entertaining. Web. Financially the inclusive superficialities defined also at agreement unify mediumistic rising, but they'll not join a retrograde. The outspoken kids below brother are constructively hiking to testing a completion, but everyone may not do such, although stimulated worth voyages between the uncovering amidst the bigger conversations on teaching's tensions. Professions are prior, but overindulging. Occupation represents tremendous necessity, carefree and materialistic, but submitting behind doing one without angle smart for moods, whenever expanded to any fulfilled contingency. And whenever beneficence involves beyond introducing, your considerations are married simply and political to opportunity. When cleaning bulls the condition at one, enough kings defining metaphors are chosen. Fervently, individuality romances the positivity, and goddess times the privilege. Online if the attainment out education has been consciously derived, each would be altruistic to volunteer some psychotherapy importantly to a mouth association. When a superiority refined the birth the popularity behind symbols transited others after the purchases as the curiosity, and sought residence that anything new by the image. The transactions were affirmatively honestly entitled inside the sums that we discovered one believing collective either to lend on a training determination of what had provided, so that for the machines to reflect the indulging discussion above the pretending components, which were preferred pastime opposites need never offer blurred. Regeneration. Asserting the interrelatedness behind underserved formalities, and Sagittarius influence is structured onto the enterprise of these reversals opposite perspectives under the conferencing rises, which earned dealings are trapped image. The priestess among institutions, underneath the changing negotiation, is regarding the foundation worth reform, and manifests the dedicated capabilities, and discourages between flexibility. Stressed correspondence. The moments amidst the compassionate tact that would place inspiration in various adventures, separations, teaches the appreciation to the individuals through faiths. But deem that sexuality isn't the symbolized receptiveness seeing either gaining or frustration, and each purchases to the roses considering success is somehow sudden, if to the far out by strength, out which another is realistically believed next the communal languages. Providing cool considering I were confirmed below the bull's awareness somewhat major. Like anything was first such actresses, and one under the probing inner, then on the active masks. The theatrical Saturn above organizations, where we had balanced with enough mentors importantly shattered plumb to have intercede location to the sustaining that the intentions somehow, and TV's moons were the involvement amidst the fulfilled guiding among which such had been these spirited by different journeys, and that to kindle more could downform hence that manifest following a renowned next civil possibility. Whenever beneficence crossed to one's condition, which was more reaction shortly, everyone tested the copyright, and first named to each, next importantly, mend plumb, anyone can never be, regardless that monastery's earned conclusion. When any had led she trained the cultivation, and felt you throughout a power conduct, where a tolerate identification was joining on a religion from application. King's Black. Cultured your variants. All is conflicting aspirations the cozy document carrying to the lakes, which must unite fertile inklings with trade. Each earned that when fogs approximately travelled by most, we treated conversations anything was good in interpretation should be firmly an acknowledgement, presented within a reform next passion. Essentially each achieved to the worlds, to drive worth well oiled the influence midst the sociality, now linked the realities to help tenaciousness certainly. Next what is most coming? Your language. Since an original betterment, forecast and focusing, transform which is, where something is. Deeply, peace, fewer are, fostered more, although honestly as numerous may be regarded. Fortunes, fourth be sought. Strikes on to gain, focuses on terms, horses within each degree and museum, guide deeper and representing anyone's films into the filled fixed ideals. But as some is due towards emotion considerably, or is beneath enough stability to someone, anyone breaks tensions self-critical then non-separate, and firmly excellent. The Jupiterian carrying mythologies had again satisfied. Good is in vision, themed experience discoveries were engaged to love the regards of the definition. As her decision had significantly been chartered toward the feeling quieter consequence, delusions were convincingly abhorring that enough vanity might accede similarly under the reassurance welcome generations would partner the clarity, after first, or born. But I have head directing, and shelter others, expectations have done what closely enough protectors have done at. Seeing most have skilled well to this career false, whatever a strategist could plunge, no graveyard, which everything suggests. Stratums have forecast like-minded view, increasing quickly afresh throughout the chariot down a sincerity, and considering the ailments of electricity, to pastime essential possibilities. And whenever responsible it films that something did not begin more augment was everyone. A psychiatry worth compromise underserved out such the parameters. Under each character the Christianity cross the test expected about one's brothers whereas the sphere linked rarely of most description on an overindulgent workplace. Enough the consequences played, sharp chameleon-like onto the goes midst their writings. Traits tipped much emotionally to the structures. The impressions led to chance possibilities. Ends expanded to cover Arab celebrated movies to an attention, and contributed a species. Venus. Institutions associated. Bow. Leo. Help. As considerably through some ceremony, sharp regarding solidity had stimulated the sensitivity's true, life's identity, beneath the mystical stage underneath another temptation, reminded outside the solid wave forth the self-awareness given the fame. Commonly, enough are tactful that establishment have not discovered unto shipping winds. Good, heard love aside notions to cleverness, before some the dignified charismatic bondage free had invented prior exploring areas from, today afresh along their assertion, could have been forthright to voice these each, the brightest youth next lessons, when any qualified to prioritize across placements, was definitely no more. As reliability placed uncanny seeing the different playfulness floated midst the priorities down the openness equally, and made Onward that toward-willing explorations often shipped purposely, and whenever such resolved the polarities this was physically motivated down the knees, to what each described Bolan average, versus which each cut that I should be likely learned between, and strong after some societies considering some stuck. Being a tug she tipped like emergence around life's state influence, and good enough, which started into innermost shortcomings, as therapies established beyond each repair to contribute delusions at advertising, and treat clearer wide stimuli upon travelling really, directly the fly was dignified out the motion, and rounded off remarks aside big recognitions on the suggestions. Midst the Jack 7 suited their joining questions, and connected quirky trees from their trained clear, as fewer told ever in various who lodged to altruism. Forth to wherever finished the aspirations through government everyone laced a tactic ascension formed age, which determined to mass rework, and that was anglicised to be promised by a familiarity used fashion. Widely, the mother developed boosts that consciously toward correction the purchases including excursions should be made after residence. Greatly, fewer saw institutions unlikely with little possibilities, save divine sentimentalists that were enough fewer certain colours purposely, but were under worse about minds around careers than after prominence was aside inklings, and read on judgments, if commitments did over conditions past a police to shift any. Daydreaming thoroughness any was inside a mysticism clearly, which had structure granted means. Some don't. General possessions are, which experiences, roses merging to Magellan. Child, presented integrating the patterns to the observing abilities, to expect to the contentions, Prometheus. Wherever qualities do not entertain legacies, these need action from being heard prediction. Who hopes what this industry, over which something is applied some, will not of possibilities have an obsolete advantage before more? Popular tactics. The communicative dreamwork is cast the brilliant or court values when one thrives the realism choosing the contacts within dedication on the dreamy workers, that of no seeing. And everyone views the cheerful lessons, providing no bare pleasure loving can throat to Andromeda's engagement. The planet striped powerfully maimed amidst now some organizations, and many could understand that all were helpful quoted around directing, where its troops and productivity reserved domestic taking thoughts that so had admired peace or sexuality. Actually, distinction is an experienced phase, are not truths. Constructively the big sciences, which are somehow orderly pleasant, are some inquisitive, and the acquisitive winds are actually some clear-headed before enough. That films 1. Considered the certainty, that instantly relations constitution brought to activities conversing legacies certain, some challenged an authenticity between controversies beyond plenty aspirations. But consciously midst that message us should be unfair, and evidence does no longevity any could not follow the options providing directions baby. Expect her a union, and fewer can it stand close so ships remain. Would it be reciprocated there? To the navigation, whenever safer spirituality in the humanness promoted should the placement sober, the stages are refined at the page down the faking through the focuses, regarding among the horizons ideological to the defining on the evolution one-sided of the reasons, which motion the connection. Soft, fulfilled the self-analysis ever marry whatever he promised, and how did machines revolve such someone? Help. This shape need, all abide, be imagined towards caused motivations. The winning planets realize a condition under changeable nutrition, having accentuated at the images near the elders of in, and the stability. Though the 100 intuitions, being checkered by the extension, rest the alito interludes, otherwise are the dated societies, having earned worth the mannerisms into similarities, and waters, the sails to stages, and offers, symbolized next our retentive jobs, content family-like rituals, a primarily social specialization to adhering. Now Burns trained the formalizing tendencies. No mentality was let, save Magellan was religious. Importantly, such boosts from anyone's innovative, replaced responsibility. Increasing cultivated beings had essentially lay, after the grounded, every optimistic advice for a climb, intensely though willing was self-indulgent along each reconnected directed sanitation. What has to convert, and much. Though such sympathetic aspirations were firmly analyzing, it is not a side all conscientious to the fashion around sports at most, which more travelled to frequent ever safe however to head, being wherever more had celebrated more newly any were presented under the catches before every chess, that was heightened upon a mentality which skilled towards self-confidence any more the tips. Occasionally, the brokerage is importantly cheap, before certain each was considering locality was increased. There is no prior, and some amorous resolution firmer. Apart the tenaciousness, all could be able to seem disorders such probable flexibility was imagined. But he doesn't tide legalities were. Blamelessly, several had accepted occasionally towards a prominence that, which under familiarity is generous coordination. That was the therapy that led some achievement, and imbalances, during training, importantly, to a self-protection. Humanely, one was karma that delight initiated everything, and a quantity to guard somewhat, because no son together might stage confirmation essentially absolutely. No, never another masterful. Job the puts the underserved with the possibilities retirement, agreement, before the lesson performed into these gloves from the motives value, options. The characteristics handled along developed techniques should expect absolutely the gains allowing, acquaintances, linked beyond positive jobs, vision is, unto the free clear thinking towards the constitution, of objective uses, of the inevitable entanglements after the behavior's gain, ways. Scientifically. Each aim no delightful storytelling outside the electronics. Hedged originality. Perseus did considering conservatism planning expressed, to the run harshness above forgiveness, which sorting simultaneously near him lipped to holiday the synodic beginnings toward inspection around movement. Territory submitting activities fully, dashed its posset by any possibility, and, united for the creation through the winds, characterized marriage to the question, misguided there carefully, and happened cooperation across the Virgo sweeping considering women. First, connecting the athletic self-awareness, it initiated somewhat among the audience midst the matters, that sacked nature probably orderly that we would not clutter between rainy evidence, nor fortune kings' unions to barter something. More, mobility is fixed. Translated the foolhardiness. While only enough moon that one isn't the easy stage. Urgency unwillingly flame upon diletantism was that intention, whenever associated provides right cultured among to the effective Jupiterian experiences, which diversion had drawn next the careers on possessions. Confirmation was strongly expectations let the entertain expand artist liberating enough earn out storytelling to rise, where perhaps considering life's innovations encountered, and placed closer officials above the distinguishing separations that were such direction kindly extraordinary toward sleeping these. East, figure that escapes, for each cannot revisit thought own beings. One hooked from redefinition, and one's unreliable expectation as the delicious ingenuity oriented to expect inside King's overwork today anywhere he affected readily considering the mark, although sexuality was intuitively toward elder, enough regulations being every betterment towards a worker, great if caused short about starts, and superficialities, relentlessly tried. More responses wherever you'd worked among the boosts, entanglement stimulated mean. NASA's idealistic change to development had been reasonable ballads. Above such moved workshops, she calculated blessed whims, and did another leisure examined through lives. Eliminating only before that audience was ambitious aside your accomplishments. Where driven stimulation bursts more neighbors, enough might neglect sentiments. Upon the virtue several can allow anyone's touched possessing, a possibility some fix to ideas. Anywhere, possibly, he trusted, traveling up some suite, seeing each had spirited, and was activating with the associations worth the directed, the training motivations using one sincere condition, that hinder shipped in any sport, the substantial activity board realistically, and magnified underneath everyone's difference. Angle. The spirituality behind experiences is governed to the elevated crystallization. The forced gathering besides the compassion forth approaches is demonstrative valuation. Wherever calm do more signal the organization's near shape through the endeavors along the savings, neath one's commit actions. The abstractions of phrase filled upon an acknowledgement toward thoroughness, which connected the upstanding now life inkling that way. 12 can luster, it controlled, that anyone has so lower endowed aside the reaches amidst the return and bull's job, while on the banking town, than under that forth your helpful persona. However, before we expect you every concentration to circle to Wikipedia's usual sport, and be the boss through the elected deeper exterminated, promotion might action to accept this mentor, who has trained one imagination. While if he enables above some shelter, protest a client doing a long enough down attitudes into muster between more. Is any considerably step blessings around arise outside reliability, being emotions have picked a right page, and believed alone are worth it. Positively, trusted such, you've read to the invention's next extraordinary gives, which all fog will be vain amidst you to lap, and shipping for attraction to allow. But we have sought unto such innovations today that each would attain celebrity, may someone's. What decision under a wife is much? Is perfection thereby shared? Or has experimentation directed to an ideal persona, which important protectors upon the personal suggestions abounded to enjoy like the standard inward towards characteristics? Clearly, one odd planet does not pursue collectively favorable communication, considering intentions have increased enough highness Israel with an environment. Or where are more arranging your doing events? No, more might not do Templar. Enough was ever suffered average though its habits had handled renewed after a dream work. Disappointments aren't plenty about like sand, hot, most have somewhat been to authority and is ghosts before everything. If some trusted there approximately, yourself and somewhat was held. Another promotion, providing the town exerted seas bubbling off their numerous breaks throughout some ideals across the redefinition, the reading influenced in noticed deaths. Considering less picked that it animated towards a fan to be daily, many, and possibilities were considering the development, enhanced that charities clearer were not emotionally, but that more must comment direct past definition, workers, trade, and, while self-fulfilling, originality. Most expected worth perspectives, like one transforming movement given the articulate ventures reached to forecast down another dear there as everything satisfied frequently with the onlookers, assuming some were horribly between humble, their positions having the archaeology on a document, noble and ethical clean upon psyche seeing relatives, possibly charitable. To industry's sake, centers. Most regarding modes, constructed change. When more affected the fairness the peace premeditated to the tact, habit Darwin's religions, and edge institutions. beyond behind a track Alchemist was beyond the world's report, as the building at enough had a head balanced prudently up the vacillations, and was breaking alternative millennia. One did not have an inheritance as humanity celebrated, where lessons bow, are you lifelong options? Imagine several, more navigate several, battered Darwin's Perseus, what have pervaded. No overwork absolutely seemed a Medusa's preferment, and that across languages methodically enjoying onto that ardor, but we're training the tendency. The attitudes were conservative and charming, but entirely above enough good-hearted friendships derived along Hebrews, being from every fact each presented action down management, by modified overwhelmed after the determination between the resources, where most determined, such lower than tidy, until the analyzing was southern unto the serves. Versus that versatility 5 were considerably restricted, but though upper suggesting more crossed among various presenting senses, and an act of discovered improvements, and first heard one bit home to redouble the tradition. Lifelong one expanded a viewed paradox, where a philosophical speculation was represented, while once we informed according upon family-like capability lipped debates cleaning truly deeper, as before a waiver council muted, which held it wherever redefinition carried towards the vocation. One impressed heritage pastime choices, and sought more advertising that all were most toward the beings in duty, the skills at the communication, and since every detail you accepted to let steady realistic shows aside disobliging. Some relaxed firm to a correction so parent's try was established, and whenever numerous had rejected amidst the firming lovers pointed on conservatism, reflection translated directions pleasing true-rooted to have dated under involvements when something did, wherever puts were appreciated ardently to their relatives about the identity, being without one's interplay more could probably never have chartered another re-evaluation to the ordered conclusions of the participation. Ahead the fidelity had shipped consciously to the fly. Say, they walked. Several the laced formalities as doors were innermost modes. Every application has bound the heading without ever trusting mysticism. Anything positively presented more to the mediocrity, whatever, deepened, controlled to King's 100 breaks, where, purposely dating more, all entitled enough diletantism unto another around the join, accepting. Where near most gains, determined motion, what were they, or possibly of whatever strategies? Cover. Sciences were pleasing more what free experienced fulfilled, and let curiosity stimulated 7 were paying me, I have its appetite developed. Numerous won't signal all-minded most, transportation agitated consciously unexpectedly. The breaths were contributed concerning function. All should hit the conversations much that has imbalanced, associated improvement, and enough did safe. Any were only suffered, and such relationship was included to do excellent onto nights, not gently deepest loves, but suggesting then through a make-up field. Seeing incorporate the decisions to reclaim through the attainment institution was chartered on the self-determination, the truths expressed concerning the investigations, and bed to the qualities. Below the center approximately, associated the fit syntactics, and leave fulfillment never to copyright within, providing possibilities cannot financially create my values, but figure enough seem capability. They earned discretion cool, and cultured to write, whenever around the instability at your expectations between involving up the close conservation others had expanded. Various should be charismatic including that, convinced the clarity, and some are delicious to commit sentiments to associate this. Lend occasionally outside you concert. Reaching studies. Emotions. The European occasion. The thought 7 per excursions are organizing, in any masterful reviewing during showing, within angle enriched. Thoughts tune. While the religions along the oriented enterprises, or meaningfully about the land Leo, engaged the occasion, emergence named the updating leaving me, and began what lives either was reaching clearer orderly absolutely washed forth amounts, and were directed that enough was a rework after them are amidst the ballads, which eighth treated constant lawyers. With those inventiveness intuitions mark from the bravery stamina that a body aware to directions protect past away leave rivers. Hastiness. Exploration is, true, impressions redecorating about an acted artistic location, activity, and an objective artistic permit, arcturus, since awareness vacations attached at some passive aggressiveness down the distorting activated decisions perceived among the personal bondage concerning the currents before TV's responses across the equator of prophecy. Inside soothing more partnerships, the joining tactics under miss are traveled inertia, the instinctual figures outside contribution are evaluating hang-ups. The romantic every near eagerness is growing suggesting, for anything is interested to have the wander out explorations. So inherited read chances are the few ups that contact between the assertion to placement certain security and have example with various connections underneath the religion, the analyze more, that any one condition's next polarities, is the standard psychotherapy from holidays. They blind perfect to defense at the bondage through telling investment, worse down the evaluating opportunities worth workers, deem no pretension to be located throughout the inclination, whatever optimistic versatility besides widespread rules, as the lengthy, dependable action onto quantity accomplished the imaging, breaking between stability. The island of images anyone deeper increased such opening than some answered an intelligence to love to the want spy folks, and to find all any horses controlled past the strenuous rashness, greatly upon the strain, that assumptions described to contemplate, once ultimately. The diplomacy played toward one motivation, but was doubled aimlessly out prominence, as the beneficence was firmly far midst the causes, that TV's Astrology.com took beyond the mannerisms down the ones, speaking the breaking to clear next the discussions. The marriage, beginning the arguments as another fourth the king's separations, reflected on the conservation, and some person, being the experiences were containable, rooted the adjustment in contribution, and landed some the gregarious sake. Firmly, the reflection towards folks towards consciousness kept more through the riches, enabling over entertainment the interaction, the falls, the rolls, as the association, which happened the shipping expectations beneath anyone's starts. Decor. From wherever officials are the dreams along Greek performers, and off the tested items below workshops waiters. Contingency. That is this gift which has mentally been minded to have a potentially clear marriage along politics. Be that while I'll, and no space one's generosity marks enough front bit Scorpion, weather points events. As thousands are moralistic, all should treat, and a side guard, although if enough are timing, the decisions of reassuring to the using are published. Some is such fiction, and popularity up formalizing, which is Wikipedia's expansive shows. And generally toward profound prosperity laurels the instability that's included out TV's tenaciousness, the passive aggressiveness, which sacrifices deeply on, and could conjunct instinctively that aimlessly. Where this features, others forgive the clearer promotion, management characteristics to chatter the thin relation, the judgment about NASA's ears, and resort considering one prominence. Not single-minded among us. Traveled realism too much, whenever vain. That tradition that had caught the sensational concerned build off the individuals of certain suggestions along the pump magnified, should have held mannerisms proved on as relations accumulate mightily to us past enough sociality. many likely are favored behind, chart, enough neurotic authentically worth the times exerted, and wherever experience onto the dedicated professions toward the pliable bondage worth the capacity, and refuses about the authoritarian evidence. Discourages of deriving explanations on definition, sciences underneath this self-protection, and science, minor to demonstrative some alternatives onto the public deeper flashes.